Hello and welcome back, or welcome to the Funfiltered podcast. You're here with Eddie, and then we've got, of course, Sam.
Hi.
And Jordan.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How is everyone?
Everything's normal. How are you on this very ordinary episode?
Do you know what? I'm great, man. I'm wonderful.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm very good.
See, that's why we need Eddie, because we would never say we're wonderful, would we? No, we wouldn't. Yeah. All right. How are you today? Oh, I'm quite magical, thanks.
Do you know what? I could have quite easily opened with that.
Yeah. Were you playing a dog then when you said that? Because
all dogs are magical.
We've just been going back through our back catalogue of episodes, just reading the titles.
Well, it's like this is a fan episode, I guess, isn't it? It's like we bring back a fan favourite. And so,
I think fan favourites kind of stretch it.
It's like Skyfall. It refers now back to like all the other things in the series. So hi.
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
It's nice to be back on.
Yes,
rather than just via the phone as it was the last time.
Yeah. Well, the configuration is slightly different, isn't it, as well, I think.
Oh, I don't know.
Didn't it used to be flipped? Used to be on the
other side. Right, yeah. So for context, the way we're set up at the table...
This is important. You can't enjoy the episode unless you know this.
Well, you need a picture. You need a mental picture.
Yeah. You know, I'm sure somehow we'll end up taking a photo.
I'm going to do it now, actually.
So
keep talking.
Oh, okay. Live. Oh, God.
Yeah.
We're doing things live.
It might have to be a video, because if I'm going to be in it as well.
Yeah. Is it multimedia marketing? Or whatever it's called, where it's like... we said we took a photo, but now you can actually go and find the photo.
I think that's just life, isn't it? I don't think that's...
No, but it's like when you watch a film...
One thing consequenting to another thing.
Yeah, like in a film when it's like, oh, there's this website.
Yeah.
And you go online and there's the website.
I guess. But this doesn't really offer any content, really, does it?
No, this is pure filler.
Yeah. Smile, gents.
Okay. Hello.
There you go. All right, I just took a picture.
Beautiful.
It was very strange freeze framing that moment as reality just continued. I know that's how it works anyway, but on a podcast I hadn't had a dimension to it.
Yes.
So, you're back for the 60th episode.
Yes.
Special episode. Yeah?
Yeah.
We're not going to do anything special, are we?
Oh, no.
Well... It's going to be a pretty busy episode.
It's going to be busy.
Yeah. I've come back on and they've decided there's 300 things to talk about.
Well, you've come on. It's nice, really, because there's been a large gap between episodes. Well, no, actually, release-wise, maybe not so much, but for recording.
Yeah,
for us, it's been a long gap.
It's obviously the same gap, isn't it?
The same gap between release, whatever it ends up being.
Yeah.
Don't speak too soon. Same gap between releases.
Welcome to our listeners in July.
Yeah, it's like in the timeline of the podcast. If you just listened to episode 59, that was 2 months ago.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly. Even though...
In which Jordan makes a point about the fact that it's going to come out.
It was the only episode I've ever done that in.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, this episode will be released at this time, so let's make that... we have a context now.
Yeah, the only time that Jordan's like, right, it's going to come out on the 28th of February... And it comes out in April.
Yeah. Well, we got busy.
We did.
A lot's happened.
Yeah, we did. Well, we didn't get busy. We found ourselves occupied.
Yes.
No, we didn't do. We did. We fucked. No. Yeah, we made a film. So Jordan was editing that. Therefore, this completely went on the back burner because we had priorities.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're back. So should we just jump into the coming up?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Coming up. Eddie, you say it.
What, coming up?
Yeah, but say it again.
Coming up.
Brilliant.
We catch up on all of the films that we've missed.
And we also catch up on all the TV that we've missed.
We catch up with the Oscars 2022 and the Will Smith controversy.
We review The Batman.
And we, I suppose, review Sonic the Hedgehog.
Just be careful because you've knocked the table a couple of times already, so just be careful of that.
Look at Jordan already being a little fascist.
I'm like
fascist editor.
No, it's like.
I mean, I can't really help because every time I breathe in and out, my belly does hit the table. So.
Oh, so wants to move it across slightly. I got a bit more room than you.
Did you say it's etiquette?
Sorry?
Did you just say it's etiquette? Or it's
etiquette?
Okay, then I couldn't work out whether you were doing a pun.
For me not to bump the table.
No, I couldn't work out whether it was a pun based on editing or Eddie. Because it's etiquette.
Oh my god! So many layers.
Etiquette would.
Etiquette.
Yeah.
Etiquette. Okay.
You should start like a hospitality business, Eddie, just so you can call it etiquette.
Right. Last time I started a project, it didn't go very well.
No. Well, that's. So yeah,
That is,
didn't go very well.
no, that is true. Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
We got here.
We got here. You're welcome. Okay, so what do we think was the first thing we said was coming up?
Oh God, I don't know.
I guess we should just do the catch-up, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we've been We've been away for a while, and we've all watched various things.
Yes.
Some things that I guess we might have reviewed had this been on like a bi-weekly.
Yeah, they
thing.
probably would have been reviews.
Yeah, maybe not. Some would have been like mass, just a little mention.
Yeah.
But either way, we're not going to burden you with full-length reviews for all those.
Yeah.
So we're just going to do our little hoovering up other
Yes.
things we've seen and we want to briefly talk about. We've all seen some of the things. Most of us have seen just one thing.
Yeah, it's all over the
yeah,
place,
it's all over
yeah.
the place.
Yeah, the things
So-
we vaguely mentioned
Yes.
pre-recording,
Yes.
I think I've seen maybe one.
Okay. Well, tell you what. I would suggest just go in alphabetical order and then ending on the things we've all seen. But Jordan will say, so your stuff is last. So tell you what, I'll go in the middle, and Eddie, you can go first, and Jordan, you
Right.
can go last.
Okay, and I've got to do this alphabetically.
Okay, all right.
Um,
No, you don't have to list off the films alphabetically. We're into us.
Oh.
We are going alphabetically. Yeah.
Fucking
Well, we're not, but we might have done, but now we're not. God, what happened to us? This is. I feel like I'm on cocaine. That's what Eddie brings. Which is ironic considering my father calls you steady. Whenever I say I was with Eddie, he went, "Oh, steady," every single time.
it's just. I mean, I'm Steads or
Your Stads, yeah.
Yeah.
Stads, Steady B.
yes.
Like
Right.
Cardi B's very different cousin.
Yeah, twice cousins, sisters, auntie, uncles, brothers, sisters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caucasian once removed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
right. So
What have you seen?
the films I have watched. So Belfast. When I went to see that, for me that was like a 10 out of 10 to start.
Okay.
It's stripped down a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I will, when it comes to like the end of the year, rewatch, see what I think,
Okay.
and whether it still holds up in that sort of high regard.
We got a very high opinion of it.
Yes.
Okay.
I really enjoyed it. Mm-hmm. Boiling Point. Again, it's about, we're sort of saying like 9 out of 10. I really liked
Okay.
that. Really liked Stephen Graham. Big fan. Nightmare Alley. So when I watched Nightmare Alley, I was a little bit disappointed,
Okay.
but I like Guillermo del Toro
Yes.
and the weirdness. I like Shape of Water.
Yeah.
So it was different. I rewatched it. It my opinion improved.
Okay.
So I think it
My
gets
opinion approved of the film.
my opinion approved of this message.
My opinion approved my opinion. It's like that song, isn't it? I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in.
What the hell is that?
You heard that?
No.
Oh, it's like in, I don't know who sings it, but it's in The Big Lebowski, and then they
Oh,
it's
right.
in Fargo as well. They
Okay.
play Fargo.
Yeah. But yeah, my opinion improved.
Yes.
Of Nightmare on a repeat watch.
Okay.
Which I was sort of suspicious of, I think. Like, I expected it was one of those films where, like, I suspected, I was suspicious. I suspected
With suspicious mind.
that it was
Gonna be
improved.
all singing, all dancing today.
Well, you two, maybe, yeah.
Come on, Jordan, give us a.
Go on, sing.
Am I
one
really
more
going to have to be the one to, like, no, guys, we need to stay on track here?
thing. Wait till we get a Sonic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it would be a film that would improve, because that was, like, one of the major criticisms that... Did we both have that criticism, Sam? Where it was like, it's a film of two halves. Like, the first half is kind of meandering.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and then when you like going back to it, knowing, right, okay, I understand the context, it might improve it.
One of the things I would imagine, like, being disappointed in the first time is it's not, like, as Del Toro as other Del Toro things.
Yeah, and so that was a thing.
So if you're going in after that knowing, well, it's a simpler, more streamlined,
Yeah.
I suppose it would be easier to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, that definitely is the takeaway there.
Okay, I'm also curious about Bell, because, like, Boiling Point, like, yeah, I think you probably have the same opinion as us and, like, most people that have seen it. It's just, like, it's one of those films that, like, it just, it hits people the same way, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, Belfast, I'm curious as to why your opinion of it was... Only because I didn't care much for it, and you liked it, but you weren't, like, thrilled with it?
I just liked it.
Yeah.
I was,
So I'm curious as to why
not
it sort of
touched
ranked so highly for you.
I don't know. I think because it's kind of just like it's about a point in time, but it's not actually. You're just seeing the family, the people.
Yeah.
It's not about what's going on in the background.
Yeah.
Um.
Is it me, or do you also have an affinity for black and white?
Yes. Yeah.
Like
that
black and
is
white.
that is crucial.
Okay.
And
all right.
coming of age. I feel like you like films with like young actors.
That's the thing, more and more, because I used to hate them.
Yeah.
Like,
okay, right.
Like, is it like Boyhood?
Sure. Yeah.
Wasn't a fan of that.
They're doing another one of those.
Oh, really?
Well, kind of. Richard Linklater is doing another film that will be filmed over 20 years.
Right.
With Blake Jenner and
Christ.
Jonah Hill's sister. What's her name?
Ginny Hill?
No. Hill's not her surname.
Okay.
Booksmart Girl.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah. What's her fucking name?
Beanie
Feldstein.
Beanie Feldstein.
Beanie Feldstein.
His sister?
It's his sister, yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah. Beanie Feldstein and Blake Jenner. But the only thing is, like, okay, well, we'll see, hopefully, what that is. But Richard Linklater is, like, in his 60s.
I was going to say, how is he, like...
Man is going to
Is he
die
that
before that
confident
film
he's
is
going to
finished.
survive?
I mean, it's nice that he's confident. It kind of weirdly makes me think, oh, yeah, like, maybe I'm not going to die at 50. Like, maybe I will. But still, don't start a 20-year project when you're 60.
No.
Start thinking of retirement when you're 60. Anyway.
But yes, I very much, like... It's not technically this year, but I watched The Tragedy of Macbeth when it came out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big fan of the black and white.
Yes.
Little bit disappointed in the film.
Yeah, it's not a great film. I thought the best thing about it was, other than the cinematography, can't remember the actress's name.
The Witch.
The Witch.
Yeah.
She was fantastic.
So, yeah, her and then...
Catherine Hunter is her name.
Yes. And then Denzel Washington for me.
Yeah, and he was good.
I thought Frances McDormand was really shit.
Well, I read one review that said, or maybe heard it, where it's like they're doing individual performances in their own films, and they're kind of performing them at each other. You don't really feel relationships. I know Shakespeare can be, because of the language, very hard to, but it does just feel like they're all doing their own little performance and we stitch it together.
Yeah, well, because I relate it to, I saw like the stage version where it was Branagh and Alex Kingston.
Right, yeah.
And they work so in sync with each other really, really well.
Yeah.
And you kind of want that, even though there is conflict between Macbeth and Lady Macbeth.
Oh, they've got to be, like...
And I didn't buy it.
No, I didn't buy it. But yeah, I thought Catherine Hunter she looked like a crow.
Yeah.
She contorted her body to look like... brilliant.
And who is she in Harry Potter?
She's the neighbour. I can't remember the character. Mrs. Fig?
Yeah,
like that.
Mrs. Fig in Harry Potter.
Okay.
In Order of the Phoenix, the one that's like, come on, Harry, I'll get you out of the underpass.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. I don't know if she's that northern.
But yes, no, she's the witch, and she is very good.
She's very good.
But yeah, other than that, I saw Don't Look Up.
Ugh.
Yeah.
We did one of those films that we thought, oh, we'll watch that to review because it'll be funny. It's not even worth.
No, I was
laughing at.
So disappointed. I thought it was really dull.
I think I got to the title card and I was like, I'm sure I have other things to do.
Well, I was talking with someone the other day and we were talking about, this is going to be 4 hours. We were talking about, like what attracts you to a film. Like, the person I was talking to is like, it's literally not a film person, whatever I'm interested in. I'll watch, I don't keep up with film.
Yeah.
I said, well, yeah, I mean, I'll watch anything really that's well reviewed or whatever. And even some that aren't, as we'll get on to. But, generally speaking, the thing that excites me about a film is the writer or the director. So it's very few actors that they're in it, I'll watch it. One exception would be Daniel Day-Lewis, because he does so few. Well, it must be worth it. Sometimes is, sometimes isn't. But also, after that, I would say maybe DiCaprio. Like, generally speaking, if he's in the film, it's not going to be a bad film. Now, I would say.
Yeah.
Until Don't Look Up.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like,
did that rule hold until Don't Look Up?
Well, no. Like, after a certain point. I'm not saying all of his early films.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah. No. But, like, after, I don't know, working with Scorsese, like, right, if he's in the film, he's going to be good at least.
But that's the thing, like, take The Revenant.
Yes.
I'm not massive on it, but he is good in it. He's not the film he should have won an Oscar for.
No. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's undeniably a worthy film.
Yeah.
It's one of those films.
Well, I remember seeing it in the cinema, and when the credits started rolling, there was just like a heavy silence throughout the cinema.
Yeah, reverent.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and it was one of those films you're like, all right, it's earned that at least.
Yes. It's an experience. That's the thing. With his films, Birdman less so because there is more substance. Like the script is really good for Birdman.
I'm a big fan of Birdman.
Yeah, it's really good. It was the 10th favorite of the.
When we did the list, it was my 10th favorite.
Okay, has it gone up or down?
Down.
Okay. Well, it's with like
partly to blame.
The film Her. Yeah. Oh, because you like that so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. With Gravity, with I would say 1917,
Life of Pi.
Not so much with Life of Pi.
Let's say, the films you just mentioned, 1917, I like the most.
Yeah,
but I like war films.
Yeah, my point is though that they're experiential and they don't
yeah.
necessarily hold up to just like watching it on the TV.
Well,
Like you're really going to be in the mood for it.
Like Dunkirk is like that.
Yes, I would agree.
But I like Dunkirk.
I like Dunkirk as well, but I'm rarely in the mood to, I'll stick Dunkirk on. It's like, yeah, those films that they're really hyped when they come out will win awards, directing Oscars, but then like The Revenant now, I don't fancy.
No.
It is. It's like a roller coaster. You go on it, you enjoy. Oh my god, that was intense. Reverent silence, and then it's like. But I know what to expect. I know. I've done it now. I've been on the roller coaster.
Yeah.
I don't have to do it again. Anyway.
Yes. Tangent.
Anyway, Don't Look Up was shite. Yeah.
Yes. And I only watched it because when we talked about it, like I can't remember if it was on like a Skype or something like that.
Yeah.
And you were like, yeah, nah. Yeah. You're not going to want it.
Yeah.
And then my sister and her other half, to them, it was like the best film they'd seen in years.
Right.
Now, me and my sister, we have very contrasting films,
Yes.
you know. But I was like, okay, they're so over the top. And then, like, there were other people that I sort of knew who'd watch, and they were like, yeah, like, you need to watch. So I was like, okay.
It seems to me that the people I've talked to about it, either like, yeah, it was alright, or were like, what a pile of shit, including critics and everything, but it inexplicably was up for all the awards. That's the weird thing about it.
It's that climate change film.
Because it's that kind of film.
Yeah.
Even though I don't think anyone would go up and say this is a brilliant piece of cinema. No one would say that.
Except myself.
Except your sister. But yeah, either lukewarm or just like... disappointment mostly is I really expected a lot out of that. But Adam McKay is just kind of... Like that. The Big Short was decent, and he directed the Succession pilot, which is great, obviously. But everything else, I think he recently said actually in an interview, I fucked up with Vice. Like it wasn't balanced enough.
Okay.
Well, all right, that's something.
Yeah.
But he's a very didactic filmmaker, political, like going from Anchorman to The Big Short and that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Don't Look Up. There seems to be one every year now at awards. One that is like really mid-range level of
Bohemian Rhapsody, of course.
Bohemian Rhapsody, Joker.
Yeah. Joker, yeah.
There's always one that gets Best Picture.
I would say, but then things like Joker, I think, aren't we in the minority in our opinion of Joker?
Well, not critically.
No, I suppose not.
Well, what is it? Probably like in the 60s or the low 70s?
Maybe, I'm not
It's not like
sure.
a very well-reviewed film.
Do you want me to look it up?
Sure, why not? Hey! Eddie's back to look things up. Don't look up. Again, I think it just felt like a film that was worthy. Same as Bohemian Rhapsody.
68.
Oh, 68, right.
Okay.
So, but yeah, most of the people I talk to, they do like it, yeah. But the first question I always ask, and I don't feel like it's a wanky question, is have you seen Taxi Driver? Because if you haven't, I completely get why you like it. But like it is one of those things. If you've seen Taxi Driver, you will not like it as much because it's just doing Taxi Driver.
Yes.
You know.
And like Joaquin Phoenix is very good.
Yes, but he's always very good.
But he is always very good. And there are roles he's far more deserving of an Oscar for.
The Master. Well, that's the rule with the Oscars. You never win. Her, yeah. Never win for the roles you deserve. That's the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, okay. Let's quickly go through my amendments. So, Apollo 10.5, A Space Age, Childhood or Adventure, based on if you live in America or here. For some reason, it's different. It's childhood in America, it's adventure in the UK.
I thought we were past this.
Like, why that?
Yeah.
Anyway, brief summary. It's a Richard Linklater film. It's a sort of coming-of-age story based on his childhood growing up in the 60s. And, you know, it's very autobiographical. A lot of it is about the moon landing. And there's a fictionalized element where the US government have designed a capsule, but it can only carry a child. So the main character is selected to go up and land on the moon again.
Okay.
It's a very kind of not triumphalist, but, you know, a very, punch the sky, feel-good film. It's rotoscoped, and I thought it was very good.
Okay.
I'd recommend that.
Okay.
I watched Jackass Forever.
Why?
Because it's well-reviewed.
Is it?
Very well-reviewed, yeah.
Oh.
So I thought, well, okay. I mean, and the thinking behind it was it's weirdly bittersweet because they're all older now and there's the sense of like they're still getting up to the same shit. And it's like they haven't lost their youth. And I'll be honest, I didn't really get much of that from it.
Oh, I was going to say, grow the fuck up.
Well, yeah, like I was never a fan of Jackass.
No.
I mean, you can't help but like kind of admire some of the things they're willing to do to themselves. Not admiring like, oh yeah, you should do that.
Okay, yeah.
But fair. Like, okay, that took guts or whatever in a stupid way. but it's way too testicular.
Right.
And it's like they're way too obsessed with their dicks, and it's just not my cup of tea.
No.
But I thought it was okay, but I didn't get the nostalgia bittersweet.
That sounds like something that like you bring to the film as an audience member. I guess it's interesting that so many people have.
Oh yeah, like very well reviewed.
Yeah.
So I saw that. I saw The Novice, which is a film. I think it's a debut director about a girl that goes to university and she wants to be a rower. And it's a bit whiplashy, like she will do anything to get to the top, like pass out from working out too much and all that. And it was really nicely directed, nicely acted and everything. I'd recommend The Novice. I think I recommended it to you already, Eddie. I saw a film called The Outfit, which is written by the bloke and directed by the guy, I think is his directorial debut, Graham something Moore, the bloke that won the Oscar for the Imitation Game. Not the Intimidation Game. His directorial debut, and it's basically about a tailor played by Mark Rylance in Chicago.
Yeah.
I can't remember the decade, but it's like mobster era. And they frequent his store, and one of them ends up getting injured, and the film kind of takes place over one night where he has to sew the guy up, and then it all the consequences spiral off of that. Quite interesting, nice little chamber piece. Doesn't break the mold, but Rylance is decent in it.
I was to say, yes, because I knew, like, of it.
Yeah.
Because it's Mark Rylance.
Because it's Mark Rylance, yeah.
Is he one of those, like, if he's in it, I'll watch it for you?
Yes, but because he was in the play Jerusalem.
Yeah, because of his theatre work, which what I've seen is amazing. On film, I'd tell you, doesn't translate. He's not a bad actor, but he's just like another actor on screen.
No, but he won for Bridge of Spies.
Yeah, which he's fine in.
He's fine in. I do like him in Dunkirk, but he's not doing anything particular. Like,
no, he's never done anything. He's not. Yeah, he's not remarkable on screen. But I thought he was decent in The Outfit.
Yeah, like I like him in Trial of Chicago 7.
He's really good in Trial of Chicago 7.
Yeah, I really liked him in that. Yeah, but I mean, it's a completely different skill set, isn't it? This is something that like it's not that big a revelation, but like now that we've done a film with a guy who's mainly done theatre work, he's done like film work as well, but I think theatre's what he prefers.
Yeah.
We've seen it up close now, just like how you can see him like. Right, I have to shift gears. I have to do it differently.
I mean, do you know Jerusalem at all? Well, we might have talked about it. I don't know if you know.
No, I think it's safe to assume that my theatre knowledge is really broken.
No, but like Jerusalem is like quite he's a big character. It's very over, which is not the kind of people he plays.
No,
he
does the opposite on screen.
Yeah, it's really,
on screen he's quite subtle.
It's very dialed down.
Yeah, well, there's that rule you have to like rein it in for screen performances, but he's gone full steam ahead on that. Yeah. Instead of just making it smaller, he plays reserved, like doing nothing characters who just kind of, especially in Bridge of Spies, it's like a Gary Oldman, Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy type performance, isn't it?
Exactly.
Like, less is more. Anyway, so The Outfit, I saw a film called Playground, which I think you would particularly really like, Eddie.
Okay.
Which is a Belgian film about a young girl that starts at a new primary school and her brother's already there. And, it's that thing of, like, don't talk to me when we're in school, like, it's not cool or whatever. And she sees he's being bullied. She tries to help, so she tells the teacher the bullying gets worse. She tells her dad the bullying gets worse. It's a very simple film, but it's very, very well directed. It's kind of all shot from a child's eye view. Like, not literally, it's not POV or anything.
No, but
it's a bit like Son of Soul, where you're behind her a lot.
Yeah.
At her level. You're not looking down on her. When adults are in the scene, you're looking up at them. It's
like an over-the-shoulder more than
kind of over the shoulder. Yeah, it's. But I really liked it. It was weirdly.
I think that was on the list.
I think it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah. And then finally, I saw a film called X, which is a horror film.
A24.
Yes,
I've
A24.
seen this advertised.
It's good.
Oh, is it good?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about a group of people that are making a porn movie in the 70s in Texas. And kind of all throughout the film, it keeps cutting to like a black and white TV of this minister going like, Jesus and hellfire, all that sort of thing. And they've like rented this farm because they're doing like a farm set porno with the milkmaid and all that kind of thing. And an old man and woman live in the farmhouse. And the old woman's clearly... It's what's known as the psycho biddy subgenre.
Right.
A mad old woman killing people.
Ah, right.
And she clearly like
That's
resents...
a thing.
It's a thing.
Oh.
I guess like... what's that Sam Raimi film? Drag Me to Hell? Where it's like an old woman... it's like a witch in that.
I
you don't remember that?
No.
Anyway, so she like resents the youth and beauty of the porn actors.
Okay.
She's like, I miss my... They're like... not just old, they are cartoonishly old.
Right.
You know, they could be like 120. They could be vampires, like sagging everything.
Oh,
and
okay,
just-
okay.
And it's a slasher, basically. But for what it was, I thought it was really good.
Okay.
So I recommend that. I think that's everything I've seen that you haven't.
Okay.
So do you want to do yours?
All right. Okay. I guess in the spirit of slashers,
Sure.
I saw Studio 666.
Okay.
Did you see Studio 666, Eddie?
I have not seen Studio 666. No.
Don't fucking bother. It's all I have to say.
Not good.
No, it's like the Foo Fighters have like created their own fan film. It's really weird. Yeah, it's basically like it's like a fictional. Well, yeah, it's obviously fictional, but like it's sort of like inspired by true events, but it's like, you know, a fictionalized version of that. So they're recording their 10th album. Dave Grohl is sort of going through writer's block, but he's initially in denial, and he's just like, oh, nowhere that we can record is like ideal. So they send them to like a recording studio in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
And he ends up becoming possessed by the spirits that live within the house to compose a piece of music that will open a portal to hell. And while they're composing the music, he's like killing off his band members.
So taking a leaf out of like Tenacious D's sort
It's that kind of thing.
Yeah. But
Well,
that's
that
the thing.
didn't
'cause-
work well for Tenacious D.
Well, that's the thing.
No.
Like, because you know, Foo Fighter music videos, which they've done alongside Tenacious D as well. Like, was it Learn to Fly?
Yeah.
That was one of them, wasn't it?
Jack Black's in Low.
Yeah, Jack Black's in Low, and obviously Dave Grohl is the devil.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
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 So yeah, they've done like, you know, sort of fun, quirky
Yeah.
filmlets before in terms of music videos, and it really doesn't translate here.
No.
Oh.
It's weird because like Dave Grohl is the villain effectively, but he's also the only character in the film. All of the other band members, they're just fodder.
Well,
like,
it feels like you said, like it's like they've done their own fan film, right?
yeah,
It's like an SNL skit almost.
Yeah,
isn't it?
kind of.
It's kind of the thing that I haven't seen it, but what it sounds like to me, everyone loves Dave Grohl. It's like not only is he
Yeah.
a great drummer and Foo Fighters are good and everything, but he seems nice and funny.
Yeah.
He's funny, and he's funny in music videos, and he seems to have a good sense of humor and everything. But that doesn't necessarily mean you should have a comedy film.
no,
Or comedy bait, you know, a film with a lot of comedy in it,
Yeah.
with him as the vehicle. It does feel that someone, oh yeah, Dave Grohl's funny, isn't he? Oh, wouldn't it be funny if there was a film where, like,
yeah.
we have a friend.
Just slag this friend off.
Yeah,
are
yeah.
you?
Naming no names.
No, you know who it is. That would love this film. That would just love it on its concept. Oh my god, Dave Grohl, it's like a horror thing where he's killing.
Yeah.
It's going to be so hilarious. And would love it, whatever the quality of it.
Has he seen it? Do we know?
No, I don't
I think he wanted
to
to
go to the cinema
yeah.
to see it.
Oh.
Yeah, thank
No.
fucking God we didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I like Dave Grohl, but I don't really want to see and I imagine the rest of the Foo Fighters can't act for shit.
Oh no, they can't. Is it Pat? Is that
Pat
one of
Smear.
them? Pat
Pat
Smear.
Smear.
Yeah, the rhythm.
He is like Razzie worthy. He's
What?
awful. It's like one of the like.
Yeah.
It's rare that I see a performance and immediately go, "That is one of the worst performances I've ever seen."
Well-
It's awful.
Whenever I see him,
Because it's
though-
like it's student filmmaking level performance where he's
Right.
always got this kind of like crooked smile, like he's not even pretending to act. He's just a guy like being recorded.
But there is something alien about Pat Smear, like at all ages, because he played with Nirvana back in the day. There's something about him. He just has a weird, like Chigurh almost quality to him. Like he's always
Yeah, I don't know where he's from.
no, yeah, I don't know where he's from. He's always kind of vaguely smiling, smirking, like what's he doing?
Yeah,
And he just has a weird face, and he dresses weirdly, and he's just an eccentric guy. I can't imagine him being normal. But I feel like I've seen interviews with him where he is.
yeah,
But he obviously he just has a gurn.
yeah.
that
He's,
kind of-
yeah,
he
he,
can't get rid of.
doesn't look good on camera.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
when he has to act. Yeah, and like most of the comedy, I guess it's derived from like the band bantering, but it's basically Dave Grohl does a thing and the band just kind of like share
Dave.
knowing looks and like, oh Dave, and that kind of shit. The kills are like fine, but like the first kill, a guy gets like electrocuted by the mixing desk, and there's like digitally added burn marks into the wall, which are very, again, student film quality, where it's like, that's a plug-in that you've stuck to the
Yeah.
wall.
So is that the point though? Like, it is the point that
Well, this is the thing. Like,
it's so bad that that's what they're going
that's
for.
the thing. I went into this thinking like, oh, this isn't a real film. And the film knows this isn't a real film, so it's going to be fun. But it does think it's a real film.
Yeah, there's a window. There's a window. If a film knows like you'd lean into that more.
Yeah.
Like Garth Marenghi style. Like
Yeah.
you'd make it like really.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Whether-
meant to be amateur.
Like it's found footage, so like they're recording each other.
Right.
It's like you kind of play into the concept with it.
Yes.
Or you just make it like batshit. Like there's just all this crazy stuff going on, and it's not. It's just like a pretty vanilla slasher.
Does he have any credits outside of acting in the film, Dave Grohl, or any of them? Are they all producers or?
They're probably producers. He's definitely got a story credit.
Oh right, so he literally just this would be a cool idea, and someone wrote it.
And someone wrote it.
Okay, that's baffling to me because if someone came up with an idea, I want to make a Foo Fighters film where it's like a horror comedy thing, and they agree to it, that's one thing. But if he's involved, clearly it's his baby.
Yeah.
Like he didn't direct it or write it, but it's his thing. I mean, does he not have money to put into it? I mean, why is it so cheaply made? I mean, he's a multi-millionaire.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, it could be that sort of thing where he's had this idea in his head, he's gone, right, this.
Yeah.
And then it's, he's gone, right, well, I can't write the script.
That's fine.
I've got the story, but he's then bought it to this, and then it's just been shithoused.
Well, the thing that is quite weirdly disheartening about the fact that he has a story credit is it becomes a vanity project.
Yeah.
Especially...
Which is why I said, it's like a fan film.
Yeah.
Their own fan film that they've made.
Especially considering he didn't write it. If he'd gone to the trouble of writing it at least, it's like, well, he's put the effort in.
Yeah.
But he literally just it's like Steve Jobs, that Bill Burr thing. It's like, I want to get all my pictures on this phone. Get on it!
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so that was like I wasn't expecting it to be good, but I was still very disappointed. So I wouldn't recommend it.
No, fair enough.
What's next?
Okay.
Item 2.
Item 2. What else have I seen that you have? Have you seen The Hyperions?
I have.
Oh shit! Well, why are you watching all this stuff?
And I've seen Turning Red.
And you've seen Turning Red.
I think all the films are done except for the ones we've mutually seen.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Should we start with Licorice Pizza?
Yes.
I was going to talk about the Cuphead show.
Oh.
Well,
I was going to do TV after, but we can do that now if you want.
I don't know what's happening. What is the system?
All the films, then all the TV.
Okay.
Yeah?
All right, okay.
So
are you following, audience? Because I'm not.
Well, it's quite simple. Eddie tells us the films that he's seen.
Yeah.
Then I do, then you do.
Okay.
And we do the same for television.
Okay.
But what we're doing is interspersing that with the films that we've then seen.
Because I was here when that plan was conceived and I wasn't aware of it.
Yeah, but George, you're retarded.
We've had 60 episodes for you to accommodate for this.
And yet... I'm just trying to make...
I feel like I've come back and you have immediately gone to insulting him the way you did when I was on it previously. I'm not saying that's not changed, because it hasn't.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Licorice Pizza.
Yes.
What did you think?
I honestly don't have a good answer for that.
Okay.
Because I'm still trying to make up my mind.
Because it's a Paul Thomas Anderson film?
But so this is the thing. I'm trying to decide whether I like it, whether I'm trying to force myself to like it because it's Paul Thomas Anderson, or whether I didn't like it and for some reason I just can't admit that.
Well, no, I understand that. I mean...
Because I was disappointed.
I don't think I was disappointed, but I didn't expect greatness, because The Master was his last great film for me. I'm not a big fan of Inherent Vice, and I'm not a massive fan of Phantom Thread either.
No, Phantom Thread, no.
Yeah, so... I was like, well... It is what he's entered a new realm of his career now.
Yes,
and I prefer the earlier, middle period and early period.
You preferred his first album, yeah?
I like Boogie Nights, Magnolia, that little era, and then all Punch Drunk Love through to The Master. They through to And There Will Be Blood. That's all of his films. And Hard Eight, which I still haven't seen, but yeah. So I'm not major on him, but there were things about it that I liked.
Well, this is the thing, because, the relationship is weird.
Yes, it's a Paul Thomas Anderson film.
Yes, because do you know about the age thing about the film?
Well, they look young. I don't know how young they are.
Right, so she's in her 20s, he's a teenager.
Yeah.
In the film or
In the film.
Oh, in the film, okay. Not in real life.
I think he is in his 20s in real life, the kid, but I can't remember.
Yeah.
He's old, he's older than you think in real life.
He's 21 or something.
Yeah, but in the film he's 15?
I think he's...
Yeah, it's 15 and 25.
He's a child actor, isn't he?
Yeah, it's 15 and 25. Somehow for a child actor, he has all these businesses he runs.
Yes,
and, which, I like the idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, they have, this weird relationship, and it is weird because he's 15 and she's 25. So I don't know if that, irked me out in some way.
Okay.
It seemed a bit odd. Like,
Yeah.
like even if it just been 16 and 26, I think people, because
No,
I've seen people moan about the age thing.
I think that's intentional, surely, though, isn't it? Like, he likes creating uncomfortable, is this alright? Situations.
Yeah, and also, like, because it's based on, like, people he knew and his, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like, I don't know. It's like... It's
and
like,
also, to be fair, it's not like they fuck or anything. You know, it is like...
There's a kiss.
There's a kiss. He's in love with her. She's like, you're a teenager. Obviously, that's not going to happen. And then they grow close over the film. And,
Yeah.
Yeah. And they fall in love, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm weirdly, like, okay with it. Not like, they should have a relationship, but, like, two people falling in love. He's 15, she's...
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's fine.
I think I came in with higher expectation than maybe I should have done.
Yes. Well, she's the one that's had all the praise, other than Anderson.
Yeah.
Been nominated for all the awards and everything. I thought he was better.
Yeah.
I really like... It's Cooper Hoffman, Philip Seymour Hoffman's son.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then, like, you've got Bradley Cooper, who got... What was the award he got nominated for?
I think it's Screen Actors Guild.
Supporting actor?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's in it for what?
He's barely in it, but I gotta say...
7 minutes?
I liked him when he was in it.
Oh, yeah. But it's the thing, because it's in the trailer.
Yeah.
Where he, like, has the, like... He's between the petrol cars or something, like does the thing. And you're like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
But yes, no, he is good. Is it very different from Nightmare Alley?
Yes. Well, it's just it's not intuitive. Like, you wouldn't think he would do that.
No.
That sort of performance. He's just kind of a bit manic and a bit, like, borderline violent. And,
but yeah, he's in it for all the 7 minutes and got a Screen Actors Guild supporting actor.
Yes. He's Bradley Cooper.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. But yeah, so I liked him in it. I liked Cooper Hoffman. I thought the film was okay. I mean, like, gorgeously shot and everything, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, like, on a...
Like, the waterbed thing does, like, the fact that he makes a business out of, like, selling waterbeds.
Yeah.
And, like, does it initially on the cheap.
It's a very Paul Thomas Anderson detail.
Yeah.
Like, just a weird thing that a character does, you know?
Sean Penn's in it.
Sean Penn crops up in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a biker.
As a biker.
I can't, because I think he's playing someone real.
Yes,
because Bradley Cooper is playing someone real who was dating Barbara Streisand at the time.
Right. Is he playing Chris Christopherson, or is it an analogue of Chris Christopherson?
It might be something like that. I can't...
Yeah, and Tom Waits is in it as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, you get like a few like real people and stuff like that. People like Tom Waits being it. Yeah, it's...
Oh, and all the Haim sisters.
Yes, so so Alana Haim is the lead.
Yeah.
And for her family, they just decided... Because it's like her parents as well.
Yeah, it's all the Haims.
Yeah, her family in the film is her actual family.
High women and the Haim men.
You got all the Haims. You got...
The Haim men.
Anaheim.
Anaheim. Go on, carry it on.
all the Haims.
All the Haims.
I like that he had that gambit in his head. Like that's been brewed for at least 2 minutes.
I believe that was Stuart Lee.
Yes, that was actually a reference, Eddie. If you were more cultured, you would know.
Well, fuck you. I come back for one episode, and this is what I get, George. Fuck you.
We're back.
But yeah, so it's an odd thing. Like as I say, I can't decide if I want to like it, but I just it sits in a website. I think I need to rewatch it.
Well, I've sort of stopped doing that with myself. Like, I want to make myself like it. My reaction is my reaction. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm never going to love it. I might watch it again and see things, but I thought it was okay.
Yeah. Well, I think for me, and there is a sort of maybe Belfast and Boiling Point aside.
Yeah.
Like when I've seen a lot of films, I've been really disappointed.
Yes.
On a first watch, but then I've like watched something again and gone, actually. You know, other than Last Night in Soho, which had the opposite effect, which is the more I watched it, the less I liked it.
Beat you to that, Eddie.
Yeah. But yeah, like James, I've been disappointed a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know if
that's age. I
no, I'm saying, I don't know if it's like because as I say, I've not watched enough new films this year.
Have I changed or have the movies changed? That's what you're asking yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
I think a bit of both.
Yeah. To be fair, since I was like last proper episode, like the films I sort of watch are quite different. I feel like Black and White and Old was always there, but like I say, I watch more international stuff now.
Mm-hmm. You're becoming more cultured.
Yeah.
So on the next episode, you can get Stuart Lee references.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
Because that's how you get Stuart Lee references, not by watching Stuart Lee, but by watching Belgian films.
Parasite. Yeah. Okay. So we're both like, yeah, it was fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a glowing recommendation, given the anticipation leading up to it.
No. Especially the fact it was winning all like screenplay awards and stuff like that. It
Yeah.
felt like because it was very original. Yeah, it was one of those screenplays.
Okay.
It was winning original screenplay because it was original.
Yeah.
Because it was kooky and kind of and he never won. Anderson's never won stuff, but
he didn't win the Oscar.
he didn't win the Oscar.
No.
What did win the Oscar? What won best film? Coda won best film, didn't it? We're going to talk about this. We don't even know what the fuck it was.
Yeah.
But that one adapted. So what won best original screenplay? Oh my god, what films happened?
I mean, I can look it up.
Oh my god, what won original screenplay?
I don't know. It wasn't Don't Look Up, was it?
It wasn't Don't Look Up. That might have been nominated though.
Belfast.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, Belfast won best original screenplay.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
At the Oscars?
Yeah.
Oh, that's boring.
Yeah, but what was its competition, though? What was its competition?
Don't Look Up,
Licorice Pizza.
King Richard, Licorice Pizza, and The Worst Person in the World.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about the Hyperions?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the main reason I suppose I watched the Hyperions is that it was the second Daily Wire film.
Yes. Have you seen the first?
No, I haven't seen the first. That I don't know. I mean, that seems like a pretty standard. It appears on Netflix one day in the recommended, and then it sort of disappears after that.
Yeah.
Hyperion seemed a little more idiosyncratic, I suppose. I suppose. I didn't really know what it was. I wasn't really sure what it was doing. Well, it caught my attention weirdly because of how cheap it looked.
Yeah.
When he was advertising it, I thought it was like a new YouTube series that he was starting because it looks like a YouTube thumbnail, but no, it was like a feature film. It's kind of got like a Wes Anderson-y vibe to it. It looks like it's going for that sort of thing, but it's a lot cheaper.
Wes Anderson meets like 60s, 70s cheap.
Yeah, like Thunderbird era kind of the way that they used to make things, and also just like the type of stories they were telling. It's very Thunderbirdsy, but also shot like a Wes Anderson film, but also they don't have the budget to do a Wes Anderson film.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it didn't land. I mean, it does have a unique look.
Yeah.
But he sold that to me really well as a concept, and then you went, it didn't land.
Oh no, yeah, like on paper it sounds really good, but it just it doesn't. It looks cheap.
Yeah. It really. It's got that kind of like. It's not even like the Tooth Fairy, where it's that sort of like flat studio lighting.
No,
it's like cheaper than that, where it's like it's lit, but it's all kind of overlit almost.
It can all be written off as that's its aesthetic. That's the gimmick, or that's the.
And I do think the cinematography, as in like the framing, I do think it does a good job of making the style feel deliberate.
Yeah,
there are moments where the budget constraints are given away.
Yes.
Quite spectacularly or unspectacularly. There's a moment where the final fight is about to happen. We're setting up the final fight. This is the cool moment before the final fight, and the final fight happens off screen.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like a real disappointment.
There was genuine a moment while I was like the disappointment set in
it
there.
really was as well, because they were like really because it's kind of like it kind of jumps around, but the thrust of it is they are robbing a museum. Right?
Yes.
So it's sort of like a heist that's unfolding, and during the heist you're getting flashbacks to different characters' lives. So you're sort of learning the dynamics of all the people that are involved in the heist. Yeah. And the people that they're robbing and everything like that. So you have this big like cathartic moment where like the guitars are ramping up and they finally get like they're superheroes. They have like they've got like things that give them superpowers, and they finally got them in their possession. It's like we're gonna battle. And you kind of hear it off screen. It's really disappointing.
It's a Liam Neeson film. Yeah. I want to call it The Wolf?
The Grey.
The Grey. Yeah. Builds up, and then...
It cuts as he's about to have the first fight with the wolf.
Yeah, I suppose a bit like that, I suppose.
Yeah.
But no, I do think, I think the camera work does a good job of like, no, this is kind of what we wanted.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, whatever the budget was, I imagine a lot of it went on... Not that it's like an A-list star, but I've never known how to pronounce his surname. Carrie Ewells, you know?
Oh, okay.
The Princess Bride guy.
Yeah. Hyperion Man.
Hyperion Man, the guy in Saw, you know, he's done
That's the thing, there's a guy in it that kind of talks like this.
Yeah.
That kind of era, that kind of...
He's supposed to be like professorial narrator of 60s... like action spy sort of.
So if he does what Jordan does, he should take up ASMR, because that would go down wonderfully.
There's like multiple instances where they kind of show you like basically like PowerPoint presentations of him explaining things to you, and then they're kind of like, again, that sort of shows the budget where it's like, here's a slideshow explaining stuff rather than you seeing
Yeah.
it. But it's kind of nice.
It's not without charm.
Yeah.
It's not without charm.
No,
But
that's.
Yeah.
I think that's what helps it. It is charming,
Yeah.
and I also like the spirit of the film.
Yeah.
I think that saves it as well, because it's about, like, at the end of the day, it's sort of about a fractured family coming back together,
Right.
like kind of repairing bonds that were shattered like years ago. That guy that we were just talking about, who has that kind of 60s like voice to him. Like in any other film, he would have been like the evil patriarchal male that was like, because the people who conducting the heist, it's like a woman and a black guy. So it's like, oh, he's like the white father that like ruined their lives and everything. And it like initially feels like it's going in that direction. And then you kind of see the flashback that sort of shows you why he treats them the way he treats them. And you completely get it. And it kind of redeems. And like everybody kind of gets redeemed. And that's really nice. It's like everyone's a bastard and everyone gets a chance to be redeemed.
Yeah. Well, that's what with a Daily Wire production, that's the point, isn't it? Is that it's going to be apolitical, or like, you know, its themes and its messages will kind of universally resonate.
Yeah,
you know, you're not going to get modern politics shoved down your throat. So that's nice. But again, I'm still not over the Daily Wire thing.
No, it's still like you still think of it as like, oh, this is a Ben Shapiro film, even though he's probably got nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be a while if ever they shift that, right?
They got to make a load.
I said to you, why don't they just like release it under a different name?
Yeah,
it's not Daily Wire. It's just they have their own like production arm,
brand awareness, you know, and also just that. Like the point is, you come here if you don't want Hollywood politics shoved down your throat. You know what I mean?
I guess.
And you associate it with the show. I mean, in time, they probably will, right?
They probably will, but at the moment, I do feel like it would be working against the film. Because people who don't agree with Ben Shapiro will go, oh, that's a Ben Shapiro film.
So I would have thought that, but Shutting got good reviews.
Okay.
It really surprised me, because I thought, however good this film is, it's going to get slammed.
But how many people saw it, do you think?
Well, yeah, not many.
Yeah.
But the ones who did, they weren't like... You know, it's not Matt O'Shaughnessy from the Christian Inquirer.
Yeah.
It was Jenna blog from fuckyouwhitey.com.
Right.
Like, you know, the normal critic. I say normal. Just your normal pile of critics.
Yeah. Pop critics.
So, yeah, I thought it was okay, but very limited.
Yeah, I kind of wanted more from it, but I'm also, like... I still remember it, you know?
Okay.
It's disappointing that it didn't quite, like... It's not quite...
It was really trying to be, as well as idiosyncratic, iconographic. It was doing that thing of...
Yeah.
It's like a comic book, so you're going to remember the panels. But you do a bit. Like, I'll remember him, how he looked in the film.
Yeah, and his performance.
But other than that, not really.
Yeah.
Like, because he's the only, like, name face in it.
Yeah.
Like, all the others, you've never seen him in anything before. So, like, I can't even remember what they look like, really.
Yeah, I would say, not to jump back to Licorice Pizza, but what you're summing up there, that's what...
That's what you feel about Licorice Pizza.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh God, is that going to be the theme for the year? Just like, I saw this film. It's all right, I guess. It's just
Isn't that the theme of the podcast?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Okay, let's move on to Turning Red.
Okay, Pixar's latest thing. Have you seen it, Eddie?
I have not seen it.
Okay.
I will be seeing it.
Okay. I wouldn't dissuade you.
Okay.
Would you dissuade Eddie?
No, I wouldn't dissuade you.
I would say, actually, I think it was on your list.
It was.
I would say... I feel we keep saying this, maybe for context. Sam sends me a list of films every so often that he recommends, so that I don't just sit and watch shit.
Keep you
just keep watching Ice Age over and over again.
Yeah, so I'm not just sat on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Turning Red was on there.
It was on there. It was on there. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, look, it's like the animation. I think the animation's pretty good. The direction and the way it's put together is really good. I feel like, in general, there seems to be more... Maybe since Spider-Verse, maybe since slightly before that. Like, remember there was like an era where just kind of like studio-produced animation, it was all in the vein of like Pixar and Shrek. Where, regardless of how fantastical the imagery was getting, the animation was always really grounded. Like, if there was a camera actually occupying that space, what we're seeing is what the camera sees.
Yeah.
It's kind of very, like I said, very grounded animation. And then obviously like Lego Movie came along, Spider-Verse came along, and it's like, oh, these are completely unique look and style. They're doing completely their own thing. And I feel like that's bleeding into normal studio fare now.
Okay.
Like you still got films on the side which is sort of like, again, completely unique, like Klaus and Wolf Walkers, where
Right.
it's like, I haven't seen a film that looks
Sure.
like this before.
I did like how Wolf Walkers looked as well.
Yeah, it's
Really
very
big
like,
fan of that.
yeah, you kind of look at that and go, right, that's unique.
Yeah.
Like, I won't remember the film, but I'll remember how it looks.
Watch The Blue Room. I'm not going to say anything about it. Just watch
Blue
The
Room.
Blue Room. Yeah. Was it The Blue Room?
Is this the equivalent of like someone who's like, oh, you know, I need to listen to something when I'm going to sleep, and I go, oh, listen to the Matt Berry relaxation podcast.
No. It might not be...
There's a Matt Berry relaxation podcast.
Oh yeah, you should listen to it. You should listen to it when you're trying
Well,
to
I'm
fall
not going
asleep.
to now.
You
Gave it a glowing review in no words.
It's one of the most disturbing, unsettling things you'll ever hear.
Yeah. But it's like framed as like a relaxation podcast, and then it's just not relaxing at all.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not The Blue Room. I just remember that's completely... I think it was out the same year, so I've confused them. I think it's called The Wolf House.
Okay.
El Casa del Lobo.
Okay.
Yeah. What's that?
Is this like My Skin Will Destroy You, or what was that film? The Flesh one?
Oh, in The Flash?
In the Flesh, Eating the Flesh.
The one where he makes a brother and sister fuck each other while he wanks.
Yeah.
And he comes over them.
Is
and
it one of
see
those films?
No.
Okay, what are you watching?
Anything that's well reviewed, Eddie.
That was well reviewed.
Unbelievably. Yeah, this is like years
You
ago.
can Google that online and get it for free.
Yeah, it was Mexican, all right?
God knows what they're up to over there.
That changes things. I'm interested now.
I feel like it was 2015. I think it was called In the Flash. It was like a weird Mexican horror
We
film.
Are the Flesh.
We Are the Flash, yeah.
Okay.
Exploitation movie, like shock movie sort of thing, you know, where it was... Yeah, he literally, his brother... It's like post-apocalyptic. He makes brother and sister, like... He lives in this weird cave, and they come in, and he makes them fuck each other while he wanks, and you see him come and pass out. As you do.
Cool.
And then it just gets progressively more disgusting, and then the big twist, fuck it, I don't give a shit, is like it becomes like this total hedonistic bacchanal, like, and yeah, where they're all fucking and drinking wine or tequila probably, and
They're all just drinking tacos and
drinking tacos and snorting burritos, and then one of them leaves and walks out onto the street, and it's just a normal Mexican street. Like, oh my god, all of this wasn't the post-apocalypse. It was like this fucking house or whatever. Horrible. No, it's not like that, but it is quite disturbing. But it's a very unique animation style.
Ooh, I might actually have heard of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like horror.
It's horror-y, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of drawn, it's like real-time draw. You can see the drawing.
I do. Okay, I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it.
Yeah.
I might check it out.
Yeah.
But no, the point I was making with the animation was it does feel like studios they're being a bit more experimental with their animation now. They rather than doing like grounded, again, like if we were filming this is how it would look animation. They're kind of leaning more towards like graphic novel animation.
Yes.
Turning Red has those moments where it feels almost like an anime.
Expressionistic.
It's very expressionistic.
Yeah.
The Bad Guys, which I've seen trailers for.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's like a big studio thing, which is basically just this like group of animals that are like, you know, they're criminals and they plan heists.
Yeah.
But they have to turn good. Richard Ayoade's in it as a hamster.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
That
it's going to be film of the year.
I think I've seen trailer for this.
Yes. Yeah. It looks.
I vaguely remember seeing something where Richard Ayoade is a hamster.
Yeah. It looks all right. But that's got very like clipped, like kind of graphic novel-y sort of animation to it. Puss in Boots, The Last Wish. I mean, I used Shrek as an example,
right?
Of like grounded animation, but like there's a moment in the trailer where Puss in Boots is like fighting a kaiju,
right.
Of course,
and he's running across the rooftops, and he's like animated on twos, and there are like speed lines behind him. So it's like that's becoming like the standard.
Yeah,
like,
they're kind of throwing everything at the screen, sort of thing.
Yeah, they're kind of changing the way like standard animation is now.
Yes, the thing I've noticed about Pixar is that you know that thing of like every film would be, what if toys had feelings? What if bugs had feelings?
Yeah.
Like it was like a universe.
Yeah.
They've like gone down to very individual stories, like personal story. You know what I mean? Like like Onward and isn't Encanto Pixar?
Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah.
Encanto fits that.
Yeah,
that mold.
Encanto, Onward, Soul. It's like even though that has a universe kind of ness to it, it's like a story of a guy. And it's like they're letting, I won't say auteurs, but they're letting the directors and writers tell a very personal stories. So this Turning Red, I think, written by like an Asian American.
Yeah, I think it's the first. It was touted as like the first all-female
Right.
Pixar production,
Okay.
or at least like most of the creative heads were female.
Right.
And it's about periods.
Yeah, which like is
Cool.
that okay?
Turning Red.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah. I mean,
No, I know it's okay in the sense
that.
that like, well, if anyone was going to talk about periods, I guess it should be women. But like,
Oh, no.
is it okay in the terms of like, oh, it's the first all-female Pixar film? Let's talk about periods.
I don't see why not.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
like,
feels a bit like, like, oh, we're going to talk about this.
To be honest, that feels very 2022 to me. Like that's.
are you
that's
saying
what
like
get.
reducing women to periods? Like
Yeah, it's
that's
like,
a way of looking at it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it didn't come from on top, did it? It wasn't like we want to film about periods, women get on it. It
Yeah.
was they wanted to do a stuff. I honestly, I've been talking a lot about periods. I think it is like I don't want to get all woke on this. I don't want to be the guy to get woke on this podcast.
Yeah.
It is like the thing, the big thing, other than pregnancy, obviously. That like it's just not part of our world. That is a part of women's life,
And
like a massive.
Yeah, I
you know.
wouldn't deny that for a second.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
like I worry that if this was like something that was orchestrated, it would be criticized. It's like, oh, you brought women in to do like the period film.
it'd
I know
be-
there wasn't, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, you know,
It'd be the opposite, wouldn't it? It'd be, oh, thank God we have women doing a film about like normalizing.
Yeah. Which.
I'm actually genuinely, again, I don't like the feeling that I'm being taught a lesson that we'll come back to.
yeah.
But I'm okay with them kind of trying to make a film that like, normalizes periods. Because the thing that strikes me about it, men, oh my God, I'm the white knight on this episode. Men are very like icky with periods. Very still, it's like, don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
It's so normal. Like every woman has it, basically.
But that's what's
Yeah.
weird about it. It's so normal to half of all the people.
Yeah, more
To
than
everyone
half.
else, it's like
Yeah.
one of the most alien things.
Yeah, there's such a divide.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with like making young girls okay with like
Yeah.
it's what you go through, you know. It's
Yeah, like it's something where the only time I got a vague understanding of like how much of an issue it could be
yeah.
was in a relationship when I lived
Yes.
with the person, and
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
like, right, okay, yeah, I will just leave you alone for a week.
And that's the thing, it's
Yeah.
not even, like, my understanding of it, it's not even, like, a universal thing. Like,
No, it's not.
Every woman has...
A different thing.
Yeah.
It's not like everyone has a different thing, and it can be different month to month.
Oh yeah, and there are obviously
Like,
there
Yeah,
is-
it's not even, like, a consistent, like, okay, I have to deal with this at this time.
It's meant to
Yeah.
happen like what, every 28 days?
but it can be early, it can be late.
Doesn't even happen every
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Like that's you know, we don't necessarily, we don't get that.
No, it's so idiosyncratic
Yeah.
to each woman.
So yeah,
Yeah, no, I feel it is like a massive gap. Like generally, I'm broadly speaking. Let me phrase my words carefully here. Anti-modern feminism,
Okay.
right? But like I was listening to Jermaine Greer, who was not, is a feminist in the modern age, but I wouldn't say he's a modern capital M modern feminist.
No.
And she was talking about how we basically know nothing about like a lot of women's health issues, like about sudden infant death syndrome and like various period issues and nothing.
Yeah.
We just know nothing about it because the research hasn't been done. And that was like the one instance where I was like, that's why feminism is required. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
there are still gaps.
Because even if it's not that men are deliberately ignoring those areas, it's like they're not even considering them.
Well, I
Because
think
it's so because
yes,
it's not
men
something.
just-
it's
men
just
aren't-
not on your radar.
Yeah, men aren't interested in it. Like I'm not saying actively like, oh fuck them.
Yeah,
Just
well,
the
that's
why
my
would
thing.
you? Why would
that's
you?
what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
even
yeah.
if it's not like an active thing, it's
Yeah.
just like because we don't experience it, we didn't like.
It didn't occur to us
didn't
to
occur to
study
us.
it.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like, and I will butcher the way you say this, endometriosis.
That's right.
Yeah.
Endometriosis.
Right. I had no idea. Obviously, I'm using that as an example because
Yeah.
the writing I'm doing in the background,
Right.
one of the characters has it.
Okay. Yeah.
But I had like no idea. But I now know like 3 people, and it's very horrible. Like,
yeah.
it's really not a.
I know someone with endometriosis. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really not nice at all. People,
Okay.
You can often be in pain, and it takes years to diagnose.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
One of my friends, it took 7 years
yeah.
to diagnose it. It's really horrible.
At the risk of sounding like I'm trying to one up you, have you heard of human statue syndrome? I think it's called.
I have not.
Okay, it's basically your muscles turn to bone. It's
Yeah,
like,
but this isn't a woman thing, is it?
no, this is like, yeah.
No, but
I'm talking about women's health issues.
No, I know.
I've come back. I'm getting an education. I'm like,
No, it's only because you were talking about like horrible conditions, and it reminded me. It affects like 1 in every 2 million people. It's very, very rare, thankfully. But there's no cure. Your muscles turn to bone. If you have the bone removed, the bone just grows back faster.
It's like Wolverine.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna look this up.
You basically, you just kind of like you become bone and you can't move, and it's horrible. It sounds like the worst thing. Endometriosis sounds bad too. I'm not trying to
but
like.
That's the thing. Again, like it wasn't even on my radar. That was the whole point of that.
Yeah, it just doesn't even enter your.
Yeah, you know, I suppose something like turning red, bringing that in that.
Yeah.
You know, bringing that to the forefront.
I always say, like, whenever it comes up, you know, the person talking about it, it's like, oh, I wouldn't trade being a man for anything. Like fuck would I?
We've got it so easy.
We have it so easy. Like, genuinely. I don't want to go down this road because we are going to sound like people I would hate. But no, it is true. It is true. Like,
you're going to listen back to this and be like, what a bunch of wankers.
I'll say the N-word later.
Balance it out.
Yeah, balance it out. No, you know, genuinely, yeah, like fuck would I trade it?
Yeah.
Like, absolutely not. Because I asked, like, is it... Obviously, because you can try and, you know, time it and you know when it's arriving and everything. But it's still kind of capricious and whimsical. But it's like, but do you like? Does part of you get used to it? Like, well, you get used to the fact it's coming, but whenever it hits, it's a fresh hell like every time. You know?
Yeah, well, it's like I have a friend of mine who is very contented oversharing, who like sat there and was going, well, like I had cramps this time,
yes,
then I didn't like. You know, you sort of go, I didn't this. You know, I only craved ice cream for a fucking week.
It's just random things that you just wouldn't like. If you had no knowledge about it, which we basically all do, women included, like we just don't know anything about it, you'd think, oh, I get, you know, like obviously various vaginal issues or whatever.
Yeah.
Stomach pain. Okay, yeah, I make that connection. But it's things like spots. Like get spots on the face and it's like, oh, how? What's that got to do with it?
Yeah. The acne gets worse. Like
it's like hormonal, isn't it? Hormone imbalance and everything. But it's just so bizarre.
Yeah.
And yet it's not. That's the point. Well, it's not bizarre. It's
yes, but I was to say not to obviously name the ex.
Yeah.
But like her depression used to get worse.
Yeah.
Like exponentially worse.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was always fun to do. fun to be around.
I always love tiptoeing that thing of when you know, and they've said they're on their period. But you kind of go, and they'll be in a horrible mood, and you have to avoid going. Do you think maybe it's because you're on your period, or, like really delicately.
It's such a. I don't think that's. You know, as I mean, we have it very, but like I always think when you're kind of coming into that conversation and you have no idea.
Yeah.
That sort of I always sort of equal that and sort of equate that to someone not knowing about like anxiety or something, going
right.
Just calm down in it. You know,
what are you anxious about?
Yeah, like what are you anxious about? You know, don't be.
What are you depressed about?
Yeah, don't be sad.
Yeah,
you
walk it off. Or go have a walk. Yeah.
So then, like, when you go into this, it's like, do you think like I don't want to say.
Well, I equally resent that attitude of you couldn't possibly understand. Like, well, I'm asking you questions. Like, I want to try and understand. Just like, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with like men. I would ask my girlfriend everything about. Like, I'd want to know as much as I could about it.
Yeah.
I don't know, so I'm asking you. Do you know what I mean? So I really don't like that attitude of like, oh yeah, we have it so much. I know. Yeah. I know you have it worse.
No, well that was like...
Help me out here.
Like being in a relationship, it was like, right, what, like, I can walk around and do whatever, make the flat nice.
Yeah.
Right, what do you, like, what can I get you? Like,
right.
You know, as I say, my friend has a thing like ice cream when she...
Yeah.
You know, right, I'll go and do that. Like,
yeah.
You can do that bit.
Yeah. But mostly you just have to put up with the beatings.
Yeah.
So turning red.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all right. You know, it's fine. I thought the script was decent.
Yeah. How do you feel about? I know it's like you can't tell this story without kind of treading into that territory. But how did you feel about the fact it's like a 13-year-old girl, and we're seeing her like getting like swoony over boys and like
that's fine.
Twerking again, you know, twerking into the camera and stuff like that, and being all fine. Like I'm flourishing, I'm being all, you know.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, it's not like sexualized, really, is it? It's
No. Well,
I would say
no.
at this point, twerking is like
yeah, it's not just that. I mean, like there are loads
there are
of like
10-year-olds
stories.
doing it on TikTok. Like
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
not okay. It's
no,
uncomfortable to see
no,
that.
but that's the point is that's what people have done. That, you know, it's the norm now.
That's what they do. Yeah.
Yeah,
you
so
know,
something
it's
like that in a film, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with like swooning over, but I mean that's what any like coming of age film. It's like a 9-year-old boy
It's what you do.
infatuated
It's what
with
you
a girl.
do when you're 13.
Yeah, exactly. No, I didn't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that it?
Nor did I.
Did you? Did you have a problem with it?
No, well, I like there were moments where I just felt a bit because I think it's like a it's not an experience I went through. Like I remember thinking watching the films, like I don't know if this film is gonna last. Like obviously, like that the subject it's covering will always be relevant, even though it's dealing with a very specific like part of a person's life.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking back to like most like the great Pixar films and how they're like those films grow up with you.
Yeah.
Like take Finding Nemo for example. You see Finding Nemo as a kid, and you're like, "Oh, a talking fish! I like it because it's a talking fish." And then you see it like when you're slightly older, and you're like, "God, the writing in this is incredible." And,
Yes.
and then you see it as a parent, and it becomes a horror film. Like it's sort of like like whatever phase of your life you're in, it's relevant.
Finding Nemo is a very good film, though.
Yeah,
Yeah. Post, I don't know, Up, maybe Toy Story 3.
yeah.
None of them have a timeless quality to them.
No, and this certainly doesn't.
You got to factor in our age because you're talking about the cutoff of when we were like 15, 16.
No, and yeah.
So it's
and
like, but like that being factored in, I would still maintain, no, there is something characteristically different about all these films that they will not, in 20 years, still be talked about. It's not Toy Story, it's not The Incredibles,
No.
it's not Finding Nemo, it's not Up, you know.
Yeah.
So, like, for me, of like the last 10 years,
Yeah.
Inside Out is the like.
Actually, yeah, that might be the cutoff.
But let's say that's like the one where I'm like, alright.
Yes, that's
Because I
that's
like
the
what they,
standout one.
I like what they did with that.
Yeah.
Genuinely watched that today.
I liked Toy Story 4, but that is not in that camp.
No.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think the thing with Toy Story as well, though, is that if you told me Toy Story was a trilogy, I'd be like, yeah cool.
Right.
I remember Toy Story 3.
Yeah.
You tell me it's a quadrilogy, whatever Die Hard used.
Yes. The Die Hard quadrilogy.
Like, I'd be like, oh yeah, there is a fourth one.
Yeah.
I think that's the really... Because I don't have an issue with Toy Story 4.
No, I like it, but it's...
But
yeah.
it is easy for me. I think it's easier for me to forget there's a fourth.
It's
Yes.
the problem that plagued most of the like later Pixar sequels, where it's like, okay, but we didn't need this.
Right.
Finding Dory, like we didn't need Finding
No,
Dory.
Finding Dory, like, I liked at the time.
Yeah.
I think I got the DVD. Like, it was good. But
like,
it's
Cars
not-
2 is like
yeah.
the unequivocally bad one. It's like, right, what is this? But like even Cars 3, because it's about like in Cars 3, Lightning McQueen is basically becoming Doc Hudson. He's like outdated and he's kind of like at the end of his career. It's like thematically it carries on from Cars, and it's all right, but we didn't need it.
But as I said, like they spent ages doing Incredibles 2.
I was going to say...
that as well.
That was, like, okay.
Yeah.
But it's, again, like...
Oh, also Monsters
that was-
University is like, I don't
Yeah,
get why
no,
that was
no.
made.
we don't count that.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, Incredibles 2, like, it was set up.
Yeah.
And yet they spent so long
Yeah.
at, like, getting it done. And didn't they do... Was it both or one of the Cars sequels in that time?
Oh, both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
All the Cars films.
Yeah.
Every Cars
That's
film
what,
was
yeah,
between
so, like,
Incredibles
you got
and-
all of those in that time. And yet the Incredibles 2 was, like, the most, like it, you know...
It didn't learn the lessons.
Yeah.
And
That's what
yeah.
he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and then, it came out and it was very disappointing.
Yeah. Okay. Are we done with Turning Red?
Yeah, it's fine. I won't dissuade you from watching it.
Yeah.
There are certainly a lot of things to like about it, but it's not like we're done with that, right? We're done with the whole it's not Pixar at their best.
Yeah.
Like
they have been at their best
Pixar have
for
a
a
new
while.
best now.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's different. It's evolved now. It's
Yeah.
Yeah. It's diluted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Should we do the TV shows now then?
Oh, okay. All right, TV.
Right, Eddie, I'm assuming you don't have anything to talk
right.
about.
Basically, the only Doctor Who is the only thing.
Oh dear.
Yeah. It's
Do we need to? Can we quickly just nip that in the bud? Because I
Okay,
do
well,
not
we-
want to talk about.
Yeah,
Doctor
we all saw Doctor Who.
It was
sounds
shit.
like.
It was shit.
I keep forgetting how shit it is.
Yeah.
Like I know
It's
I
a
don't
fresh
like
surprise.
it. I know I don't like it, and I know that it's not like what it used to be. But like when I've made criticisms before about like the cinematography, for example, of like I get that it's like it looks more cinematic and everything, but it's still not like great cinematography.
No.
And then like the fucking one of the first scenes in this special, the Sea Devil special we're talking about now, the Easter one.
Yeah.
It's a shot of like the Sea Devil swinging his sword at the camera, and then it fades to white, and then it cuts to a person like as they're falling over, but it's like they cut too late, so they're sort of like falling out of frame like too quickly.
Yeah, it was bad.
And it's like the editing
It was
in this was awful.
It's bad on all levels. Like
Every level.
Yeah, like I didn't think it was well acted.
No,
I didn't think it was
nothing
well written.
redeeming
No,
about
she now is bad. Like, I could put up with her sort of at the beginning a bit, but now...
But then it's like you've got the next, like the final thing for her.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched the next time thing for it.
No, I didn't, no.
So next thing, they've got 2 like classic companions in it.
Right, yeah.
Bradley Walsh is back for it.
Okay.
It's weird
Like-
that they've like brought back, because 7th Doctor companions, right? Ace, and there's another one as well.
So one's the 7th Doctor, one was Tom Baker's.
Oh, okay, Tom Baker I get, because like, everyone likes the Tom Baker stuff. But yeah, they're like bringing back a Sylvester McCoy companion. I
Yeah.
don't know how well liked Ace is, but it does feel like, all we can get is like...
Who's alive?
yeah. But it's like, she's from like the bad classic era stuff.
Right, okay.
You know? People don't like Sylvester McCoy, I'm right
Not,
in that.
yeah, not really, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Whittaker's bad.
Yes.
Yaz is bland. Really fucking bland.
Right, Eddie, answer me this.
Yes.
Is Yaz the most remarkable woman in the universe?
She's not the most remarkable woman that was probably on that set that day.
No.
Okay. I just want to check if I've like missed something.
No.
No,
She's
well,
dull as
but
fuck.
the thing, right? The relationship side of that thing got shoehorned into 13 when it didn't exist for 2 series. So
Yeah.
and they've tried. We'll see, and then they've tried to make it like, this was there all along. It's
Yes.
the dynamic duo of the 4 that originally were in it. Like, no, fuck off.
They tried to eke it out.
Yeah.
Like, but that scene with her underwater, I wanted to gag. I really wanted to be sick. And it was just really horrible. And I was saying to you, Joel, like, the idea of the Doctor being quote-unquote gay, it makes sense because so with each regeneration, it's like a slightly different personality, but it's fundamentally the same organism, isn't it, right? It's the same, for lack of a better word. No, I have the word, Time Lord. It's the same person / Time Lord.
Yeah.
So, it would make sense that the Doctor, as a woman, would be gay, because the Doctor's attracted to women, right?
Though you're coming at it from the perspective of the Doctor started as a man, whereas we now know the Doctor was originally a woman.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so fine, the Doctor, whatever it is, likes women.
Yeah.
So the Doctor is a gay woman that then became a straight man.
Yeah.
That's now gone back to being a gay woman. But there's been speculation that, like, you've said, let's see if they'll accept the female master, and then maybe they'll accept the female Doctor, whatever. So the thinking is the next Doctor going to be gay?
Right, okay.
And because it's Russell T Davies, a gay man, especially with all the Alexander, it's a sin and all.
Yeah, and he is like linked.
He's one of the favourites,
Yeah.
But that doesn't make consistent sense, because you can't have a gay man be the Doctor. It can be a gay woman or a straight man, because there's no inkling that she is bisexual, is there?
No.
The Doctor is... Doctor likes women.
Yeah, although all they have to do is just say, oh yeah, I fancy a bit, and like that's her character now, But that's the nature of having a character that changes so much is that you can just change anything you want about them.
But that was the whole point with Chibnall's thing, wasn't it? It was like, we're going to retcon it in a way where it's really inclusive. The Doctor's been every which way, but then suddenly decided to be men 12, 13 times in a row.
Yeah.
And all exclusively straight. But
And
they've got to do.
And like the earlier men, slightly misogynist as well.
Yeah, it's mad that it was accurate for the 60s, but not
Yeah.
Turns out that if you'd have gone to the 50s, the Doctor was black, gay, and like. But that's the thing they've gone through. But the thing with like Whittaker now is the way that writing has gone, and particularly the acting, and I thought it was horrific.
Yeah, I agree.
I now look at this and I go, okay, I didn't think the idea, it was always going to be an experiment.
Yeah.
Because of obviously how consistent it had been in its approach before that. I feel like they've now made it so that you go, yeah, that's not worked.
Yeah, well, a show that's run
Or you
for
think they're trying to deliberately like draw a
Well,
line?
no, I don't mean deliberately. I think the way it's gone, like that is what I not necessarily want to, but that's what I pull from it. I go, yeah, that's not worked.
Yeah, a show that's run for almost 60 years now, right? The next year.
Yeah.
It's going to have jumped the shark, isn't it? Right? it's going to be inconsistent. It's going to be all over the place, especially with its premise. But even within the reboot, if you just take that, like 13 seasons into something, are they great 13 seasons of anything? But I was
The Simpsons didn't even have a good 13 seasons.
No, I was watching it just thinking like, this is 13 seasons in, and it's not like it's a soap. Like, it has that element to it because things change and, oh, fuck it, rewrite and all that. But soaps, there's an understanding of, while it's kind of nominally serialized, like the characters ongoing, it's all the same reality.
Yeah.
The Doctor Who's a lot more, it's supposed to be narratively serialized. It's supposed to be one ongoing story, essentially, that's very episodic, and episodic across iterations and across writers that have like a different concept for it. It's juggling a lot of very disparate structures, if you like, within itself. And that's complicated. But I was watching it thinking, 13 seasons in, and this is where you're at. Like, the stakes are not infinitely inflating. That's impossible anyway. But it's just like a novelty episode. It's a pirate ship and it's these fish things. Do you know what I mean? It's this is the best you can come up with.
But that was the thing,
13 seasons in.
Yeah, because like the Sea Devils, because they were a like classic thing and they were quite liked, and even though they weren't used.
Well, this is the thing. This is like my whole family sat down and watched it. My sister and my mother have both sworn off Doctor Who until Russell T Davies comes back. They're not interested at all. Like, I didn't even watch season 13, so I'm pretty much there as well. But my dad loves the Sea Devils. Like, since it came back in 2005, every season it was like, I hope they bring back the Sea Devils.
Yeah.
And they brought them back, and I was like, I was turning to him and I was going like, so is this like when the pirate ship shows up and it's like floating in the sky and the Sea Devil like teleports? I turned to him and was like, so is this Sea Devil stuff? And he was going, no.
Yeah, no.
What are they doing?
They completely changed them, and it was But the ultimate conclusion of that was it was shit.
A protracted nipping of the bud, but it was shite.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll quickly rattle through some of the things I've been watching.
Okay. Rattle on.
I will. Atlanta hasn't finished yet, but it's still being Atlanta, equally inventive creatively and annoying politically. Julia, show about Julia Child, Sarah Lancashire plays her, I think is quite charming. David Hyde-Pierce playing Niles, because you really can't play anything else. But it's a nice, it's kind of the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, Gilmore Girls dialogue vibe, which I like.
Okay.
Slow Horses, which is a Gary Oldman-led kind of espionage thriller, but with a comic bent to it. It's like they're like a section of MI6 that are shite.
Okay.
Like, it's not like it's not like Johnny English.
Yeah.
Like, it's serious. It's essentially about like a far right white pride group that kidnap a Muslim dude, and they're trying to find him, but they're inept. And they kind of, like, Gary Oldman plays like a sluggish, kind of laconic, chain smoking. It's kind of like an inverse George Smiley.
Right.
From Tinker Tailor.
Yeah.
He looks greasy and just kind of odious. But that's pretty good. Minx, which is about a fairly radical feminist for her time in like the 70s in California, who agrees to run the first porn magazine for women, aimed at women.
Okay.
And like it's the friction between her, who's very passionate and very ideological, and wants to what?
Oh, the friction between her and
and wants to, not everything's a pun joke. She wants
be
to
honest with me, Sam. Did you watch this and X in the same night?
No.
Okay.
It's a TV show, Jord.
Yeah, but
I watch it week to week.
Okay. Okay. Did you watch? Did you watch X and then like an episode?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So
porn. Like, it's because they're both
porn. That's how ham-fisted your contrivance is.
Okay, right. I'm just saying, the last time we properly talked about porn on this was episode 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, there's been. We talked about it after.
You're coming back for episode 69, right, Eddie?
Well, I mean,
the whole thing.
Don't ruin it now. Like.
But yeah, anyway, so it's the conflict between.
Sorry, can I just go back?
Don't change that to cunt flip.
No. Sorry, just to go back, because you made the point about 69. Yeah. When we were looking up the stuff beforehand on the uploads on Apple Podcasts, it's 69.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is technically the porn special.
The porn special. It's about the conflict between her, who wants to write
the conflict,
the cunt flick,
conflict,
the conflict. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Good.
She wants to write like progressive articles. Like, she wants to make it
articles.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
He's
up.
just trying to get titles and puns.
I
in
know.
here.
Titles? Titles?
No. Stop. Cease. Eddie, punch him.
Seasman.
No. Stop. I will strike you.
They're not even good.
No, they're never good.
No, but that's what's funny about them.
Puns aren't good.
These are particularly like...
Yeah, particularly... Yeah, troubled.
I've missed this.
Oh, I haven't. Not this. Will you let me speak?
Yes, go on.
Okay. Are you genuinely going to let me speak?
Yeah. We're done. Yeah.
Okay. She wants to write these articles, and then Jake Johnson plays like the guy. Don't.
You can't throw Jake Johnson at me.
Don't. Just that's already there. You don't even have to do anything.
No,
with
I
that.
know.
Is that the dude that's a new girl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's good in it. He kind of plays the sleazy. He's like tried porn mags before. He's like, yeah, I'm with you ideologically, but that's not going to sell. We need like big dicks, pictures of big dicks. Do you want to try and make big dicks a thing, John?
Sounds like
You can't, can you? Hey. Don't know. Never seen it, and I wouldn't want to. I've never seen it. I've never once glanced. I don't have any idea. No, but that's like pretty good. I mean, again, a bit annoying, but it's pretty good. Our Flag Means Death, which is a pirate show. Bum pirate.
See, the great thing
is about
Eddie,
gays. Yeah, you've made me do it now.
Yeah, like all you have to do is make a couple of bad ones. And he does it for you.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. Yeah, it's about Stede Bonnet was his name, and Blackbeard. It's kind of like a comedy pirate thing.
Okay.
Starring Rhys Darby and Taika Waititi as Blackbeard. It's that team. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, and the big... It's kind of like a bromance. Like Stede Bonnet, he's known as the gentleman pirate, and he's friendly.
Right.
And it's alright, and his crew are kind of a ragtag bunch of, ruffians. And then Blackbeard comes into their... orbit, and we can't keep doing this for the whole podcast.
No,
but
we have to draw a line into this.
Yeah, and Blackbeard, he kind of sees them as, I've had my swashbuckling days behind me, I'm now going to settle down on this, like, easy pleasure cruise. There you're like, shut up, Fjord. And
Swashbuckling.
No, washbuckling. He was suckling. Yeah. And they form a friendship, and it becomes like a bromancy, like, like every American film, like Superbad, they have that vaguely homoerotic thing about them.
Yeah.
It becomes unvaguely homosexual. They fall in love, and it becomes a genuine gay romance thing.
Right.
Which a bit didn't like that. But the show overall is okay.
Yeah.
And then there's Severance, which is an Apple show with Adam Scott. He works for a company. I'm not going to say much about it. It's very minimalist. Very good.
I was going to say, I think I've seen a trailer.
Patricia.
For that.
Trainer for it. Patricia Arquette's in it. Ben Stiller directed most of it.
Somehow I've heard nothing but good things about it, but know nothing about the show. Like,
It's
no
one of those
one's told me
shows.
anything.
It has a mystery aspect to it.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's hard to explain. I don't really want to, but very good performances, very good concept, very well directed. Ben Stiller directed most of it.
Yeah.
After working with Arquette in Escape at Dannemora, which is a very good miniseries he directed.
Okay.
And yeah, I recommend that. And This Is Going to Hurt, which is Ben Whishaw. It's based on a book by Adam Kay, who worked as a...
I've been recommended the book.
Yes, the book I hear is very good. He's either a gynecologist, an obstetrician, something like that. He worked with fannies. And... like with the NHS, and it's about the horrors of working,
with fannies.
With fannies. And it's very good. He's very good in it.
Yeah.
It's good. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
All those, for various reasons, I would recommend.
All the shows.
All the shows.
Okay.
And so, do you want to do the Cuphead show, George?
Yeah, I'll talk about the Cuphead show very briefly.
Sorry, I did have one more. I lied.
Oh, no!
I lied. But I literally have one point to make about it.
Okay.
Moon Knight. Accent is shite. Carry on.
Oh, right. Okay.
Is it bad?
Yes, bad.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that friend that would have loved Studio 666 loves it. So that tells you everything you need to know.
Okay, yeah, cool.
That was great. The look of, like we brought it up when we were sitting at the table, and he looked over with, beaming, and he was like, oh, yeah, what do you think of it?
Oh, have you seen it?
Yeah. What do you think of it? And you're like, oh, it's fucking shit, isn't it? And you could see him just, break.
Yeah.
The joy just drained from his face.
Yeah.
Because he's like, oh, I've played my hand now. I can't back out of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the Cuphead show. Video game adaptation. Because everything is, all of a sudden, now. All the video game adaptations are being adapted.
Except Fallout, because it's not going ahead.
Oh, is it not going ahead?
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
Halo's happening, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Halo has happened. It's showing now. It's on.
That's what I mean, it's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, as in it's on TV right now.
Yeah, I'm not going to fucking bother with Halo.
It's not supposed to be very good.
No. I saw, like, the battle sequence from the first episode, and the CG doesn't look finished.
Oh.
Even by TV standards,
yeah,
it's, like, incredibly ropey, so I'm just not going to bother.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened with Fallout, but it's
also,
happened.
I've heard as well, like, a big problem is that they unmask Master Chief in the first episode.
Oh.
Which is, like, you put a character in a mask. Don't reveal him in the first episode.
It depends what they're trying to do, doesn't it? It's Pablo Schreiber, isn't it? It's Porn Stash from Orange is the New Black.
Yeah, and I think he's just unmasked now.
How long did it take them to unmask Mandalorian?
I think the season.
Toward
the end of the season.
Even then I felt like it was a bit too early.
Yeah.
I understand the circumstance. Like, I get why you did it in the context of why you did it.
Yeah, but even then, like that's like the earliest you do it there.
Yes. You right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Carry on in the Cuphead show.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so video game adaptation, probably, like, I would say one of the better ones, just in the sense that, like, it's a fine little show.
Okay.
10-minute episodes on Netflix. It's like 12 episodes, very short, like, you can get through it pretty quickly. It kind of maintains the iconic animation from the game, which is inspired by 1930s Disney animation. It's that kind of, like, rubber hosey, Looney Tunes, it's all over the place kind of stuff. They have sanitized it a little bit.
Right.
I'm not sure, like, how I kind of get it in the sense that it's a lot more easier to categorize if you take away some of the more mature elements. Because in the game, the premise is that Cuphead, the character you play as, and Mugman, they go to the Devil's Casino and gamble away their souls. And over the course of the game, you have to, in order to keep your soul, you have to collect souls from people who've gone on the run from the devil.
Yeah.
So it's like a boss rush game, basically. You have to defeat all these different...
Yeah.
Whereas in the show, they go to a carnival and Cuphead gets tricked into having his soul stolen by the devil by playing, like, skeet ball.
So it's Ghost Rider, basically, is it?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. So they've taken gambling out of it. Also, there's like a couple of bosses in the game where, like, you fight a cigar and you fight, like, alcohol, and all of that stuff's removed as well. King Dice, which is like the...
I'm surprised that's gone, because it's the perfect sort of thing for them to, like, shoehorn into something now where it's like, haha, fight, nicotine and...
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
do that
actually, that's
It's the sort of thing I'd expect to be in...
And like King Dice, who's like the devil's right-hand man who runs the casino, obviously themed around casinos. He's dice for a head. He just has, like, a game show. What?
Oh, I just found that funny. Carry on.
What?
The sentence "dice for a head." The phrase "dice for a head."
Like, he just has, like, a game show that, like, plays out on radio. So it's like all of like the gambling and the more, like, quote unquote darker elements from the game. A lot of that gets sanitized.
Is it showing the kids?
Oh yeah, it's definitely playing it down.
Oh, okay, right.
I would say, that's why it's sanitized down there.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They probably, like, thought, an animation like a bombastic animation like this, we probably should be aiming it towards kids, so let's, like, clean it up a little bit.
Yeah. Also, like, do we want kids begging their parents for the cigar toy for Christmas?
Yeah. So I kind of get it, but it does feel like if you hear all of, like, the interviews from the developers, they were saying that, like, one of the advantages of creating something that was inspired by, like, the 40s, like the music and the animation and everything like that, is that they could include a lot of those darker elements because, like, cartoons were more fucked up back in that day. They were all right being a little scary and kind of traumatizing kids a little bit.
Is this the point where we say the N-word?
Well, yeah, there's a
lot of that,
isn't there, like, Looney Tunes cartoons that were, like, pro-Nazi or something?
Oh, probably not pro-Nazi.
No.
Like, probably Falcon Leghorn's like, oh, rotten boy.
Yeah, pesky little... Yeah,
go on, finish your thought.
No.
I say segregation.
Give them their own bathrooms.
Different water fountains.
Good.
Get out of here.
Go on.
No, I was telling you to get out.
Okay.
With contempt. You good, Eddie?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, alright, you good. Yeah, like I said, because it's, like, short and fun, it's like you get through it. Sam, what is it? What are you doing?
Can we please call the episode I say segregation? Please.
I feel like we've had a couple of candidates already, actually.
Have we?
Yeah, I'll put it at the top of the list, but we'll see what else was thrown out.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
And may still be thrown out. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So you got me going now.
Such one on the thumbnail. Oh dear me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But now I'm gone. It's fine. Carry on. Right. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't think it is.
No, it is. It's fine.
You can't look at. You were looking over there.
It's
you
fine.
can't look at us.
Go on. If I laugh, I'll contain it.
Okay.
Proceed.
I don't know how we can. If you
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm deliberately like making myself think about it. So go on.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's an incredibly easy watch, and even though like it does change stuff. It doesn't do my OCD any good because like some of it is serialized, some of it is completely standalone. Like obviously the first episode sets up the premise that the devil is trying to steal Cuphead's soul because he feels like he's owed it. But that's only in like a third of the episode.
I was to say, yeah, if it's not doing the same thing like every episode, that would annoy me as well.
Yeah, because like the first episode you've got that where it's like, okay, that's the premise for the season. The devil is the main villain, and each episode is going to be like a Coyote Roadrunner thing where he's like setting all these elaborate traps to like get Cuphead's soul and failing.
Yeah.
Something like that. And then the second episode, it's like Devil's not even in it. Like a baby turns up on the doorstep and Cuphead and Mugman become its like adoptive parents as the baby's like trashing the house.
Okay.
It's that typical sitcom premise of like, look at these two characters who can't look after a baby.
Okay,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the devil doesn't show up until like a few episodes later, and then there's like a two-parter, and then it's just back to like individual episodes again.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, that would annoy me.
Yeah, so it's all over the place. The strangest thing about it, though, the final episode happens, and there's like a cliffhanger for season 2. And you're like, okay, like you've kind of done everything else at this point. I guess a cliffhanger for season 2 is like whatever. But season 2 is coming out this summer. The show was released in February, and they're doing the second season this summer.
I suppose it's an easy turnaround, isn't it?
Well,
Quick
That's still too quick for these days.
No, because like the animation, like the Cuphead game, like there's DLC that's coming out, I think, again this summer,
Right.
which has been in development for like 3 years.
Yeah, but game development and
Well, that's the thing,
animation.
because
the TV animation, once you've got stuff nailed, you just need to...
Yeah.
Kind of, but that still feels like an incredibly quick turnaround for a show.
Yeah.
We got to think
That's
like Family
ridiculously
Guy or like those big network animated sitcoms.
Yeah.
They run from September to May or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you've got June, July, like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
To like get production rolling. It's a never-ending job. It's just a job.
But this doesn't feel like a mass-produced show.
No, I know that, especially on Netflix because it's 10 episodes. Did you say?
12, I think.
It's 12 episodes.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, if they've nailed how they do the animation, it probably doesn't take them that long.
Would you release a second season so close to the first?
Only if I maintained that going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'd have to have like one in the summer, and then by the winter you're getting season 3 at like the start of the year.
2 seasons a year, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the only comparison I've got at the moment is Five Nights at Freddy's, because those are incredibly simple games to make. It was made by one guy, and he can make them in like no time flat. So the first game, the second game, and the third game came out in the space of like 4 months.
Yeah.
And then the fourth installment came out on the 1 year anniversary of the first one's release, or like just before it, I think.
Yeah.
And people got burnt out very, very quickly because it's cool that he's releasing it so quickly and he is changing things up a bit, but it's like we've just had this.
Well, with Netflix, people have only got themselves to blame if they have burnout because you don't have to watch it all.
Yeah, well,
in one.
this was going to be my question. Really, is that because it was released all in one go, so you could binge it. I think I ended up binging it a little bit.
Right.
Like I did it in like 2 or 3 sessions. Is this like the next logical step where season 2's only a couple of months away?
Not for all shows.
No, and I also don't think it's going to benefit Netflix, which is what I was going to bring up, because there was literally an article, I mean it's on BBC, but it was literally an article on BBC about the fact that they've, for the first time, properly lost subscribers.
Oh, they've buggered it up.
Yeah. And they've increased the costs.
Yeah.
That was always going to weed out some people. But it's the fact that it feels like people are actually getting fatigued now because the original stuff that they're offering isn't good enough.
Well, it's also just, all of their original shows, Midnight Mass was great.
Yeah.
But everything else, they've all been rubbish. All of them. All of the new original content's been rubbish.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've kind of taken it for granted now that people have Netflix, and they do.
Yeah.
It's not someone the other day. It's like, yeah, I'll admit, I only watch what's on Netflix. And I think that's true of a lot of people. It's,
but again, that's where things like Disney Plus come in. Because like so many houses I know now have Disney Plus.
Yes, that and Amazon, they're the two biggest competitors. Amazon Prime. But I just think as well with like energy prices going up and all, like people like, I'm gonna sacrifice Netflix. That's the thing I'm gonna.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, no, not in general. The weird trend that shows seem to be doing now is releasing half a season, say in January, and then the next half of the season in May or June.
Well, maybe that's what this is. Maybe this is
season 1, part 2.
Yeah,
it probably is.
But they're calling it season 2.
So I blame The Walking Dead for that.
Walking Dead, and then
Doctor Who even did that. Like, you know, towards the end.
Yeah, but like The Walking Dead, it is a thing.
Yeah,
they
do it.
Well, Better Call Saul is doing it for its final season, as is Ozark, as is Stranger Things. Like, it's a weird. They're just splitting it in two. I don't know why. But probably that, just to string you along.
I mean, Harry Potter may be a little bit different, but it reminds me of when they're
exactly.
They started putting, right, we're going to do Deathly Hallows Part 1 and 2.
It's weird that you bring up Harry Potter, though, because they're doing that with Spider-Verse, aren't they? The new Spider-Verse film is Part 1.
Yes.
Like,
I didn't know that disappoints me.
Yeah. Like, even Dune, which is a Part 1, didn't advertise itself as such.
No, it didn't. Which, the thing with that, though, is it was always the intention that it was Part 1.
Yeah.
So it's odd, but then I know it was like it's going to be like 2 if Part 1 successful kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of story.
But the whole thing was, like when the older version, the original like film version of it was made, they shoved it all into one, and that didn't do it.
But also, okay, it's different if we want this film to be. It needs to be 2, but we won't we need to see how successful it's going to be before we commission a second one. But I remember the days where you made a film and then it did well. I go, and okay, we'll make a sequel rather than this is going to be 3 films and 2 spin-off series, which the Batman is.
But that's the thing. Like, it's an expectation for certain things. Like Marvel, prime example.
Well, it's the MCU's fault. It's the expectation of world building of a universe.
That's the prime example. Is right. Sure, we'll have 3 Ant-Man films.
We need that.
Thor: Love and Thunder, the 4th Thor film.
Well, it's like there's already the intention that there's going to be another 3 Spider-Man films.
Also, how dare you not call it 4 Thor?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But
not
like
4 Thor.
Actually, I to be fair, based on Endgame, I'm more annoyed that there isn't an As Guardians of the Galaxy coming out.
Okay.
That's true. Actually,
I'm more annoyed at that.
Yes.
Well, we don't know how much they're going to be in it, really. They could just be, like, minor supporting.
They're in the trailer.
But this is the thing.
What's that joke, like, when you go to cinema, 1, 2, 3, Thor, whatever?
What's
like a ticket, 1 to see Thor?
Oh, right,
1, 2, 3, Thor? Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. But yeah, like, that's small scale for the MCU now.
Yeah.
This is their, like, all right, we've done the big films, let's do, like, a smaller one now.
Cookie indie.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you said it on the last episode. The worst thing that Doctor Strange can do is be good.
Yes. Yeah.
Are you done with Cuphead?
Yeah, like, it's fine. Like, it's probably a bit too young.
Yeah.
For, like, like, it is, like, aiming down. But it was fine enough. But yeah, the main thing was just that little, like, season 2's happening so soon.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I wanted to ask.
Okay.
But that is a trend you've noticed.
Well, seasons being split in half.
Yeah.
I could see that. I could see them making, like, a 24-episode season.
Like a production role of 24 episodes, Okay. Peacemaker. Let's keep it brief. We have big fish to fry here.
Yeah, well, we promised them Peacemaker. I promised them Peacemaker.
You
didn't seem to want to
I didn't
visit
want to. I'll be honest about it. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. Why do you not want to talk about Peacemaker?
I just don't think it's interesting.
Why do you not think it's interesting, Sam?
Well, because it's not interesting.
Explain.
No. We're not doing the whole burden of proof thing. It's not on me. It's on you to show why it is.
Right. My genuine question was going to be, what was the fucking point
of Peacemaker?
Because obviously I know the credit scene in Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
But it was so much better if he just died.
I concur.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what was the point? Like, what is?
Oh, there's no big reason for it. There's no. So we could then go.
It's just a cash grab.
It's just a TV show with Peacemaker in it.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, there's no big like status quo shake-up with Peacemaker. Like, the big threat is defeated. He's just like out in the world again. The only thing that really changes is that he's haunted by his father's ghost.
Yeah, his father is the villain. The main villain.
His father is the villain of the show. Because his father's like white pride nut. You know, he was like a...
Cool.
He's a trailer trash.
Trailer trash.
Yeah,
like
Nazi.
hates people of color.
Coloured people.
Coloured people.
Yeah.
All the colours. Doesn't like them.
No.
He's not a colour fan.
No. He's the Rainbow Coalition.
Yeah. So, and then like it's sort of Peacemaker, because I think that kind of ideology was influencing Peacemaker's thinking a little bit in Suicide Squad. So it's him breaking away from that ideology.
The jingoistic patriotism.
Yeah.
You're America.
Yeah. This show is basically him sort of unlearning that, or like being okay with the idea of unlearning it. But he's haunted by his father's ghost at the end, so it's going to be like a conflict that the character has to deal with.
Okay, yeah, that sounds shit.
Well, yeah. It's just kind of dull, really.
They released the first 3 episodes online.
They always, that's a
thing.
Yeah,
that's a trend
so
now,
do we binge it or not? You know.
Well, no,
one.
what they do now, HBO Max, with all shows, is the first 3 of a season will be released, and then it'll be weekly.
Yeah.
Some shows are doing it. You get the first 2, and then blah, blah, and then the last 2. A lot now doing always 2. Most shows I watch now release 2 episodes a week.
Right. Okay.
It's that thing of it's like, well, we thought one might not be enough to whet your appetite, so here's a second.
Yeah.
And then the second will be like a really good cliffhanger.
Yeah.
And then you've then got to wait a week for the rest.
You're just devouring content.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like those first 3 episodes of Peacemaker, I think I watched them all in one go. And I watched it and I thought, yeah, I'm into this. Like I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes. Like I'm happy with it. And by the time I got to episode 9, I was watching it purely out of obligation. It completely lost me.
Sorry. Jump back to Cuphead. How long did you say that was? An episode?
10 minutes?
10 minutes. Is that a product of the fact that we have like the worst attention span as like a generation or whatever it is?
I don't think so. Like think of how long a Looney Tunes cartoon is.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, to be fair.
Yeah, like 5 minutes, if that.
Probably a throwback to that, and it depends how difficult it is to make.
Yeah.
Maybe 20 minutes is like, it's just too much of an ask.
Because I would argue, like, the problem is, you can particularly see it in children's content, but weirdly, the example I have is Thomas the Tank Engine.
It usually is for some reason, George.
Sorry?
For some reason, it usually is.
Well, in this case, it usually is. It's because, like, there's, like, I found, like, video essay content on Thomas the Tank Engine, and it was, like, a huge part of my childhood. So I was like, oh, I'm kind of curious to see this through.
I mean, to be fair, Thomas the Tank Engine was a big part of my childhood.
Oh, Thomas the Tank Engine slaps. It's a great show. Those first few seasons.
It slaps.
It slaps.
I think you are.
Like, I say it slaps, but...
No, genuinely, those first 5 seasons, like, sort of, like, being a little bit reminded of them now. Like, obviously, it's still, like, a kid's show and everything. I'm not saying that it's, like, it transcends its form or anything. But those first 5 seasons of Thomas are really, really good. But, yeah, like, in its earlier days, an episode of Thomas the Tank Engine lasted 4.5 minutes.
It was hard to make.
I don't think it was that. I think it was just well, it was based on, like, books, obviously. So I think that, like, each episode was basically the length of a story. Because they were, like, in the beginning, there was a mandate that they had to adapt the novels.
Right.
They couldn't do original stories, they just had to adapt the books outright.
Okay. Also, it's aimed at very young children.
Yeah.
And who don't have
I suppose in my
Yes.
head, I'm thinking more of, like, the Scooby-Doo, which is about 20 minutes.
Yeah. Well, that's for a slightly older...
Yeah.
And I think the other thing as well is, like, with Thomas the Tank and Postman Pat, like, a couple of British kids shows, really, is they're quite relaxed.
Yeah.
They're quite chilled out.
Pastoral, almost.
Yeah. Like, Thomas... like, it started to do crashes a lot more as it went on. It started to do, like, more... What?
That's funny. As in train crashes.
Yeah.
Well, because they have faces. That's why it's funny.
Oh, right.
You know full well they did that as well. Like, it's like...
Yes, it has...
That's really gone in the audio.
So it has its moments, but it's mainly just, like, the kind of, like, quiet, chilled out, like, stories.
No, the only reason I was bringing it back to that is because I had a conversation the other day with someone who they spend all their time on TikTok,
right,
and literally, like, struggle to make it through. Like, they don't watch films now.
Yeah, I know a few people like that cannot sit down and watch a film. I was like, I have ADHD. No, you don't.
Yeah,
your attention deficit, but it's not a disorder.
No,
fucking spam.
You've been trained into that.
But yeah, that was all I wanted to query.
Okay. Well, what I was...
back to Peacemaker.
Well, no, the point I was making with Thomas was that we're on Thomas the Tank Engine now, Ed. Keep up.
The passion. Okay.
No, the point I was going to make is, early episodes of Thomas, they're 4.5 minutes long. And, they do sort of, the narrator kind of, carries you through it. It's like, oh, this is happening, this is happening.
When it was Ringo Starr?
He was, the first 2 seasons, yeah.
Nothing, go on.
Is it knowing that it was Ringo Starr? Or?
Oh, no, I knew it was Ringo Starr. It's knowing... It's knowing a kid's show by season. That's what I find funny.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Especially since I owned VHSs. That's how I watched it. And they were always compilation VHSs. So there was no rhyme or reason to which episodes were being put together.
Yeah.
But now, an episode of Thomas the Tank Engine is 10, maybe 12 minutes long.
Do you still watch it?
No, I don't still watch it. Ultimately, the point I'm making is that that is short form. We have to keep it short because kids don't have the attention span content. But it's longer than it used to be, ironically.
Okay.
So it's we do have shorter attention spans, and I do think content is trying to cater to that more and more.
Yes.
Peacemaker is very we're trying to keep your attention, stuff is happening.
Very quickly, but hasn't the Thomas animation style drastically changed?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
It's just easier to make.
Yeah, but I suppose.
It looks a lot shitter.
Oh, yeah, they all look shitter. Because you can't see the humanity, you can't see the thumbprints in it.
I laugh, but no, that is genuinely one of the charming things about early Thomas.
It might be like Thomas, where because in the modern stuff you get you can see the mouths move and stuff. In old Thomas, I think it is, where literally you don't see the mouth move or anything.
Mouth doesn't move.
You just get that shocked face.
Yeah, they swap out the faces between the cuts.
Yeah,
so there's no expressions. The eyes move and there's smoke. That's the only emoting.
It's like Greek masks, isn't it?
Yeah, genuinely, It's and all you have is the the narrator to sort of give the character to them.
I see. Yeah. So we have Thomas the Tank Engine to blame for emojis. It all comes from Thomas the Tank Engine. Thomas the Tank Engine's massive in Japan, I think.
There's sort of an irony to that.
Okay.
We're trying to cater to shorter attention spans, but also the quality of writing is going down to the point where we can't do shorter stories. It's taking them 10 minutes to do a Thomas episode, whereas before they were doing it perfectly well in 4.5.
Yeah.
Just seeing a big neon mural of Percy in Tokyo.
But I think even with Looney Tunes, it would be 2 or 3 stories an episode, right? With Looney Tunes.
Yeah. Are you braiding your beard?
No, I'm sort of fiddling.
Oh, right.
I'm keeping my hands busy while I'm talking.
You said that in my head after you said about the neon with Percy. I just had this image of Percy side by side with Nunu from. And then you interrupted that with the beard twirling. It just stuck as an image in my head.
Nunu twirling Percy's beard. Again, Teletubbies, that was a pretty relaxed show, all things considered, wasn't it?
Other than that haunting baby in the sun, what was that god? laughing at his creation.
Watching them suffer.
These fucking mutants.
Oh god.
Now you mention it, there is something weirdly ominous about the little speakers that kind of slowly rise out of the ground.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's Reddit theories it's set in the post-apocalypse.
Oh, absolutely.
The mutants.
That is us in the future. That is
Teletubbies.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of
Tubby. Was it Tubby Custard?
Tubby Custard.
Tubby Custard is
the only thing they can eat is Tubby Custard.
What? Oh, Soylent Green.
Yeah.
It is people. What was it? Tubby Custard is Tubbies.
I don't know if that's canon, but it's the only thing. No, we see them eat what look like cookies as well, I think. So there's a couple of different things they eat. Tubby Toast, that's what it's called.
Tubby Toast, okay.
Yeah.
You ever see that episode where Tinky Winky is gnawing on Poe's foot? I bet the audio spiked that. No, it reminds me of in It, the book. There's a passage where there's a Henry, the bully. He's in a psychiatric institution as an adult, and Pennywise appears as the moon to him.
Oh yeah,
he is the moon. So whenever the baby from Teletubbies now in the sun, I just think of Pennywise in
the moon.
Yeah. Stephen King's brilliant. He manages to make you scared of looking at the fucking moon.
Can you imagine living in a world with both of those? By day you have a baby in the sun, and by night you have a clown in the moon.
Oh, let's not even go there. Let's not think about that.
It's not on.
So Peacemaker.
Well,
I did not
else?
enjoy Peacemaker.
What are you doing with your beard?
I'm fiddling.
Well, stop fiddling. Putting me off.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, right.
It's dark as well. Like, how are you even seeing that I'm fiddling with my beard? 'Cause we're in the
We
dark.
have laptop
Illuminated
glows
by
on
the
us, yeah,
laptop.
Collab.
Okay.
Like, Sam has very clearly turned down his screen.
Yeah, I've turned on my screen. Can you not
Okay.
see me then?
Yeah,
No, no.
well, yeah. enough.
We are far brighter than you are.
Okay. Whoa.
Yes, Sam.
Definitely not when you put it in that context.
Yeah.
I am dumb as shit.
Oh, you said it. Peacemaker, is that what we were talking about?
Right, yes.
Yeah, Peacemaker
yeah.
we were talking about. Yeah, it's got a sense of humor that I hate.
There you are.
That I hate.
Okay.
It's not going to land because I will have edited it
I
so
know,
that I
I
said
know.
it properly.
I know,
So
I know.
fuck you. Yeah, that kind of like they fight a gorilla and then they spend the next 5 minutes talking about how awesome it was that they fought a gorilla.
Oh my god, we just fought a gorilla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the gorilla could speak. Like, what's up with that, man?
See, that's not where I assumed that would... Like, if he was going to spend the next 5 minutes doing something, I would have assumed it was more of like, how could we have fought the gorilla? Like, that sort of like
Yeah.
moral...
It's that. It's,
The moral complexity. Of
the moral
Peacemaker.
complexity. We fought a gorilla, not, hey, that was awesome, man.
no, it's that like the knee-jerk, reflexive. Let's now comment on the thing that happened
Yeah.
in the postmodern. Like, oh, like even we acknowledge this is like a zany situation.
Yeah.
Which yeah, we both hate.
Yeah, no.
It's also a show made in the modern day as well.
Sorry, very quickly. Came up with a term for it. Sam's Lexicon. What was it? The gag reflex.
Gag reflex,
It's the gag
yeah.
reflex. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's also a show made in the modern day, so there's a lot of
It's all about
diversity
that.
in the cast, and like the main character is all like, "Oh, I guess diversity is like a good thing," and all the villains are like,
Shoehorning
"No,
in.
diversity is not a good thing." Peacemaker.
Get out of the pool.
Yeah, that kind of shit.
Yeah, so shoehorning that in.
Yeah, that kind of stuff gets thrown in. Am I right in thinking that like the father having an interdimensional changing room is like a weird detail for someone who lives in a trailer? Like he lives in like a trashy like small American town, just like bungalow,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know, he's constantly got like Fox News playing, and there's like rubbish everywhere, and it's just like a trashy, dirty house. But then there's like one room where you like types something into a keypad, and it opens a room to like another dimension where all of his equipment is kept, and like because his father builds all of Peacemaker's stuff. So a detail that was absent from the film, which was like weird that they didn't bring it up in the film. Now I think about it, but Peacemaker's helmets all have individual powers. So like one helmet,
He has more than one helmet?
yeah. So like he has a helmet that can produce like a sonic boom. He has a helmet that can like make him like invisible. He has a helmet that allows him to see like with X-ray vision.
Okay, some of those would have definitely been useful in the
Yeah,
film.
it's weird that like this has not been brought up until now. But that feels like that's way beyond the father's capabilities. It's weird that was like a detail they kind of probably like a thing from the comics, but it's strange.
Like a guy who's ignorant but is like a tech genius or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, it's really leaning into the 80s James Gunn obsessed stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like the opening credit sequence is a dance routine.
See, I liked that. When
I liked it when I first saw it.
Yeah.
But then it instantly got hokey.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that was good. But then we had to watch it every fucking episode. I was like, it's long as well.
Yeah.
It's a long... They gradually introduce each character, you know. And there's a fucking eagle, and... Yeah.
Again, like the eagle, you're like, oh, cool, he's got a pet eagle.
Yeah.
And then after a while, it's just like it loses all its luster.
Yeah.
Oh, his friend, who's like Discount Deadpool.
Yes.
Massively irritating.
Yeah, I even found the guy irritated, the tech dude from the film, you know.
Yeah, I really grew to dislike him. Because it feels like the show... Well, the show is treating him like how Peacemaker is treating him, where he's like, he's a joke, he's a butt of the joke. And then they have a scene. The only reason that scene is there is because it's the final episode.
Yeah.
Where he's like confronted by the villain. Basically, there's like a running thing about like, dude, you totally dye your beard. And he's like, I don't dye my beard. It's Brian Blessed who plays him. Apparently.
Dye my beard.
What's wrong with you? And then the villain is like...
Ironic, because Brian Blessed almost certainly does, right?
Yeah, yes, probably. Yeah, but the villain's like, why did you dye your beard? And like, he can't blow his cover. Oh no, like the villains, like they take over people's minds.
Right.
So he's pretending to be like someone who's been like infected.
Okay.
So that he's like being piloted by
He's like mind controlled.
Mind controlled by
Yeah.
So he's like, the human that you now occupy, like, why did he dye his beard? And the creature is like, oh, like rummaging around in his memories, it's because he wanted to be cool and he wanted to be accepted and he's lonely and like being really sincere. And like everyone kind of overhears this and they kind of think, oh, we were wrong to like treat him like this. And then a few scenes later, when he's about to go help them when they're all being massacred, he like tries to climb over a fence, falls over and like breaks his leg and his like bone is like sticking out. So he like takes himself out of the final fight for being pathetic. And it's like, I get that it's like, oh, this is a comedy and that's like a funny thing. But we've just started treating this character properly.
It's like the sitcom thing, isn't it? It's like when you have a serious storyline and the character's like, like we actually, beneath the bickering, we're there for you and we love you and all that. Okay, cool. Back to like the...
they've done the arc and gone, do you know what? Nah, this is too wanky. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's like, let's just go back to the status quo now. As long as like the audience can feel okay, that it's okay to bully him because the characters now know that like they're his friend, and so we just go back to
Oh yeah, also they all get massacred, yet somehow they all survive,
all of them,
which is a big like no,
yeah,
because it's clear the show is clearly like, it does that thing where like in the final fight it plays the show's theme song,
right,
and then as they're losing, the theme song gets all distorted and like fades out, and characters like very clearly die, and then they all just like, they all wake up in hospital and they're all fine. So it's like, there's
like Peacemaker did
like
at
there's
the
no
end of
consequences
Suicide.
for this whatsoever.
Oh, and it's renewed for a second season.
And it's renewed for a second. Bloody hell, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. It's coming back.
Great. Oh, that's going to be fun.
Great.
Also, it commits the sin of, it's a show about a villain, and yet it treats him like a hero.
Yes.
They kind of do a thing with it where it's like, because in the show he's been hired to like kill people. We eventually find out that these people are being mind controlled by the aliens. So it's really the aliens he's trying to kill. But they're like, oh, Peacemaker, go kill that person. And Peacemaker's like, I can't kill him. I don't want to kill him. There's something in me that can't kill him. Well, the whole thing with Peacemaker is that he killed indiscriminately.
Yeah.
I get that, like, okay, but like doing something with the character, it could be argued that it's like, oh, he's going through a change. This is a good thing. But it's the same thing that they always do. It's like Venom, like Morbius, the Loki.
Well, it's
like you do a thing about the villain and you take away all the villains.
Well, it's very anti-punk. It's the whole, the Suicide Squad. Oh, this is like a punk superhero movie.
Yeah,
and it's so because people like Peacemaker, like one of the breakout characters or whatever of that film. So it's like he also has to be morally, we have to be morally on his side too. It's not enough to kind of enjoy the company of a loathsome character.
Yeah,
why?
There are shows that do it really well.
Yeah.
Admittedly, they're always the best show on television. The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, Succession now at the moment.
I mean, the difference... Well, Succession is a good example, yeah. Like with Sopranos and Breaking Bad, they're relatable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, but it's okay, like a character who's just like a psychopath. We all love Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
It's okay. We know, like, in real life, it's not kosher.
Yes.
Is human flesh kosher? I don't know.
It can be, right? Isn't... You make meat kosher.
Well, you sometimes, but like there are certain meats you can't eat as well. Halal, I think it's more how it's prepared.
Right.
But I could be wrong there. Yeah, it's okay to just think a character is fun without having to like them on a personal level.
Frank Underwood as well.
Frank Underwood, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, so with things like Peacemaker, obviously, I mean, I don't agree with them doing the series. It annoys me because it's a cash grab.
Yes.
But surely it would have been more interesting as a story if he's like he dies in Suicide Squad, and then the series is how he gets to the point where he's willing to kill every man, woman, and child.
This is one of
to get peace.
This is one of the discussions that we had when we reviewed Suicide Squad, wasn't it? Because we had to bring it up because it was like a point against the film.
Yeah.
But yeah, you either do that where it's like, oh, the show's a prequel, so it's like, oh, okay, I wasn't expecting that, or you announce the show. Then you go see the film, Peacemaker dies, and you go, yeah, there is no show. He's dead.
Yeah, that would be incredibly interesting. Because now is the time to do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that kind of
is there
stunt
anything,
casting.
Is there anything more We Are Not Marvel than that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It completely repositions the public perception of Warner Brothers. It's like, so you're the anti-Marvel. You're the fun one.
You're punk.
You're punk.
Yeah.
I mean, people will be pissed off. Some people will be pissed off about it, but who cares? They went to see Suicide Squad.
Yeah, how can you be punk and not piss people off?
Oh, well, exactly, yeah.
But the thing is, like, Suicide Squad did a good job of, like, being conventional enough, but, disguising it.
Yes, that's what it is. It is a conventional film, really.
Yeah, you've got that scene with Idris Elba and his daughter, where they're like, they sit down and you think that like, oh, they're gonna, it's gonna be like an emotional thing. And he's like, oh, I'm doing this for you. And they just start screaming, fuck you! At each other. And it's like a fun scene.
Yeah.
But then they still have that moment where she, like, her faith in him is restored. Like, he does actually, like, make her proud of the fact that he is her father.
Well, that's
but without it feeling forced.
No, like, they end up being heroic. That's the point, isn't it? And that's fine. That's the arc. But there is a villain in that group, and it's Peacemaker.
Yes.
The one who's not going to be redeemed,
Yeah.
It's also weird, like, it feels like in the current day and age, if you want a loathsome character, then the all-American guy seems ripe.
Yeah.
That America is bad now.
He comes from the most, like, stereotypical, you are everything wrong with America background.
Right. Yeah.
White pride and trailer trash and, like, ultra-patriotic.
Yeah.
Yeah, like imperial.
Yeah, and the first thing they do is, like, divorce him from that.
Yeah.
It's like, you're not that Peacemaker, you're actually a good person. It's like okay, but there's like far more interesting things that could have been done.
Yes, definitely.
So, you've not sold this to me very well.
Oh no, but you had no intention of selling it. Yeah, it's not worth anyone's time.
No,
really,
big disappointment. Yeah, big disappointment. I'm not going to watch season 2.
No, nor am I.
No,
nor am I. So that was a quick fire catch up.
Yes. 2 hours 15 minutes in.
Yeah,
like I don't know how much will be lost in editing. Probably not much.
Not much. Right, let's hurry up.
The Oscars happened.
They did.
The awards happened.
Yeah.
This is where we owe people an apology, I guess. If you are following along in real time, we released our predictions episode like long after the Oscars happened.
Yeah.
So it was completely missed the boat.
At which point, Power of the Dog was the shoe-in.
Oh, 100%.
And did not win.
Absolute front runner.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pulled another Parasite, didn't they? Yeah,
well,
not the same way.
No, not in the yeah. No, like, I like Coda, but
it's no Parasite.
It's no Parasite.
What a weird film to win Best Picture. Well, a small film, you know.
It is, but I think a lot of people were saying like it was Be People's like number 2. That's the momentum it got,
right? Because
that's how the Academy votes.
Yes,
and obviously, Power of the Dog was a film where people liked it or didn't.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay. It's a weird system, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Coda won Best Film. You haven't seen Coda?
No.
No.
Should I?
Not really.
Okay.
It's not bad. It's not a bad film, but it's...
What was your opinion on Sound of Metal?
It was fine, yeah. Like, I sort of, like, as it reached its conclusion, I was like...
Coda
it's
is
working now.
Coda is a less good version, like...
Okay.
Sort of idea.
Yeah, Sound of Metal, I had to sort of, like... It took me a while to get on its wavelength. Not in terms of, like, what it was doing, just in terms of, like, my enjoyment.
Then,
like,
you won't... Coda's not for you.
No, It's a family version of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay. All right.
But no, it's not like a Best Picture winner.
Yeah.
No. Although, I can't remember the actress's name, but Troy Kotsur and his wife.
Troy Kotsur, yeah.
The scene where they're having sex, and because obviously they don't realise how loud they are.
Yes.
Is quite funny.
Yes. Marley Matlin.
Yeah.
So that one Best Picture, Jane Campion won Director for Power of the Dog, yeah?
Yes.
Well, let's just quickly run through them and see if we have any comment whatsoever. So Campion, yeah, predictable, fine.
Best Actress, Jessica Chastain.
Kind of a weird one. It was one of those categories where it was like, who's going to win? And then she just started winning everything.
Yeah.
It's a decent performance.
I actually assumed it would be between Kidman and Stewart.
Yeah, so did I. It was a decent performance in a very average subpar film.
Yes.
Yeah.
Best Actor.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. Best Supporting was Troy Kotsur.
Troy Kotsur, yeah.
Ariana DeBose.
Always going to win.
Yeah. Screenplay, Belfast. And then Coda. And Canto won Best Animated.
Sure, yeah.
Drive My Car, Best International.
I like that film.
See, I still haven't seen it, but I know it's long.
But you'll like it.
Yeah. I'm very aware. I just know it's long.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else that really...
Well, Dune won a bunch, didn't it?
Yes, it won all the like tech stuff.
All I really wanted, because I knew it wouldn't win director, it wasn't even nominated, but I really wanted to win cinematography. I did.
Yeah.
So,
well, I think him not being nominated for director is the biggest issue I have.
Yeah,
with
personally.
Yeah. Because I think he should have won. Like,
100%.
Like, of the ones nominated, I'd have gone with Spielberg.
Okay, yeah.
It's because it's black and white, you know.
What? West Side Story?
No.
Yeah. Isn't it black and white?
No. West Side Story. But it's West Side Story. That's
something was black and white, wasn't it?
Belfast.
No, there's another one.
Schindler's List.
No,
That's what you're thinking of?
no, I'm not. I thought there was another black and white one that came out.
Oh, Come On, Come On. Is that what you're thinking of?
Oh, maybe.
Oh yeah, come on. Yeah. Well, that was
That was Eddie's favourite film of the year.
Yeah, that was my favourite film of last year.
Okay.
Which got basically no recognition.
Oh, there you go. That's how high I hold your opinion, Eddie. Is I thought that it was like nominated at the Oscars. Your favourite film?
Yeah, sadly not.
No.
But yeah, no, I would have out of those. I mean, it would have been Branagh or Spielberg.
Sure.
But yeah, no, it should have been Villeneuve.
It should have. Okay, let's talk about it then. Let's talk about the thing that happened.
Yes.
After everyone stopped talking about it, we're finally going to chip into the conversation.
They moved editing out of the broadcast. How dare they?
They edited it out.
Yeah. Can you believe it?
Oh, dear.
The thing is, you know how passionate he is about that as well. Like,
Yeah. What one editing? Was it Dune?
Oh fuck. Hang on.
Eddie will verify.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a great category, I don't think, in terms of like the nominees.
No.
Yeah, best film editing.
Dune, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's well
To be
edited,
fair, its competitors were Don't Look Up, King Richard, The Power of the Dog, or Tick Tick Boom.
Yeah, I mean,
It kind of had that in the bag.
In fairness, I haven't seen like any of them, I don't think, but
Have I?
like based
I haven't
on
seen King Richard.
yeah,
I've seen the rest.
Based on the Oscars' taste in editing, I don't imagine that they were the 5 best edited films of the year.
Well, Dune was well edited.
Yeah.
No, like of everything that was nominated.
Well, I probably would have nominated that regardless. Like,
Okay.
that's not just, it was the best that was there. I don't know. What was the... Oh, let's not even go into that.
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, we're talking about Will Smith
Yes.
We're talking about Will Smith.
slapping Chris Rock
Yes.
because his wife can't take a joke.
Yeah.
It's a tasteless joke.
I don't even think it...
Is there?
My initial reaction was that the joke was a bit not on, but obviously the response was worse.
It's a tasteless joke.
Well, it's the less egregious joke he could have made,
Yes.
which I think gets overlooked. Right? Is that Chris Rock was probably he thought he was being nice by like focusing on that rather than the big thing.
Well, okay, so firstly, I wrote a thing about this.
Yes, you did.
I can't remember what it was called, though. He Laughed, I think is what it was called.
Yeah.
He Laughed. So if you want to read that, it's
Okay.
on my WordPress. And I listened to a podcast between Sam Harris and Ricky Gervais talking about
Okay.
this. And that was very interesting. Like, in a way, I think Gervais, like, overanalyzed it. Like, going into all the various things. It was really interesting. Sam Harris made the point of, like, well, apparently Chris Rock didn't know she had alopecia. He just didn't know. And if he didn't know, the joke's fine.
Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah.
that was the thing. Like, James-speaking people are going to say it's a tasteless joke.
Yes.
If he doesn't know,
Yeah. That's fine.
yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty tame joke anyway, to be fair. It's like I think I wrote in the thing.
He says it's a G.I. Jane joke.
It's not cancer, is it, that she's got?
No.
She's bald. And Sam Harris made the point of like, but she's a woman who happens to be very beautiful bald. It's like and G.I. Jane, I think that like came out in the 90s, like panned, but Demi Moore would. It's like famously, she was considered very beautiful bald, and it's not an unflattering thing to say. It's so basic and just.
And he was laughing until she looked at him and was like, "Now what the fuck are you doing?"
It's like people saying to me, "Oh, all right, Walter White." It's
Yeah.
it's as flippant as that and as kind of
You love
inoffensive as
that.
that. Oh, I do love it when people say that. I absolutely do.
Hey, Vic Mackey.
No, I can't with glasses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Imagine if Vic Mackey had glasses. It changes the whole show, doesn't it?
It really does.
Because Walter White is bald, but Vic Mackey really looks like a fucking egg. So it's a bespectacled egg. Bespectacled. There you go. Happy, Jord?
You made a yoke, Eddie.
Fuck off.
The only way that could have been worse is if you'd have said he made a yolk eggy.
Oh, let's not do this.
I feel robbed.
Okay, right.
Okay.
Slap.
So the slap. Okay. What happened?
Chris Rock made a joke.
Yeah.
Will Smith laughed.
Yeah.
Jada didn't like it.
Yeah.
So Will Smith got up on stage
Yeah.
and over dramatically slapped Chris Rock.
Pretty sharpish too. There wasn't much of a gap between
No.
him laughing and him
No,
instantaneous slapping.
it was the laugh, nudging the ribs. All right, I got to go and defend my missus.
Well, this is the thing. We don't know if it was a nudge
No.
in the ribs. We don't know where the change occurred.
I will consider that the most the lost footage of history.
Well, I was going to say, yes. So someone said, I think in an interview, like she gave him the eye. Like,
Well, this footage of her going like doing that, but he's not looking at her when she does that.
I think someone said like he looks over and she's like he gets a look from her,
right, and he just does it,
and then he's like, right, do you know what? Nah, I'm the cuck of fucking Hollywood.
Right.
Like, I'm not right. She's not having it. Right, I can't be seen not having it.
Yeah.
So he gets on stage and
he hits him, and then he sits down and he keeps shouting, "Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth." Right?
Yeah.
Those are the events. What was happening? What, in your opinion?
Like, well, this, like, it just escalates so quickly and so needlessly.
But psychologically, what do you think was happening in that moment?
For Will Smith?
For Will Smith, yeah.
I think he's spent so much of the last year being shat on. You know,
right?
In terms of like, whatever's happening in this relationship, we know surface level stuff of that. Like,
well, it seems a very dysfunctional marriage.
Oh God, yeah,
yeah.
And between that and whatever else he's had going on, he can't be seen to be the guy that is the butt of a joke.
Okay.
At the Oscars.
I don't even think it's that. I don't even think he's got like his public image in mind. I mean, I don't think he would have slapped Chris Rock on national television, worldwide television, if he was concerned about his public image. I think it's Jade is mad at me. Things are a bit rocky at the moment. I need to earn my
I don't say because his kids or Jaden.
Yeah, and
Willow. He was like, that's how we do.
That's how we do. Well, you do fucking you evil cunt. I can't stand Jaden Smith. They're all horrible.
Yeah.
Will Smith, I feel sorry for. Basically, I think he was an absolute, obviously, dickhead for doing what he did. Like, should have been. Yeah. Should have got. I pressed charges if I was Chris Rock. I get why he didn't. Like, I think Jim Carrey did an interview about it, and they said to him, "What do you think about Chris Rock not pressing charges?" And Carrey's is the only celebrity I've heard saying, "I was disgusted."
Yes,
I have seen. Yeah, I can't believe he got a standing ovation. It was horrible. And then he said, they said to him, "Why do you think Rock isn't pressing charges?" And he said, "He just doesn't want the hassle, probably."
Yeah.
That's it. He doesn't want, which is fair enough. I fucking 100% would. If I was Chris Rock, I would be suing him.
I think there's more going on. I think it's like behind the scenes, like publicists frantically meeting, going, "Don't press charges."
Maybe, who knows? But if it was my call, I would definitely do it. Make an example of him.
Yeah. But you've got all of the punishments that have been bestowed upon Will Smith now in the wake of this.
Yeah.
Him losing the Oscar was not one of them.
No.
And I think part of that is because...
Was it ever going to be realistic?
This is the thing. Like, my mother, who was, appalled by this, she has sworn off Will Smith films forevermore now. Mm-hmm. Like, one of the first things she said is, well, he should lose his Oscar. It's like, but the thing is, it's not, even though he has the trophy, the studio won that Oscar. They ran the marketing campaign for it. They submitted it. They knew they were going to win it. They can market the film off the back of this. It's not just they're taking away Will Smith's Oscar. It's that they're taking away King Richard's Oscar.
I'm trying to think of how many to it than that. People have lost an Oscar. Because it's
even
three?
If you just think of it as it was his Oscar, I still don't think it should be taken away from him because he won the Oscar. It's not...
Do you think at the very least, because obviously, chronologically speaking, he won the Oscar after this happened?
Yes.
Do you think he should have not been awarded it?
Well, there's no way there's no way they do that.
Well, I mean, it depends how you look at it. He had won it before the ceremony.
Yeah, that's already been decided. They're not going to sit there and go, well, it was Will Smith.
Yeah, they can't.
But we've decided now to give it a Denzel.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Because he's still black.
I think Ricky Gervais said, he doesn't blame any of the people in the room or the producers for not behaving differently because everyone was in shock. What the fuck do you do?
Yeah.
You just go on with it, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's just the relief of, I guess we're back to normal now, when Will Smith was doing his acceptance speech. That's what the standing ovation. Let's just pretend that didn't fucking happen. And then obviously it kind of settles in afterwards. It means a lot of stupid responses, like Wanda Sykes and Amy Schumer saying that they're traumatized by it. For fuck's sake.
Well, it's the...
Jesus Christ.
I think, because there was also people that got annoyed at the footage from the after party.
Where he was dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's dancing, celebrating, having a good time, and it's people got outraged at that.
Well, Gervais said he thinks he got away with it.
Yeah,
he won the Oscar. Everyone stood up for him. It's forget that.
He vaguely apologizes.
Except to everyone except Chris Rock.
Yeah.
He apologizes to the Academy and not the guy he slapped.
Yeah, And it was the heat. He acted in the heat of the moment. The thing I find interesting about it is obviously he entered like caveman mode but I keep thinking it wasn't like they were right up close to each other. Like if you and me, Eddie, very close, you slag off my mum or something. Well, bad example.
You slag off your mum.
Yeah, so if you slag off someone I love, that's horrible. I take that back instantly. I love my mum, all right? If you slag someone off that I care about, right, and I just and I swing for you and I hit you, right?
Yeah.
That's one thing, because the moment it took me to get angry and hurt you was like a second. Or in a bar fight or whatever. There was getting up, walking up onto the stage.
Yeah, because it's not a small walk.
No, it's a walk.
But but he does it. He's as he's walking up, he's like composed and 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 at that point, so many people seem to think it's like a skit still.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, because I know from some of the stuff I saw, people thought it was a skit until he started swearing.
Until he sat down, yeah.
Because obviously he's smart enough to know you don't swear at the awards,
right?
Because they're televised when you can't in the States and stuff.
Yeah. Well, they censored it in the States. It's like other countries we got that audio from.
Yeah.
Actually,
well, the second one is what I'm hearing. Like even on the first one, they were like maybe.
Yeah.
And then the second one, oh, okay, he's clearly angry.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just like the actor. He walked up, he did it, he sat down. I mean, there are people that are saying that it didn't happen, that it was a fake publicity stunt. Always, whenever something massive in the news happens, there'll be people who say it didn't even happen. So, who benefits? Who gains anything from this?
Because people were talking about it, and they were saying about how viewed a clip is. Yeah, it's going to get viewed 150 million times on TikTok.
Of course it is.
All these people
no one gives a shit about no one's going to give a shit that a film about a child or deaf adults won a fucking Oscar.
Yeah. I've seen loads of things that are I wouldn't have known the Oscars had happened if Will Smith hadn't slapped Chris Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one gives a shit about the Oscars really now. It's
it's done.
The prestige is in the bin.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about an event where their idea of a publicity stunt is, let's order pizza.
And do a mass selfie.
Yeah. We'll get Ellen to host.
Yeah. Suddenly they jump to, let's have a crime happen on stage.
Yeah, an actual crime.
Yeah.
An actual crime, not, the things that people are cancelled over.
Yeah.
I don't think he should be cancelled. I think he's had his punishment. He seems genuinely remorseful. I don't know, dick move. Utter dick move. Should go to jail. And really, for a bit. Just make an example of him. And studios, they're saying, this comedian tweeted 10 years ago, we're not working with him anymore. And he's going to do that, and not one studio is going to say...
No, I mean, I do think he has slightly fucked himself.
A little bit, but he'll bounce back, and he'll go back to the Oscars, and it'll be fine.
So this was going to be a question I did have, because I assumed the Oscars would come up. Do you think that ban will actually last 10 years?
Yeah.
You think?
I think so. Does that mean he can't attend, or does it mean he can't even be nominated?
That's the thing. So he can't. I don't think he can attend.
Yeah.
He can't vote.
Yeah.
Because obviously he resigned. From his membership. I feel like he wouldn't be nominated. But then if he's in a film where he's the film was nominated. Then they'd have to. Yeah.
I just think he wouldn't be nominated out of principle. We're just not going to vote for him, even if. I'm more even of that. I think if he turns in an Oscar-worthy performance, nominate him for an Oscar. I genuinely think.
That was going to be where my point was. With, would they uphold the ban if he sat there and you were going, "Fuck me"? That is this is the performance he's been.
I think they would hold, but only because they said they would. I don't think. He's not Will Smith, right? One of the things I heard a lot at the time was he's been waiting for this moment for a long time. It's the peak of his career, and
he shat on it 30 minutes.
Well, also people talking about it as though he was DiCaprio for The Revenant, or as though it was Day-Lewis. He's not that, in my opinion. Obviously, he's not that kind of actor. He's a decent actor, but it's not Will Smith was always going to win an Oscar one day.
No, I think the thing with Will Smith, he was at one point the highest paid actor.
But that's the thing, he was a blockbuster major,
20 mil a film every time.
He makes your films money. He's not necessarily going to win an Oscar.
No.
He was nominated for Ali in 2001.
Yeah.
And he's nominated for Pursuit of Happiness in 2006, and then nothing. It's not this dude just keeps getting nominated and not being rewarded.
Yeah,
he's just an actor, and he's a decent one. But
when I think of the type of films that Will Smith makes, I think of Gemini Man.
Okay, well...
That is what he makes now.
Yeah.
now with Aladdin.
King Richard... is the odd.
Yes, it's the odd one. But the main thing for me from all this is her. The character of Jada Pinkett Smith.
Oh, yeah.
She's the most... Because I didn't know anything about her, really. I know she's in the Matrix films. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's it.
Is she?
Oh, she's in the... Yeah. She plays Niobe in the Matrix
Madagascar.
films. Yeah, she's in Madagascar. And
Which, ironically, Chris Rock is in as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They're like two of the main
Oh,
four.
I never thought about that.
Yeah.
People haven't talked about that.
So, I guess they're not making any more Madagascar films.
Well, I guess they don't record together, do they?
You can record.
Yeah.
in
I
your
don't
own
know,
house.
sometimes they do put them together to get, like, the dynamic.
Together,
right.
yeah, but like the only thing I've heard about their prior relationship is the last joke he made about her,
Yeah.
which is a great joke. It was something. What was it? 'Cause she boycotted in Oscars So White that year,
Yeah.
and he was like, Jada Pinkett Smith boycotting the Oscars is like me boycotting like Beyonce's underwear. I wasn't invited. Great joke.
No, that's a fair joke.
My overall impression of her since that is that she is a massive cunt.
Well, so this is the thing, right? Like, as I say, we don't know that much about the relationship other than it seems quite dysfunctional.
Yeah.
When they talk about, like, that thing on the round table where she had the affair and it was like, you know, it's an open marriage, things like that. But, like,
Well,
they kind of, you know, they sort of... Every single time, like, something gets brought up, it's her that's done it.
Yeah.
Like...
Her entanglement.
Yeah, like, he's like a devoted husband.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, he's in love with her.
you know, like, that might not be true.
Yeah.
But like that's the impression you get, and that's what like I say like for him in terms of not necessarily like the personal image side of things, but in terms of in that moment when she's like like it's clear she's not happy with the joke. There's a thing of like he is that cuck of fucking Hollywood kind of thing.
Yeah, what I saw in that moment was like when I learned more about their marriage and stuff.
Yeah.
Was a man in love with his wife. Like, has had so many problems with her.
Yeah.
And, like, she's got him wrapped around her finger, and he was overcompensating for laughing.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't just now stop laughing and go, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Like, I need to go and whack him.
Yeah.
That's what my take.
Yeah.
Like, a massive overcompensation. But, so before Chris Rock, he's kind of like the emblem for the problems of free speech these days. 'Cause he's one of the first comedians that said, I won't do colleges anymore because they're too easily offended.
Yeah.
And now he's become, the receptacle of,
the victim
actual violence.
Yeah, this thing.
And it's a fucking joke. But, like, Jada Pinkett Smith. She's in Nutty Professor as well. My bad. She's in the first Nutty Professor.
Oh,
She's
right.
the love interest. She'd be nothing without Will Smith. She's never been in a good film. She's never turned in an awards-worthy performance.
I'll have you know that Madagascar 3 is considered the best of the trilogy.
Yeah, but...
That is not a good
The
drive.
shit I had today was the best of the week, John.
I had a lovely tin of Pringles earlier in the day, but
she just hasn't done. I'm not saying she's a bad actress.
Well, she was in The
I don't
Matrix.
know is the point. She's in The Matrix 2, 3, and 4.
Oh,
not,
I see,
not The Matrix.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
so she's not even in the one that people
not
really
even-
like.
Not even in the good one, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Funnily enough, Will Smith was offered the role of Neo, wasn't he?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, he was the first. They wanted Will Smith to play Neo.
Okay.
Yeah.
How
Anyway.
do you get from Will Smith to Keanu Reeves?
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, so she seems like a massive cunt.
Yeah.
And, like, yeah, the video of her, let's talk about the affair. Oh, no, the entanglement. And he's like, entanglement? Like, come on. Let's use the fucking word. She's like, yeah, entanglement. And then this thing came out that he'd planned a massive surprise party for her 40th. And she just, like, turned up her nose and said, it's all about you. It's not about me. And
Yeah.
And, that video, have you seen the video of her filming him?
No.
So she basically, they're in their house and she just starts filming him. She's like, can we talk about how like my going to therapy or something like that, or us going to therapy has improved our marriage? Something along those lines. And he's like, can you stop filming me? And she's like, no, just answer the question. He's like, I think he said, it's a bit of a like wanky answer, but it's true. He said, my social media like presence is my bread and butter. You can't just film me without permission and put me online. And she's like, and then she turns the camera and stuff's like, clearly we've come so far, like sarcastically. She just seems like a mega cunt.
Yeah.
And the way she rolled her eyes as well, just a bitch face.
Yeah.
I'm not, I don't know her, but that's just how she comes across. And like, the final thing I'd say about it is that what she strikes me as, and this occurred to me today, a first lady. she's the epitome of a first lady. Like, she got to where she got to by being married to, the president of Hollywood, the king of Hollywood, and she has nothing to do, so she has to, go, she has her own talk show with her daughter and her mum, she gets involved in issues. I'm going to boycott the Oscars. Who are you, Jada Pinkett Smith?
Yeah.
She's a first lady. She's the first lady of Hollywood.
First lady of cunt.
First cunt of Hollywood.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was going to say with, Jada, since the Oscar slap, I don't know if this happened before and came out after, or whether it happened after.
Yeah.
But, Jada said, getting married to Will Smith, her marriage to Will Smith, it was one of the worst days of her life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's like...
Bitch!
I know, yeah. That's the weird thing. It's even though Will Smith is he's a bastard for doing this, the more you hear, the more you feel bad for the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
I really feel bad for him. He shouldn't have done what he did, but I really feel bad for him.
Do you think... I mean, you might have said it earlier, but do you think that's where Chris Rock comes from as well? If he knows... Maybe. If he he's gone, right, I'm not going to do this thing, and then they've gone, right, well, this thing, and he's gone, look, the dude's had a fucking rough ride of it.
Yeah, possibly. I think probably Jim Carrey's right. He wants to leave it.
Because it's a hassle.
Yeah.
It is a hassle.
And also, I'm not even going to speculate, actually, but I was going to say there's something about, maybe black man to black man. It's let's not make this a bigger issue than it needs to be.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's let's not start that thing.
Yeah.
Let's just drop it.
Yeah.
So it's, I remember, just afterwards, Jada Pinkett calls for healing. I was like, go fuck yourself. He did it because of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might not have, you might not have directly Lady Macbethed it into his ear, but you basically did. You beat that man down to, cuckold, essentially.
To the point where he thought this was a valid option.
Yeah, this was an okay thing to do.
Yeah.
The entitlement of it. And one thing I will say is, thank God it wasn't a white man hitting a black man.
Yes.
On stage, because the world would have ended. But more annoyingly to me, it would have been...
I mean, that would have been the end of the Oscars.
Oh, yeah. But the reverse would have been more annoying to me. Not because of any tribal thing, but if it had been a black guy hitting a white comedian, I just know all the articles, the editorials would be...
Good for him.
Joke contained embedded racism.
Yeah.
Racist tropes about black women's hair. Or some shit like that.
White guy finally gets what he deserves.
It would be something like that.
Racist tropes about black women hair, when all of the cliche black women hair is massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But do you know what I mean? This is the long line in white men, we don't have good shampoo. and now they're mocking our bald black queens.
Yeah.
It would be some shit like that. So I'm just glad that it was black on black violence. Chicago in a microcosm, ladies. And we went over the edge.
Yeah. Well, this is sort of this is the last thing I'll say about it. One of the effects. In fairness, I haven't seen it take hold so far, but this is one of the things that I was worried about after the fact.
Right.
Is that this is just going to be another nail in the coffin of the industry's opinion of comedy.
Sure.
Because comedy feels if you just look at the way that Hollywood talks about comedy and the way that certain sectors of the left talk about comedy, it feels like comedy, they're almost trying to phase it out.
To be fair, oh yeah, certainly. To be fair, though,
Joker is probably the big example, right? The director of that saying you can't make comedies anymore. That's why I made Joker. Now Chris Rock makes a joke in public and is punished for it. So it's oh well, here's another example of we can't just do comedy anymore. We need to be careful.
I'd be slow to kind of draw a comparison, a direct link between those things, because I would agree that the left has become humorless and are trying to clamp down on comedy and all that, definitely.
Who was it? There was
But I don't think, and at the time people were speculating, when you have a culture that tells people that microaggression, the appropriate response is actual aggression.
Yeah.
I don't think that bit of software is in this program. I think this was purely that thing of a man in a very dysfunctional relationship. Right, I'm going to overcompensate now. I don't think there was anything philosophical or anything rational at all in it. I would agree, the left has a terrible relationship with comedy these days. But to be fair, I haven't heard anyone from Hollywood say anything remotely blaming Chris Rock or...
No.
It's all been Will Smith. It was totally...
Yes, and if that is going to set in, maybe it would be in the retrospective phase. It's what have we learned from this? I guess comedy is not okay all the time.
Right.
But at the moment, it doesn't seem like it's going in that direction, which I'm sort of thankful for. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I can't remember who said like where I saw it. I'm pretty sure it's like a quote, but somebody said that the comedians nowadays, it feels like comedians are more interested in getting an applause than getting a laugh.
That's true.
They'll say like late night shows are just the epitome of this now.
Mm-hmm.
Like this week with John Oliver or tonight with James Corden or whatever they're called.
Oh, if you want to call that comedian, like
yeah, but like that's what all of those shows are, right? It's like it's
Yeah.
a comedy show. It's advertised as a comedy show, but it's just like a left wing guy giving left wing opinions and a crowd applauding him.
Yeah.
And now like it seems like comedians and like stand up and just like people who tweet all the time. That's what they're doing. They're kind of focusing more on
it's like when
being
SNL
held in for having the right opinion rather than delivering. Because you can't because I think that the symptom of that is that they want to be liked. That's the mistake that comedians, like newer comedians, are making.
Yeah.
Is they want to be liked,
popular. Yeah.
But if you're gonna make jokes, if you're gonna be a comedian
can't be popular in that way.
Yeah,
a comedian has to be the jester in the court.
Yes, exactly. You need to be willing to be the butt of a joke, and you can't do that and also want to be liked.
Well, the reason that the jester is afforded the status they are in, that they're the only person that can slag off the king, is because they're of no social value.
Yeah,
that's the point. Like, they're the nobodies.
Yeah.
Like on a theoretical social scale. Obviously, comedians now are multimillionaires.
Yes,
but the role they occupy in society is that they can say whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, exactly. And comedians can have like value, and comedic material
value.
Comedic material can have value. I just mean in the sense that like Bill Burr, for example, I think has made some really like genuinely good points about racism in his comedy material.
Yeah.
Framed as jokes, like this whole like that whole bit about real racism is quiet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like genuinely great observation about racism, but he's not lecturing his audience, and he's still he still makes himself the butt of the joke within that material.
Yeah.
But now it's all about like, oh, I'm saying the right thing.
Well,
I'm likable and I know what I'm talking about.
It's the Hannah Gadsby school of comedy, which is not really for laughs. It's that Stuart Lee bit. Stuart Lee, who is quite very left wing, There's that he says something and the audience applauds, and he says, "Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, not laughs, but a mass liberal consensus." Do you go at Stuart Lee? Yeah, was it funny? No, but I agreed the fuck out of it. That is more comedy.
It's like, and I feel like in the bits I've seen of it, like SNL now.
Oh God!
But that's the thing.
God!
Right. But like particularly like political, they're not playing for the laugh they're getting out. They're playing for
100. They're the
applause.
worst.
Yeah,
they are the worst.
100% playing for
the applause. Yeah,
that sentence was not coming out.
Yeah, there's probably a better way of articulating it than they're playing for an applause, because you can still applaud comedy, but I feel like
they're not playing for laughs. They're playing.
No, that's the point. Yeah. They're not playing for laughs.
Yeah, I guess to be accepted, right? But that's like what comedy was, is that you were accepted. Like the crowd look at you and go, "Yes, you."
Well,
but you can't achieve that by being like a genuine comedian.
On a primal level that I suppose could extend down into a lot of things, it's that they want their dick sucked by a philosophically aligned woman.
Okay.
That's what all this is. There's a famous person that would go to like Antifa rallies and all that, and like women's marches undercover, and would always go back to like the students' houses or dorms or whatever with all the activists. And he said as soon as the women would leave the room for like an abortion march or whatever, the men would go, "So who do you want to fuck?" Yeah. They'd go to White Night and get laid. That's like a large element of this. You know? Anyway, are we done with all that?
Yes. I think we are, right?
Okay.
Yeah. It's not really going well in Hollywood at the moment, is it?
No.
In general. You've got that Will Smith stuff that's going on. You've got all this stuff with Jared Leto. I don't know if you're aware.
No.
There's like a couple of little things with... you must have heard at least of The Flash, right? Ezra Miller getting like arrested multiple times.
Yes, because Barry, the guy playing the non-Joker in Batman.
Barry Keoghan.
Yes, he just got arrested for public intoxication.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like in the last 2 days.
He's Irish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
like that's what they do, the Irish.
Yeah. You know? But yeah, like he got arrested for it.
So Heath Ledger died. Jared Leto got become a cunt. It's never become a cat, always has been. Yeah, no, Morbius, right?
Yeah, well, obviously, yeah, you've got the Ezra Miller thing where he was like arrested, and then he was arrested again an hour before he was going to show up in court.
Yeah.
For the first time he got arrested.
Yeah.
Smooth.
So it's not going well for him at the moment. Like they've basically this new Flash film. It's like a canonical reset of the DCEU. I think. So it's like pretty significant, like film.
Not the thing you fuck up.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, like the protagonist of that film will be like unavailable for the foreseeable future. Like God knows how long. So that's kind of like it's funny.
Yeah.
But like from their perspective, it's like for fuck's sake. You know?
Yeah.
Especially since there were all these complaints about the fact that, like, you know, Ben Affleck's gone, Henry Cavill's probably gone. Like, they only really had Jason Momoa and The Flash left of the original Justice League, and now even The Flash is gone.
What?
So it's all just falling apart for them.
Yeah.
Gal Gadot counting that?
She's still about, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's still about, but, like, I don't know if they're having problems, like, renegotiating a contract, or whether, like, since Wonder Woman 84, they're a bit less enthusiastic about her or something. I know Patty Jenkins has been fired, and I don't think she was okay with that. So maybe something to do with that. But yeah, like Morbius, there's two things. The first one is, as you know, Eddie, Jared Leto, he's a bit of a Methodist.
Yes.
That is to say, he's a method actor, he does methody. He's like, oh, I'm this person, so I'm going to be that person.
Yes, he doesn't break character.
Yeah, so like when he was the Joker, he used to deliver like dead rats to people, because apparently that's a thing the Joker does.
Well, his take was that the guy was twisted and fucked up.
Yeah, it's
so
just a crazy
therefore,
thing to do.
what could he do that... Yeah.
And then on Morbius, of course, the character is on crutches for a brief amount of time in the film.
Yeah.
And so he method acted being disabled, and that has drawn a lot of ire from people.
Fair.
Which, like, you know, on the one hand, it's like, oh, you know, like a non-disabled person can play a disabled character for a little bit, especially when the story is about them no longer being disabled.
Yeah.
I mean, no one said shit about House for 8
Well,
seasons.
I've got no problem with a non-disabled person playing a disabled person at all.
No.
It's the fact he's been a cunt about it.
Yes.
Well,
that's the thing.
Okay,
Like,
that's fair.
when we say he was method acting being disabled, obviously he would continue to use his crutches. So whenever he went for a bathroom break, it would like take him 40 minutes.
And it would halt production.
And it would completely halt production.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's where it... Yeah.
That's where it's like a problem
that's a pointless level of cunt.
Especially when like the result of all of that like hardship and inconvenience is Morbius.
Again, he's not Daniel Day-Lewis.
No.
You don't get... At least... I mean, Daniel Day-Lewis, as far as I'm aware, it never impacted anybody else. I mean, I could be wrong. There might be stories. But I think it's just a very like self-contained thing.
Yeah.
Of like, oh, gangs New York, I'm not going to shower. Or blah, blah, I'm going to get good with knives. I'm going to like just use my left foot.
Yeah.
You know, all that sort of stuff.
The not showering of those is the only one that might...
where the stench infiltrates nostrils. But at the end of the day, like whatever you think about it, you get the Daniel Day-Lewis performances out of it, which are fantastic. The greatest in all of cinema. Jared Leto does not turn in those kinds of performances.
No.
Like, I mean... Even in Dallas Buyers Club, I don't think it's worth an Oscar.
No, the worst thing we ever did as a species was giving Jared Leto an Oscar. Because it's convinced him that he has value as a human being.
That's the thing, like, in terms of like 30 Seconds to Mars, I don't mind some of that.
No, I don't mind some of it.
But I've never watched him in something as an actor.
Wow.
And yeah. Like, what is the film? Is it Requiem?
Requiem for a Dream.
That he's in?
That's the one people always bring up.
Yeah, that's the one. But even...
Well, that's a good film that he's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that he's particularly good in it.
You know, because like he showed up for House of Gucci looking like a wanker.
Yeah, well, he's pretty.
Yeah.
He's just a pretty boy, that's it.
Yeah.
Great. And he's been in some good films and some not good films, and he's been basically the same in all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that happened.
And then the other like Jared Leto related thing... Related?
Sure.
Yeah, the other Jared Leto related thing was that, like, post Morbius, when he was doing the circuit, he was sort of saying that, like, he expressed interest in playing a paedophile and went on to say that he has been preparing for the role.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Now, obviously, we know like what's wrong there, right?
What?
Well, it's the preparing for it. Like we were talking about it yesterday. Like
someone who's famously known to method act. Someone who's just got in trouble for method acting. And now he's like, I want to be a paedophile, basically.
And it's like just gonna go around fingering kids. Like
it's okay. When we were in university, right? There was a guy on our course, and we had to write a TV show. a TV show called, I think we called it Ugh. Is what we ended up calling it, right?
Yes.
And there was an episode where one of the characters was raped.
Yeah.
And I remember someone, well, obviously not naming names, really wanted to write that episode.
Yes.
Like, really fought for it. And it was because they would get to write that episode, like the big dramatic issue episode. It's kind of like, not fetishizing it, but you know what I mean? It's that, like, ooh, like, if I pull that off, I'll be really regarded.
Yeah.
Like, highly regarded. It's that. I think him saying he wants to play a paedophile is, I want to go there. I want to be the guy that can, like, play a really dark character.
I'm an actor. I'm a good actor.
Right. And I really understand, like, that want to play the most unrelatable, like, despicable.
And to pull it off.
And to pull it off, right. Yeah, the narcissism of that. Like, I will be, you know what, I'll face the potential backlash.
Yeah.
I'm heroic enough to try this. Just that ego of actors, you know. But yeah, it's that I've been preparing for it. That's the, you know.
No, that's... I can't see how that goes well for him.
Well, no, and it's not like... Again,
I would be taking that man's laptop and, like,
well,
checking the hard drive's not been erased.
I'm almost certainly sure that he just meant I'll be getting, like, the headspace, you know.
Yeah.
Somehow. I don't think he's been looking...
He'll go and talk to, like, convicted paedophiles or something like that.
He hasn't been looking at kiddie porn or anything, but just read the room. Read the... It's just... I mean, we were saying yesterday, it's not like he's a trickster. He's not like one of those comedians or actors that, like... Or like Morrissey. They're like, is he serious?
Yeah.
Does he just say outlandish, like Lars von Trier?
Yeah.
Where he's like, I could have been a Nazi, you know? It's like, all right, are you having a laugh? Or... He's not one of those. He's a very over-earnest Hollywood celebrity. He takes himself very seriously.
He does.
So it's, he's not saying that to like, fuck with people. He meant it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So, what a pillock. Also, so we done with all that stuff?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Also, Russia invaded Ukraine. Should we talk about the Batman?
So, what do we think on the Batman?
Mixed. I have mixed opinions on the Batman.
We have mixed opinions on the Batman.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were looking forward to the Batman.
We were looking forward to the Batman. This is not a secret to podcast listeners.
Have we talked about it?
I think we talked about... it might have been like one of the first episodes you weren't on, Eddie. DC did like here's all the trailers for all the things that we're doing.
Yes.
And the Batman was one of them, and we highlighted it because we were rather excited by the promises that the trailer was making.
Yeah. Well, it was one of those things where obviously the mood seemed spot on.
Yeah.
And the observation that, as far as we could see, there were no visual effects. It was all practical effects.
Yes.
And that was exciting.
Yeah.
And then the film came out, and we didn't go and see it.
Well, that's become the norm now.
A film comes out, it's like, we'll go and see it. Nah.
Yeah, and then it comes out, and just the anticipation, it just kind of dwindles every time. But then we did watch it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's long. It's a long film.
I can't remember the last film I saw that I desperately wanted to be like half an hour shorter.
Oh, most films that I watch, I think that.
But like in this case, maybe Wolf of Wall Street is the last one. Just like when you're seeing a film like this, because this is a 3-hour film, and that extra half hour, or if it was 2.5 hours, it's the difference between rewatching the film and just watching clips of it on YouTube.
Right. It's
for me, anyway.
Like the Wolf of Wall Street, where the half hour. Most films I watch, I think, could be shorter.
Yeah,
not all.
Oh,
but,
yeah, 100%,
most.
100%.
But yeah, like Wolf of Wall Street, if you lost half an hour, it would like up it a star even.
Yeah,
it's like one of those. It would drastically improve it.
Like I really like the Wolf of Wall Street. I like a lot of what it does, but I just end up finding I'll just watch the Quaalude scene again rather than watch the whole film.
But even that scene in particular could have been shorter.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because the Quaalude scene is often highlighted as the standout or one of the standout moments from the film.
Yeah,
but that scene is Exhibit A of the film's indulgence.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
It is just this little interlude. The film has this rapid fire. It's taken place over years and years and years in that Scorsese way. And then we just have this protracted sequence of physical comedy.
Yeah.
That's great, and I wouldn't cut it out of the film.
No. But that's why it stands out. Right, isn't it? It's because it's so different.
It plays out languidly. Yeah, I agree. But I think the problem with The Wolf of Wall Street is people... It really divides opinion. People don't know whether the film glamorizes the lifestyle or whether the film being so unashamedly decadent is in itself a critique of the lifestyle. I don't know where I stand on it, to be honest. I think it's Scorsese... Because I know Scorsese's work, I'm prone to say it's a criticism.
Yeah.
But there's so much of it that you start to... I don't know, the argument would be it's to make you feel sick. But then it makes you sick of the film.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to be sick of the film. I want to be...
Yeah.
Taxi Driver is like, it should make you feel sick about things. But you don't get sick of the movie.
No. And I suppose it doesn't help that one of the films that Scorsese went on to make was The Irishman, which was even longer still.
Far too long for me.
Yeah, also
far
also
too
too
long.
long. Yeah. So yes, The Batman. We all think it's too long.
Yes, although I think I had less of an issue, but I compare it to the longest film I saw recently was No Time to Die.
Okay,
and I felt like you could get like an hour off.
Oh, that was too long.
Yeah, that was too. Like big budget like movies, like studio films, don't need to be 3 hours long. Action movies don't need to be 3 hours long.
But also, we live in a point where like people's attention span is really bad. It's why things like TikTok do so well.
Yeah,
and then you're going right. Here's a 3-hour film.
It just kind of risks. I know a lot of epics and classics of cinema, like Lawrence of Arabia, like 4 hours long. And that kind of thing.
Ben-Hur
and Ben-Hur and even The Godfather and stuff like that. But how many 3-hour plus films do you think of as being like perfect? Not many.
No.
The Godfather's great. It's not perfect.
No.
That like when he goes off to Italy, it's like, was that needed? Do you know what I mean? I know Parasite is often remains the point of comparison, but something as tight as that, you just don't get in a 3-hour film. Like by definition, it's going to be indulgent. I can't even think of one. I can't think. I think a lot of people say Lord of the Rings, maybe, or one of the Lord of the Rings films, but not a fan, you know.
Which is that's an uncommon or an unpopular opinion, really, isn't it?
Oh, not being a fan.
That we're not.
Oh, yeah.
It's it's a really odd thing.
Yeah.
Are you a fan of?
No, I haven't even seen them.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm generally like iffy about fantasy anyway. That is my sort of Achilles genre.
You've not seen Game of Thrones either, have you?
I haven't seen Game of Thrones. Yeah, I refused to watch it, and then it ended up being shit. So I kind of ended up being like the one sensible person on the planet.
No, that's not how that works.
Yes, it was.
That's not how that works.
But no, like I didn't want to watch Lord of the Rings because of what it was, and then Sam watched it like a couple of years ago, and you told me, don't bother. So it's just,
I saw it as a kid.
I'm not interested in it now.
I saw it as a kid, and I think when we were kids, it was like, do you like Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings? And I liked Harry Potter.
Yeah, same.
And then I thought, well, I'll watch it like, you know, with a cultivated taste now, as like an adult, a sophisticated quote unquote viewer. And my opinion hasn't really changed. It's the same as a lot of things. You appreciate the technical side of it, and you go, but it's still dwarves and troll. And if you're into that, speaking of which, you played Dungeons and Dragons recently, didn't you?
I knew you'd bring that up.
I wouldn't have brought it up.
That was slid in so well.
But there wasn't a plan. But like, how could I not bring it up? We're talking about.
Well, it doesn't. I'm not a hypocrite. This doesn't make me a hypocrite.
I wasn't suggesting it was, but the fact you jumped so quickly to that defense makes me think that now that you are.
No, I'm not a hypocrite.
Aren't you? Why aren't you a hypocrite?
Because I didn't choose to play it. I was asked, and I was like, yeah, okay.
That's choosing.
No, I was like talked into it. I was like, you should play Dungeons and Dragons.
You need to sell that more then, because he literally sounds like he went, hey, do you want to play? And you went, all right then.
Hang on. Hang on, I don't understand your point. What point you're making? You're not a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Because you chose to play it.
No, I didn't.
But he didn't choose to play it. He got forced into it.
I don't know. Don't make it sound like I was forced into it.
He got put in the back of a van. He got given some dice and he got made to play it.
Well, you weren't forced. You could only not be a hypocrite if you were forced to play it.
Well, I wasn't forced to play it.
So you're a hypocrite then?
No, but I was asked. I was approached.
I asked you to watch Game of Thrones. What do you... I mean...
Yeah, but I don't like that.
But you don't like... You've never seen it. And you've never played Dungeons and Dragons. You can't possibly know. You don't know whether you like Lord of the Rings or not. You haven't seen it.
Well, you told me I didn't. So I
didn't tell you. I didn't say you don't like Lord of the Rings.
You probably won't.
It's probably not your cup of tea.
Yeah.
I don't recommend it to you.
Okay.
But you don't know whether you like it or not. That's ignorance.
Well, you seemed pretty confident, so I just.
Oh no, I'm fairly certain.
Yeah.
But you don't know, do you?
I suppose I don't know.
No. So why aren't you a
I
hypocrite?
feel like him in Lord of the Rings just sounds like a Schrodinger's cat thing.
In what?
In like, so he
You
hasn't
don't know
watched
whether
it.
it's alive or not.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It could be his
such as-
favourite film of all time, but he's never watched it.
I wouldn't say it's quite Schrodinger. It's not Schrodinger's cat because I don't think it's 50-50 that it's alive or it's dead. I think it's like Schrodinger's cat, but I don't know. Like instead of putting, isn't the thing that you put poison in the box as well in the food or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's like you injected poison into the cat, and so it's going to die. It just might not die quickly.
Yeah.
So by the time you open it, but yeah, no, I think it's shifted slightly in the direction of the cat being dead. Jordan won't like Lord of the Rings, but he doesn't know that he won't.
Yeah.
Is the crucial thing.
Okay.
So why aren't you a hypocrite?
Because I'm not.
Go on.
No, I've declared I'm not a hypocrite.
But you haven't backed it up.
Thus
though.
it is so.
Thus it is so. Okay.
That is used in a court of law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An infallible defense.
Anyway,
I've just
Jordan
presented.
turns his nose up at fantasy in general, but plays Dungeons and Dragons. That's the fact of the matter.
I've been
That's
once.
the fact of the matter. That's the fact, isn't it? These are the truths, and we hold them to be self-evident. Do you contradict anything that was just
I've
said?
played once. At the moment, I have had.
Do you know what,
I have played.
I'll even take the butt out.
Okay.
You turn your nose up at fantasy in film and TV. Yeah?
Yes.
And you played Dungeons and Dragons last week.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on.
I have not played Dungeons
Let's
and
move
Dragons
on.
since.
Let's move
I have
on.
had one session.
You've not played it, but you're going to play it next week.
Well, we don't. That's not completely decided.
It is, though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is.
You're going to.
It is.
Well, don't decide for me.
I'm not. You
because
told
you'll
me.
turn me into a hypocrite.
You told me that you were going. You said that you were going because you wanted to be social.
This can't be allowed. He can't be. He can't just like say whatever he wants.
I'm a guest.
And it's
I'm
just
not
like,
here.
oh, this is just the facts.
You said you're going to go to be social, and you said that you despise everyone who played. Okay, he didn't say that.
No, you didn't.
But he did say he was
all
going to
his
go.
new friends. So
Yeah.
he's replacing us.
Well, look, I've not been given enough recognition for allowing him to make new friends.
Yeah.
I've not been given a watch. I've not been paid. But it's fine. You're not going to... No, okay.
How generous of you, Sam.
It's cool. I'll allow it, you know what I mean? But I'm not going to have you sit here and say that you're not a hypocrite.
He just, the way you said that then, I was just like, he's going to sign his permission slip like when we're at school for it. He's going on a school trip to play Dungeons and Dragons.
Should we talk about the Batman?
Yes.
Oh, yes, the Batman.
Let's get back to the Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's too long.
Yeah.
It's too long. It's sort of hard to know where to begin, really. Should we talk about like its approach? Like why the kind of angle it's taken on the Batman, which is it's 2 years into his...
Yeah, this is...
Yeah.
Yeah, the early days.
Yeah, one of the more inexperienced Batmen that we've seen depicted in stuff, right?
Yes, and obviously Christian Bale's Batman, you saw the actual origins of
Yeah.
the Cape Crusader.
Yeah.
But yes, in the we have in Batman Begins, you have the origin story, and then over the course of hour and a half, 2 hours, he becomes Batman. He becomes competent, and he at first, obviously, there's a few kinks tying out and all the rest of it, and then the other films in the trilogy are not so much about him becoming, not kind of developing his skill set or anything like that. It's more philosophically he's challenged, and the second film especially, it's about the Batman as a symbol, isn't it? So yeah, like this Robert Pattinson's Batman's very green around the gills, very emo-y and very Kurt Cobain-y. Obviously, they use something in the way, which I thought was strange when it was actually used in the film.
Oh, I liked it. I can't tell you why I liked it, but I liked it. But then I've been listening to it on repeat.
Well, I love the song.
Yeah.
And it's not one of those things where how dare you use a song that I...
it's not Heroes Jojo Rabbit.
It's not that. It's fine that they used it. I thought it worked really well in the trailer, and it kind of gave an inkling as to, oh, he's a bit broodier. It is a bit like Cutty self-harmy.
And that's the thing,
Yes.
like, it's not used inappropriately in the film. It's used well, right?
Yeah, very briefly, I think, right? And yeah, and it's fine. It's just sort of it's hard to exactly explain, but it's now placing Batman in the real world. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean, yeah.
By using a pop culture from our world, it's now grounding it in. It's like, okay.
Even though the film is employing it non-diegetically.
Yeah, even though the film is employing it non-diegetically.
Okay.
It's still weird. Because can you think of another Batman film that's done that? They've had songs written for them.
Yeah.
That's different. But it's always score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just a bit weird, the idea that Nirvana exists. I know you're saying it's not like it's playing on the radio, but it now does exist in
alongside
the
Batman. Yeah.
So I just find that a bit weird.
I mean, in terms of like using it in the film, is that like a fairly new thing? Because I feel like there's been a few examples in recent years of like an iconic song choice or version of a song being used in the trailer for a film, and then it gets used in the actual film, and it's always a bit like, oh, okay. So obviously you got the Batman. Didn't you say like Jojo Rabbit? They did it.
Heroes.
Yeah, they get the heroes at the
They
end.
did it.
They dance to it.
Yeah, they did it in Promising Young Woman with the Britney Spears Toxic.
Yes.
Like their rendition of that.
Yeah.
I think Us as well, right?
Which song?
Was it Us? We'll Get Out. It's like the one that I think they use it in the final fight between the two of them.
Oh,
It's like
yeah. That's score though, isn't it?
Is it score?
I can't remember.
I think there is a song.
I remember like music really smashing into the scene.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, oh, okay, but I can't remember.
Okay.
I think it was score, but
Well, if I'm wrong about Us, you've still got three examples.
Yeah. No,
So
so,
I'm wondering if that's like a
usually
new
it's like
thing
a
or not.
credits thing is where you get a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like obviously Tenet's got Travis Scott in the credits.
yeah, and it's with superhero films now, irreverent superhero films. There's this tradition of you use like 80s music, and Guardians of the Galaxy, Suicide Squad films.
I was thinking the first Avengers had like quite a soundtrack. I feel like some of those were in the actual film as well.
Oh, like Live to Rise and
Like some were in the credits, but then the whole soundtrack.
But
I
then
feel like you get
again,
bits.
they didn't use. I think it was a Nine Inch Nails song that was in the trailer.
for the Avengers.
Yeah.
No idea.
No, I can't remember.
I can't
I
remember
suppose,
what it's
this
called. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
I don't know.
So
It wasn't used. It doesn't matter. I mean, trailers are a whole different thing, aren't they? You
Yeah.
can use whatever you want to try. It's not that I have a problem with songs being used in films generally, or even in superhero films. Like in the Suicide Squad and Guardians of the Galaxy, they fit. Just not the Batman. I don't know. It's just weird, the idea that Nirvana exists. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
I do and I don't, because I see what you mean about like you're thinking of Nirvana and Batman in the same breath. Thinking in the same breath. Thinking in the same...
Breath will do.
Yeah, breath will do. Like, what do you call the thing where the brain does the think? Anyway. But at the same time, it doesn't exist in the universe of the film.
Right.
So it's a tricky one.
It's also...
But I know what you're saying.
It's also strange because it's the only time they do that. It's the only time they use a song.
Do we know why they... Like, was there like we've got the license to this song for this film?
It could just be a practical reason like that. It's like we will just use it. Because I can't imagine a Nirvana song's cheap, right?
No. But also the way they set up the character being the moody, grungy.
Yes, yeah.
Like, if he was sat there listening to it on, like, a cassette tape or something.
Yes.
I'd be, okay. I could believe he would listen to Nirvana.
Oh, I'd find that even weirder.
Yes, it would be
they
weird,
really
but I
are
would
real.
but I would believe that is the sort of thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason it's there, right? It's just after his like opening narration of like the city, blah, blah, that sort of thing, and then it's him on his bike, isn't it? And they're playing the song.
Yeah,
it stands out because it's the only employment of an existing song. In the film.
Yeah, because again, most of it's score.
Most of it scores. So the fact that song's in there,
a pretty good score.
It's a good score.
Just say that.
Yeah,
I don't think it'll come up.
No, it's a good score. Michael Giacchino, brilliant.
Yeah.
But the music, the fact it's used just once, it's a mission statement in a way. If you're only going to use one song, right, you've chosen that very deliberately.
Yeah.
And so I would imagine the reason they did it is, the whole thing of, yes, he's mopey and he's a bit maybe adolescent. And, Nirvana now, I suppose, it's entering as the generations go on, that's going to become 80s music. 90s will replace that.
Yeah.
And so it's an understanding like, oh no, it is a throwback now. And I imagine he's kind of, his hairstyle and everything, it is emo-y. He's probably kind of based on people like Kurt Cobain and angsty singers and that sort of thing. Speaking of which... That was the fundamental problem of the film for me. Actually, let's return to that, right? Because, so he's been doing it for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's angry.
Certainly is.
He's angry. He's vengeance. He just beats the shit out of people.
Yeah.
He has a relationship with Gordon already. They have the bat signal. Like, all the apparatus is basically up and running. Alfred, the Batcave, it's all there.
Not even nearly a frame dedicated to his parents getting shot.
No, it happened.
Yeah. Like even Batman v Superman did that, right? Where it's like the gun and the pearls shattering.
Yeah.
We don't even get that.
Yeah. So that's the kind of approach the film is taking. What did you think of that?
It did feel like, on the one hand, I think that's going to become like the recurrent phrase of this review.
On the one hand.
On the one hand.
Yes.
On the one hand, I do really appreciate that they've just cut the faff. They've cut the nonsense. Like, we get it. We know what Batman is. We know where Batman started. We know the foundation of the Batman mythos. That is now well known enough in pop culture that it's sort of redundant to go through that again, especially if we've got nothing in particular to add to it.
Yeah.
So they've we'll just cut it out. We'll just show a different part of Batman's life than what we usually show. I appreciate that. On the other hand, it does feel like we've missed the start of something.
That was my fundamental feeling after the film finished is, where's the first one?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be as extreme as like, oh, there's a whole film missing. But there's certainly
a chunk.
They've accidentally cut out like too much context, you know?
I would say, is there part of that, though, obviously, I know it's not in the DCEU, where they've gone, well, we've shown this in Batman v Superman, do we need to do it again? Like, obviously, I know it's Matt Reeves.
Yeah.
You know, so it is a different thing.
It is a different Batman, yeah.
But is it like, well, we know that's done, we don't need this? Because I enjoyed the fact that we didn't have the faff.
Yeah, and I do like the idea of it, but then there was probably another way of doing it. Where it doesn't feel like, I feel like I'm catching up to the film rather than being introduced to its world at the pace I would expect to.
Yeah, because also it's a 3-hour film and you don't get that. So it's a long film.
It is, it's a long film and it's not wasting time with the setup.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. But then you go, well, there must be... Because this is a reboot. This isn't, it is presuming upon a degree of knowledge about Batman, obviously. They do cover his parents' death, but it's sort of like it happened already, and
No, if you had not seen if you've not seen any Batman before, this was your first piece of Batman media, someone would need to explain things to you.
Stuff's being brushed over,
Yes. And, they might well, in the sequels, kind of introduce elements from his origin story.
There'll be a flashback, or...
Either a flashback or like Ra's al Ghul. Again, there'll be a villain and they'll go, oh, my master, and you'll see him training. They might well do that, and that's fine. But yeah, it did feel like, because there's so much of it as well. And again, I know I think we talked about this yesterday, like if you said to the filmmaker, this is what I have a problem with, they go, well, that's the point. And that's that it's this fully fleshed out world, the Penguin's in it, he's not the Penguin yet,
That's the thing, there are moments where that lack of setup does work.
Yes.
Like the fact the Penguin is just out there.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with his relationship with Gordon being as advanced as it is already. Like, I think you get enough.
Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah, you don't need that faff.
Yeah, you get enough to know, like, right, he's like the one police officer in the Gotham PD that like trusts Batman and believes in him, and the fact they've got a bat signal shows that he's not like Batman is a separate entity to the police, and he's often in conflict with the officers anyway. So you get a good sense of the dynamic without them having to go, "This is Jim Gordon. This is the case that they first worked on." Yeah. But like the Batman-y stuff, like why bats, all of that's kind of gone.
Yeah.
I completely understand. We've had, but even wasn't Batman v Superman? He was already Batman. That wasn't like.
Yeah, but that
he was an older Batman. Even.
That was like we've sort of skipped over all of that. I know
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
no, that's what I mean. That he was sort of at the end of his career in that even.
But I mean, that was one of the criticisms, right? That I think even people who like Batman v Superman has is like, well, we've had the Superman film, but we haven't had the Batman film yet.
Yes, he's already Batman.
Yeah.
And I get it, because Batman Begins, the Nolan trilogy is relatively fresh in people's memory. And Batman Begins, it does the origin story pretty well.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, we're not going to one-up it, everyone knows what it is. Parents killed bats, blah, blah. So let's kind of think of a different way of doing it. But the way they did it, and I don't have an alternative. I don't know what I would do, but it felt like it was lacking a bit too much context. A little more would have been good.
Yeah.
A shorter film, a little more context. And my other big problem with it is Batman.
Okay.
I think Pattinson's a fine actor, and he's not bad in the role.
No, not at all.
I don't like the presentation of Batman in the film. So the Batman has been described by some people, and I think rightly, as a liberal answer to the conservative Nolan trilogy. Because Nolan trilogy is grounded in conservative implicitly, not explicitly. But he's kind of maintaining the social order and, you know, all these different things.
Well, yeah, all of The Dark Knight.
All of The Dark Knight, yeah, it's a conservative film.
Yeah.
Small C conservative film. And this one is its antithesis, where he becomes a beacon to the people, where he's literally guiding them out with the red light at the end. He's like a philanthropist.
Yeah.
That's not what Batman is.
Yeah. Catwoman's little...
And Catwoman. Well, me and Jordan watched it together.
Yeah.
And it was chugging along fine. And, you know, it's... You know, we'll get into all the things we like about it, but it's gorgeous. You know, it's an amazing looking film.
I mean, this is the cinematographer for Dune.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and he's like, with Dune and now this, it's like, right, okay, so we've got another Roger Deakins to keep an eye out for.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic. And it was, you know, enjoying it in the world and all that. And then she says that one line, and it just torpedoed the entire... Like, and that never happens, where one line, over, I'm out. And it's when she says to him, what was it? No one gives a shit about people like us. It's something like that. They only care about rich, white, privileged assholes or something. And I was like, well, I'm done then. It just completely ruined it for me. I don't think you said at the time, could that be argued as a character thing?
Well, this is what was interesting. So I didn't have as visceral a reaction to it as you did.
Well, it's white. If she was like, they don't care about privileged, they don't care about us, they care about the privileged people, I go, yeah, she's in the underclass.
Yeah.
She would think that. Even if I don't agree with it,
Yeah.
that character would think that, and it's fair enough. And,
Yeah.
and you know, in the Gotham they depict, it is corruption, and they don't care about the underclass. But it's the white bit. I was like, that it kind of broke the film a little bit. Whereas, like, that's not Batman. Batman doesn't do racial politics.
It's sort of too on the nose.
It's too of the moment as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like current politics being the way they are.
Yeah.
It's a bit too like... Well, it's not just that general sentiment of like, oh, rich people hate poor people. It's like, no, like the added whiteness does. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Like the fact they've added whiteness, like, oh, but no, it's really about...
Yeah.
You know, we're really focusing on the problem. But, I mean, that was the thing that I was thinking, is like, yeah, it wasn't out of character for Catwoman to say that. Mm-hmm. That's very much in line with what the character thinks and believes. There's also moments in the film, quite a few moments in the film actually, where we're not on her side. Like there's like a whole scene where Batman is actively trying to stop her from killing someone.
Yes.
There's moments where we do like overtly disagree with what she's saying. I think in that instance, like I think there's supposed to be an element of like, oh, she does have a point, but she's kind of like going about it wrong. I
really disagree with that.
And the one thing for me, well, I say the one thing for me, one of the things for me that sort of like made me think, I don't know, maybe this isn't the film making that statement, it is the character making that statement, is that the person she's talking to, Bruce Wayne, disguised as Batman, fully conforms to the type of person that she's condemning.
Yes.
But she's saying it to this character as a way to get him on side.
It's an irony.
There's a dramatic irony that Catwoman is not clued into.
It's an irony, yes, and because she assumes he's of the underclass as well.
Yeah.
That's an irony. Again, it's just white. Everything else I'm fine with.
And also, it's like,
just
he's a white guy.
And he's a white guy.
You can tell he's a white guy.
Who are you addressing this to?
Yeah.
You know? Like, white is not the same as privileged.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. So she's saying to him...
And I think she is using it as like a...
Well, yeah, otherwise, why... If I was trying to get you on side, I wouldn't say like, oh, these fucking white people. But she knows he is, so white is just a synonym for privilege.
Synonym is the word I was looking for. Yeah, she is using it as a synonym.
And so, I didn't like that. And like I said, it just kind of... Batman's it's a fantasy. It's a city that doesn't exist. It's, you know, mad Batman, right? Yeah. And all of a sudden, I'm hearing current racial politics in it. And I go, no, it's not right. And it's just the white thing. It really is. And I'm not. It doesn't offend me.
The thing is,
I just think it's dumb.
Where do you draw the line? Because I think for some people, the fact that this is a more vulnerable Batman, a more inexperienced Batman, like we see this Batman get scared. We see this Batman make mistakes, like when he jumps off the building, the police station, and he just fucking like smashes into the road.
But okay, you know, Catwoman in The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
Morally ambiguous. We don't know whether we like her or we don't. We sometimes do. We ultimately do. She makes the right decision, right?
Yeah.
In that, she says to him, "You're going to wonder how you managed to live so large and leave so little for the rest of us." She's coming from the same thing. And The Dark Knight Rises deals with class and, trying to overthrow the powerful. And okay, yes, I know the Dark Knight trilogy is a bit more conservative, but they managed to do that and give her that perspective. And you kind of go, oh, do I agree with her? Don't I? I'm not sure. And you felt like it was the character. It wasn't necessarily the filmmaker saying it. It was the character. And even when the character said it, you didn't take against it. Whereas in this, I felt it was the filmmaker saying it. Okay. That felt like a mission statement again. It felt like our Batman is a bit more grounded in kind of liberal, leftist sort of world. And we were meant to agree with her when she said it, I think. I don't think that was don't know. I think it wanted you to like her in that moment. And like the moment you said she's trying to kill someone and he's trying to stop her.
Yeah.
I don't think that complicates it at all because you understand why she's doing what she's emotional. And he's like, no, it's not the right thing to do. And she's like, yeah, okay, you're right. So it's not like she's a murderer. She's not evil and he's trying to stop her. It's not like she turns. She's caught up in revenge, which he obviously understands. So while there was an element to her that was a little bit, maybe you go about this the wrong way, I felt in that moment we were meant to be with her, on her side. And we meant to tick up, like latch onto the irony, oh, he's a rich man. But I think you were supposed to go, yeah, was it like, not go bitch. What do they say?
Go girl?
Not go girl. Something like that, You meant to go, yeah, that's right. You tell it how it is.
Yes, queen?
Yes, queen, that's it.
Right.
Yes,
queen.
Yes, queen. That's what you're supposed to think.
Okay.
And, they obviously very deliberately cast a non-white actor to play her.
This is...
Oh, yeah.
I know. It's awkward. What's your sort of opinion on it, Eddie? Because I maintain that...
I'm going to be honest, I do not remember that line.
Okay.
But my one of the things for me with the Batman is I thought you could have taken her out. We could have seen someone else go and try and kill Falcone, and it would have made zero difference. I thought she was really inconsequential to a lot. There's
the character?
Yeah, like she just... There's not enough there for me. Like I just didn't give a shit.
I think there's a lot plot-wise. She is and it's not because of that. Like, just put that to one side. Her character and her performance is the one about which I'm most ambivalent. I didn't really care for her.
It's tricky though, isn't it? Because we know that this is planned as a trilogy, and we know that there are multiple spin-offs in the work anyway.
Yes.
And so, particularly in the case of Penguin, and quite possibly in the case of Catwoman, these characters are here because they will become important later on. Yeah. Like, we're probably going to get, if not a Penguin, we're getting a Penguin show.
You're getting a Penguin series. He'll be in the next one.
He'll be in the next one. Maybe he'll be like a main villain in one of the films. Maybe he'll just be like a secondary villain all the way through. But he's going to be a presence throughout this trilogy. Yeah. So you can kind of excuse the fact that he's orbiting this one rather than being important.
But I hate that kind of corporate seeding where it's like, she's not important here, but she's going to get a TV show. Well, no, make her important in the thing I'm watching now. Yeah. You have to make her relevant in the thing. Even if you're planning a Penguin TV show, you have to make him relevant in the film. And he is, I would say.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. I think he's more in the plot in that way. And I don't care that he's got a series to a level where I just was like, I just don't give a shit what she's doing.
I don't care about the series. If it's good, it's good, right? Yeah. Like Peacemaker, whatever. With Penguin, I liked his... I'm going to come back to Catwoman. But I liked his depiction because he is just a thug. But he plays an integral role because he's like the deep throat, isn't he? He's like the guy that gives up the information. Yeah. That knows... That's good. Like, someone the Batman just encounters as like a nobody. He sort of runs this club. And he's going to ascend to become a crime lord. That's a good use of we're planning this as a trilogy. Yeah. Because they're employing him well. Yes. Yeah, carry on. With Catwoman.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I was just like, I really do not care. Like, I just didn't think she was that great. And I don't remember much of, like, other than the fact that she goes to kill Falcone. Like, I liked the film. I liked it quite a lot. Yeah. But, I just don't remember. Like, my memory of her is so little.
Well, I've started off with the things I really don't like about it.
Yes.
It's my second favourite of the year so far. It's
arguably up there for me with Belfast.
Well, it's between that and Boiling Point is my favourite, but I really want to like it. I keep thinking you need to rewatch it because like one time it will click.
I know people who have sat there and like I know some people are watching it on 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah.
And their opinion seems to have improved every time.
And I really want to like it.
Yeah.
I'll admit, like that first time when she said that, it was a bit like of a blow. Like, all right. I think I said to you at the time, the whole thing's ruined now. Now, after like that's settled, like okay, you know that's going to happen now. I should clarify as well. It's not because that whiff she gave off demonstrated a kind of politics that I don't like. It's not because of that. It's because it punctured a massive hole in the suspension of disbelief in that world where I just heard the conversations that you hear every day in the film.
Yeah.
No, this is Gotham. You know, this isn't TikTok. This isn't... So that was the problem for me.
You just see Batman scrolling Tinder, like...
Tinder, It just completely... It took me out of it. And I was like, why did you do that? So that was my problem with it. Not that I fundamentally disagree with it, though of course I do.
Go back like with something in the way being used. Do you think they're trying to ground more into the real world, and that's why it's in there? Like that's why the song's in there, that kind of thing.
I mean, yeah, they're obviously trying to reflect the world as it is.
Yeah,
but it always has. You know, Tim Burton. Okay, it's very costumey and fantastical, but Nolan's Batman was talking about terrorism.
Yeah.
You know,
and yet that didn't. Though that was a current affairs issue, that didn't
feel like it.
Puncture a hole.
It didn't puncture. No, it didn't. But that's because it was an analogy. The Joker is a terrorist, and they use the word terrorist, I'm sure, in the film. But do you know what I mean? It's its own. It's contained within that. It's not. You're not thinking of the real world in that same way.
The Joker is so divorced from an actual terrorist.
Yeah.
That like he's like. The broad strokes are the same.
Yeah.
But his operation moderandi, what's the word?
Modus operandi.
Modus operandi.
Yeah.
Is so like unique.
Yeah.
That there is a distance.
Yes.
It is a comfortable allegory to make because it's like, well, yeah, this is not the real thing.
Yeah, like The Dark Knight is often described as a post 9/11 movie, right? And I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Do you ever think about that when you watch The Dark Knight?
No.
Right. That's doing it well then.
Yeah.
White. It's the white thing.
That's the thing. I was to say, because the thing is as well, just that like, obviously its movements ever so slightly.
Yeah.
But like the car is an actual, like the Batmobile is an actual car. So they're trying to take it a little, like they're taking it away a bit from the fantasy.
The Batmobile is an actual car. When he does jump off the Gotham police station, he's using like a wingsuit. Like he's not using his wing cape. It's like an actual suit.
And he falls and he hurts himself.
And he falls and he hurts himself.
He is a man where you see him and he's all bruised and
And that's good. It's sort of. I think it's placed between the Nolan trilogy and the Tim Burton films, where it's the Nolan films.
Is the Tim Burton the one with Jim Carrey as the Red?
No, that was Joel Schumacher.
Josh.
Yeah. So you've got the kind of the gritty reality, quote unquote, of the Nolan films, where Gotham just looks like Chicago. Except in the first film, you've got the what are they called? Like the slums, you know, whatever they look invented, you know. But after that, it's New York, it's Chicago, and Tim Burton's Batman is obviously very costume heavy.
Yeah,
this is somewhere between the two, where it's going for that realism of he gets hurt and it's practical effects, and except when it's not. But it also Gotham's very stylized.
Oh yeah, it has a very panel-y aesthetic.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to describe it.
It looks like a city that doesn't exist, which is what I really like about it. It doesn't look like, they've just filmed in Chicago.
But also it does.
But also it does, yeah.
That car chase sequence takes place in the rain, and it's like their windshields are like all wet.
It rains all the time.
Rains all the time.
Seven, I think, was an inspiration.
Oh, definitely,
yeah.
But again, in the chase, like the cars, they're like hitting other cars,
and
they're just like making mistakes constantly.
I will say one scene I did really like when they're having the car chase, and obviously Penguin thinks he's like killed the Batman.
Yeah,
he's like, I got you. Like the way Colin Farrell does that.
Yeah, he's
I just thought it was brilliant.
Oh, he's so much fun. He really
Farrell's
is.
great.
Yeah. There's
brilliant.
the odd moment with his face, obviously, because like part of that I think is prosthetic and
it's like heavy.
There's the odd bit where I'm like looking at it and I'm going, sometimes I can see Colin Farrell, sometimes I can't.
Yes, weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can.
Yeah.
I thought, he was fantastic. But just to cap off that little section, I think it is my favourite, and I would say the best depiction of Gotham on film.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. It's when I think of rewatching it, I think, well, even if you don't, your opinion doesn't substantially go up. It is that every frame of painting thing. I just want to look at it because every shot is just it is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So yes, what are we moving on to?
Things we liked about it.
Sure. Okay. Let's go.
Well, yeah, good stuff. It's not all bad.
No, the good stuff. And I will start. For me, the Penguin. He's not the standout.
No.
But Colin Farrell is very, very good.
Yeah, he's great. It does feel like a completely like no one looks like that, and yet they do. It's strange. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like if I saw him down the street, I'd be like, okay, but like I'd be like, someone's wearing something, but no.
There's a little bit of uncanny valley to it.
Yeah,
really. It's like, yeah, I guess people can.
Yeah.
It's because it's like quite a relatively speaking, quite a big role. And it's not a guy you've seen in anything because it's so heavily proselytized.
The thing is, obviously, because he's in the nightclub. He's the kind of guy I'd expect to see in the corner of a nightclub.
Yeah, he looks like the manager of a nightclub.
Yeah.
Hey, sweetheart.
Yeah, take it easy, sweetheart.
Yeah, he's great. I like the pot boilery kind of aspect of it that is very detective-y. The labyrinthine plot, I like and I don't. Because I really... They've gone for like a Chinatown... There's always conspiracies. It is a hard plot to follow, I think.
Oh, God, yeah.
Like, not incredibly hard, but you've got to really pay attention to it. And kids will not get it.
Oh, no, like, it's worth pointing out, this is not a film for kids.
No.
And again, like, we've sort of been going in that direction a little bit with, like, pop culture. It's like, well, the people who, like, grew up with Batman, they're, like, grown-ups now. So... do we continue to make, like, Batman films that kids could... Like, you could show a kid The Dark Knight.
But Batman...
Or do we sort of, like, recognise that, no, Batman has older fans. So do we create a version of Batman that doesn't have to, like, behave itself? I'm not saying that this film is, like raunchy or violent or dirty. But, like, there's like, the scene in the church...
Yeah,
with the Riddler is extremely uncomfortable.
Oh yeah,
it's intense. Would freak a kid out.
It's intense.
Yeah.
Well, I would say the caveat being The Dark Knight is one of my favorite films, and I really like.
Oh yeah,
I love Batman Begins, and I like the Batman, and I like Batman just as a character. I like that mythology. You know,
yeah.
As someone who doesn't really do superheroes, I do like Batman.
Yes,
I think films like this are sort of the equivalent of when they printed those adult cover versions of the Harry Potter books, so they didn't have to be embarrassed on trains when they were reading it.
Yes,
I just think I'm all for, as an adult, I like being given adult films, but also I do lament a little bit that they're no longer for kids anymore. Kids don't have the Avengers film, like the Marvel films, I guess, but don't you want kids to be able to like Batman? It's Batman. I know it's got darkness in it, and so it lends itself to a slightly more mature presentation. But this really isn't for kids, and not because it's graphic or because it's just too complicated.
It's complicated, but it's aimed at it's aimed at adults. It's 100% aimed at adults.
Yeah. What was the rating? Do you know? Was it 12 or was it 15?
I think it's a 15. It's R-rated in the States.
Okay, I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on that. I don't know how I feel about it. It's easy for me to go, well, it's fine, but I don't know whether I should be the target audience.
Yeah.
It's not for kids. It's a complicated plot, and I appreciate that, and I don't. The Rorschach journal, I wasn't too keen on. He kept the journal like, tonight this happened.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought that was it was just a way of getting into his head because he wasn't talking to people. And it just felt, Batman doesn't do that. Batman doesn't write a journal. Do you know what I mean?
I guess it ties into the fact that he records everything.
Yeah.
Because he's got those sort of lenses where he records all of his encounters, and I don't know whether that's set up as like he's using it to sort of improve his strategies, or whether it's just I need to remember that this is what I'm doing.
Or he's covering his arse.
Yeah.
But also, I didn't like, going back to saying, didn't like when she wore them.
Well, you thought she was appropriate.
No, just because it was really weird, because obviously he's taken it out of his eye and putting it in her eye, and that weirded me out.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't the same one, right?
I don't know.
No, it's like...
Well, he's probably got loads, but
her eyes are probably smaller than his.
Yeah.
Right? So they probably did different.
Well, it's like ocular version of drinking out the same cup, isn't it?
Yeah. I was just like,
you've got your eye spit on it. Yeah. Jeffrey Wright whispers too much.
He does whisper too much.
He whispers too much. That's a problem.
There's like a scene where like he whispers too much, and then there's a scene where he's literally whispering to Batman
Yeah.
in front of all the police. It's like, what?
Yeah, the two of them talking in a crowded place just wouldn't be possible.
No.
You know. Why does Jeffrey Wright only do that now? It's
is he going full Kiefer Sutherland?
kind of like I'm trying to think of what the first thing was.
I don't remember him being like that in Westworld. Don't know if he was.
No, he is.
He is like
not
that.
like asthma, not as, but he's that kind of thing where he plays slightly tortured, smart guys. You know what I mean?
So even in No Time to Die, bearing in mind he's obviously in, was it Quantum or Casino Royale?
He's in Casino Royale.
Yeah, he's in Casino Royale, and he's quite loud in Casino Royale. Like he's not.
Sort of, well, but I think.
But he's so much more toned down in No Time to Die. Is the point I was making.
Yeah. Well, no, I think even in Casino Royale, he's kind of doing that thing. I'm not sure exactly where it started.
Actually, when he's on the stair and he's like,
"Yeah, I'll give you the money."
Yeah.
He's doing that kind of whispery thing. We saw that Jeffrey Wright performance is it Shaft, the remake of Shaft with Samuel L. Jackson?
I'm not sure.
Where he's the villain, and like that, and he's gonna. Remember that? Really weird. He's playing like a Puerto Rican villain. It's so bizarre and colourful. And then like supporting roles in a bunch of films where he's kooky. Angels in America, where he's playing like a transvestite, and that's
Yeah.
And then Casino Royale, and after that, got Westworld. The Bond films, and like
he's in the Hunger Games.
Is he in the Hunger Games?
He's also quiet in the Hunger Games.
Boardwalk Empire. Where it's a different tilt.
Well, he's RP in that. Yeah.
RP.
Isn't he RP in that? He's speaking in a very like loquacious, clipped way.
No, there's sort of a bit of Haiti in his voice in Boardwalk Empire.
Okay, but he's still like it's an affected.
Yeah, well, it works
way
in
of
Boardwalk
speech. Empire
because the whole idea, right after Cannavale, who's fucking loud and fucking.
Yeah.
You go with like Gus. Then you go from Tuco to Gus, where it's okay. He's very measured and he's calm. It works in that, but he's sort of doing that in everything. And speak up, Jeff. Speak up a little bit.
Jamie Foxx, same problem. Jamie Foxx, isn't it? Where it's like,
is he doing that as well?
Not the Jeffrey Wright thing,
Yeah.
but like one day he just did the same. He just started doing the same thing in everything.
Yeah.
That was one of our complaints with No Way Home, isn't it? Is that like, oh, Dr. Octopus is back. Oh, the Green Goblin is back. Oh, Jamie Foxx is back.
Yeah.
Just doing the Jamie Foxx thing again.
Yeah.
And he's not blue.
And he's
There was such when he started out.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of Django for some reason. Like, why is he wearing his blue suit from Django?
When he started out, like not right at the beginning in the late 90s and stuff, but like 2004 when he was in Ray and Collateral, two like very different performances,
Yes.
both Oscar nominated. I imagine it must have been a time going, oh, this is like a new great actor.
Yeah.
And he just hasn't really bothered to live up to
I
that.
would say I think the last great thing he did is Django.
Yeah, is he great in it?
Django
I don't
was kind
know.
of like, I think we might have even made this point during the review, is that Django was sort of like him becoming Jamie Foxx.
Yeah.
Because like he's
Yeah.
a character at the beginning of that film, but by the end of the film he's Jamie Foxx.
Yes.
And every
Yes.
film thereafter he was just Jamie Foxx. So it was like you saw the character acting of Jamie Foxx die on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
during
because
that
even
film.
like in Baby Driver.
Yeah, it's
Jamie
just
Foxx in that,
exactly
yeah.
the same, yeah.
Okay, back to Batman.
Back to
Yes.
Batman, yes.
Yeah, the thing about it not being for kids, they have that not almost opening scene where the commissioner's like, "Happy fucking Halloween." Like, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
It's not for kids. I do like the contact lens thing that he wears contact lenses.
Yes, I like the idea.
Yeah.
It just weirded me out.
Not necessarily the filming bit. The idea that if you're going to disguise your identity, also wear contact
Yeah.
lenses.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, just like the attention to detail and like the fact that we often see him with the black eyeshadow
Yes.
Yeah.
when he's not wearing the mask.
Like an emo.
Like an emo.
So a lot of the time,
but it like makes sense as the way
it makes
he's wearing
sense. Yeah, a lot of the time he does look like he's in an MCR music video.
Yeah.
Like he's Gerard.
Like
Way
I'm
and
genuinely
Helena.
like you'll get a sequel because they just released a new song as well.
Yeah, they're coming to Cardiff, aren't they?
Yeah, so like I just have this like impression of like that'll be in like the next one or like another song off like the new stuff that they're doing.
Yeah.
would be in the background of that.
Yeah, it's that sort of thing.
Just him in the corner. Welcome to the Black Parade. Knife in arm, like
When I was a young boy, my father died in front of me.
And my mother too.
Carry on. Oh, Batman on. Okay.
yes.
Batman. Give me a minute, go.
Him guiding the CSI around, I thought was quite clever. Where the first murder,
yeah.
and he's sort of like He's like walking over to things and like touching them.
Yeah.
And they go, ooh, okay, we'll go over look at that.
Yes.
That was really good. I liked that a lot. I thought Circus was decent. Obviously, he's being presumably saved.
Another one that's you didn't need him in this film, but he's probably going to be important later. And also, you couldn't do a Batman film without Alfred.
No, although I also thought with him, like, there's the odd, and it's an odd moment where his accent doesn't quite match what he's doing. Like, literally, it's like brief moments. It's like really brief, where it just sounds like he's talking slightly different.
Do you remember where in the film?
It's interesting because isn't he just using his normal voice?
Yeah. But like then when it's like, I think it's when he's in the hospital.
Okay.
And it's like a brief thing, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I can't remember.
But yeah, it's something I just like remember vaguely recalling. Like, okay, like it's like the tiniest thing.
Right. Okay.
I just noticed like, okay, that feels a bit different.
Yeah, I really like John Turturro as Carmine Falcone.
Yeah,
I think he was really
like,
good.
Potential for him to just kind of get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah,
but I don't think he did.
No, he felt like a gangster.
Yeah,
he felt like a genuine Don. You know.
It weirds me out though that is Jesus from.
Oh yeah. Well, he's Barton Fink to me.
But that's the thing. You've got Barton Fink. You've got Jesus from The Big Lebowski, and he's obviously in
Transformers.
I was going with Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? But,
okay. Yes.
Which I'm a very big.
Right,
but I'm a very big fan of those, and obviously, then he's a gangster.
Yeah, you dress like a bat. Well, this is my uniform.
Yeah, no, he's really good in it. Like, I believed, these little idiosyncrasies, and it was just like, that's good. Yeah, it's intense.
Yeah,
we've missed out one person from the cast, haven't we?
Paul Dano.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's also good.
Yes,
he was the standout for me. I really liked him.
Yeah, I liked him. I'm not going to say I didn't. The thing with Paul Dano, there's something about him where I can't like 100% get it. And I don't know what it is. It's like from There Will Be Blood on, that like histrionic performance. It's like, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it really. He's played crazy a lot, like in Prisoners.
Yeah.
That's more like muted, he just doesn't speak and stuff. I did like him in this, and I like that they've basically depicted him as, let's face it, autistic.
Yes.
And that's not me doing my thing.
I was going to say,
George.
do we take a shot, Eddie?
No.
Diagnosing someone as autistic.
No, there's that moment at the end where Batman's like, and I love it, that the Riddler's like, oh, I thought you were going to like help. Like I was trying to involve you.
That's great.
Like,
That little moment where he's like, Bruce Wayne, and you think that like he's about to reveal that he knows who Batman is, and it's clear the Riddler has no idea what's happening.
But that's like particularly fit like with him when he's in the cell.
Yeah.
And he just like loses his shit when he realizes it's not going the way.
That moment. That's
brilliant.
That's why I say autistic, because he literally just goes he just like starts making noises. I love that.
Very briefly meets the Joker, but not the Joker.
Yeah. And I think we both laughed, and when all the things were exploding, and you just see his face going like boom. He was good. He was good.
He
was a standout for me.
It's him
very
Farrell.
then Farrell.
Yeah.
No, it's a very neat interpretation of the character. The fact that like Batman is so central to his plan, really. That like he from the start he was like, oh, like I'm going to do these things, but Batman is going to sort of carry them out for me. I'm going to kind of manipulate him into doing it. Because I mean, from the trailers that was a concern, like because you see the Riddler. I mean, we don't see his face in the trailers. I'm surprised they even showed his face at the end. I thought it was just going to be like we don't see him. He's just this like almost mythical figure. Although it was nice that at the end it's like, oh no, he's just a guy and he doesn't get.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the whole picture.
Jonah Hill was supposed to play him.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
Strange. That wouldn't work at all.
Yeah, the question mark in the coffee mug did piss me off.
A bit. It's just like, oh, why?
Yeah. Like when he's like drawing it on stuff like, I'm alright, fine, you've drawn it. In a cup of fuck off.
Yeah. I like the opening. Where
he's just like watching.
He's watching, and you see like the heavy breathing.
Yeah,
I thought that was great.
Yeah.
Again, like okay, this isn't for kids.
No, it's not for kids.
No.
Also, the thing that confused me the first time I watched it, it's Halloween, isn't it? And I kind of forgot that it starts on Halloween because the little kid's dressed up, and he's got like a sword or what, he's doing like tricks with a sword. I was thinking, oh, is that Robin? On the rewatch, I was thinking, is that like Robin's a kid whose dad got killed by the Riddler?
Yeah, because they've already hinted that they want to bring Robin into the sequel.
Have they?
Yeah.
maybe that then. Maybe it'll set like years ahead, or I don't know. But I was thinking that's weird. Why have they done it? Because the kid is like with a sword and all that.
Yeah.
So maybe. The visual effects.
Yeah.
When they're noticeable, they're noticeable.
That's the thing. They're not bad visual effects. These aren't poorly done.
Yeah.
But they do stand out.
Yeah, they detract as well.
And I don't know what that is. I don't know whether that's just they don't quite gel with the cinematography, like the style that they've gone for. Because like the Nolan films, like I'm struggling to. Probably a lot of stuff they did with the Scarecrow was like visual effects.
Oh
work.
yeah.
But I'm really struggling to think of like a moment of visual effects work in the Nolan films.
Where it stands out, you mean?
Yeah, where it's like, oh, that's clearly because even like I know the one thing people always used to refer to was like when the Batmobile like hits the truck, and then the truck kind of reverses off it, and the physics are a bit weird.
Yeah,
but that's miniatures. That's not CG. So it's like
it was miniatures in Batman Begins as well.
Yeah.
No, I can't think of any. Even when in the Rises where the thing's flying. It doesn't look.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a visual effect. But yeah, like in this, it's a damn shame.
It is.
You can tell.
Yeah.
Like all the trucks kind of like piling up on the highway just before Batman does the jump, and then when he does get bodied by the bridge, and he like rolls across the floor, it's like that's a CG double.
Yeah.
I will say like the transition back to Robert Pattinson is flawless. I didn't see it.
Yeah, the cut's brilliant.
Like you can tell it's a CG.
You can tell it's CG. Yeah.
And it is a real. I don't know. Like, why? Why are they showing up? Why? How can we tell?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just like eagle-eyed. Like maybe a lot of viewers wouldn't be able to, or you just accept CG as a part of.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You know. I mean, like I think we are particular Nazis for practical. We like practical effects. You know.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden there's a CG. And you go, oh, why do you do that?
Yeah.
But yeah. I really like the relationship between Gordon and Batman.
Yeah.
I think Matt Reeves compared it to Woodward and Bernstein, like All the President's Men guys, like unraveling this thing. But yeah, the biggest problem for me, I've said all the things I liked, and the biggest problem of the film, there's no emotional through line for Bruce Wayne. Or there kind of is, but it's not nearly explored enough or substantial enough.
Yeah.
It's just, we have the first thing of him going, I'm vengeance. And then the guy at the end says, I'm vengeance. And he's like, oh, fuck. He's a bad guy. And I can't be vengeance. No, I'm going to rescue them with my glow stick. And that was the problem. I didn't feel like... even The Dark Knight, where like Batman is so overshadowed by the Joker, there's still a very clear, tangible, emotional through line to it, where he's like, I want to give up being Batman. Harvey Dent can be the guy that can functionally take my place.
Yeah.
Shit, the Joker's fucking everything up. Rachel dies. Oh no. There's like proper, there's emotional heart to it. And I didn't feel like that was present in the Batman.
No, it's because there's not one thing, is there? Because there's that sort of brief tangent where Pattinson is sort of under the impression that his father was a part of this conspiracy that he's unraveling. He was one of the people that like embezzled the money and like is doing all like he's in league with Falcone. Oh no, Falcone puts him onto that. Why does he go to Falcone? He goes to Falcone and then Falcone's like, it's true, your father was a bad guy. And then he goes to Alfred and Alfred's like, no.
Yeah.
And then that's sort of it.
Someone puts him on to Falcone.
Yeah.
And then Falcone puts him on to something else and then goes to Alfred.
Maybe it's the Riddler. Like maybe when Riddler was trying to kill Bruce Wayne, it was sort of like, because, your father's already gone, so I'm sort of killing you.
I need to rewatch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, this is one of those things where it's complicated. I can't remember why. There's a lot happens.
But yeah, I know what you mean, that like there isn't one thing. Like that is the one thing. He starts the film saying, I am vengeance, and then at the end of the film, he is not vengeance.
Yeah.
But that happens in a moment. That doesn't feel like it happens gradually. And it doesn't feel like... It's not like Batman Begins, where they open the film and they're like, the film is about fear. And literally every line of dialogue is about fear.
Yeah. Yes. Bruce Wayne in Batman Begins is the best depiction of Batman, I would say. Bruce Wayne / Batman. It's like it just gets it.
Yeah.
The Dark Knight is obviously the best Batman movie. But yeah. This doesn't hold a candle to Batman Begins.
No.
You know? Well, I think before we watched it, we thought, well, it's not going to be as good as The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
It might be better than Batman Begins.
That's the one it has to be.
And it didn't.
Because let's be fair.
Yeah, it didn't for me.
No.
So, did it for you? Ready?
The thing is, I haven't watched Batman Begins in a long time.
Oh, okay, you should. It's very good.
Yes, but it's like, for me, out of those three, Dark Knight's the one I own. I don't own the other two.
Yes, okay. Do I have anything else to say about the Batman?
I don't think so. It's like, it's good.
It's good.
We like it.
Don't love it.
Yeah.
But I'll keep watching it.
Yeah.
Yes, and it is still one of my top 2 films of the year.
Yeah, same. I think that's an indictment on the year, to be fair.
I was going to say, is that like a sign of how bad the year is?
Actually, no,
sign
sorry,
of, like,
that's not fair. It's top 3.
What's the other one?
Boiling Point.
Okay, yeah.
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 Yeah, is it a sign of the year or a sign of the quality of the film that we can't kick it down the rankings too far?
No, but also, I mean, I was going to say, I think it's not necessarily been the greatest year so far. Like, I think you started with Boiling Point and it was such promise.
Yeah.
Always happens, though.
But that's the thing, because didn't you find Boiling Point like day 1 of the year or something? And it's like, okay, we've started well.
Yeah.
And then you're like, right, okay.
Hurry up now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then, like,
Come on, guys, we're in May. Come
yeah,
on.
but then I saw, like, I realised I didn't mention this earlier on. I also saw Death of the Nile, and that's not great. Like, but like that's what I mean. Like the films I've seen,
Yes, aren't good.
this shit. You know, like, you know, I'm still undecided on Licorice Pizza. I'm kind of more improved on Nightmare Alley, but then
See how you feel about The Northman
yes,
on
so,
the next episode. So no more to say then, yeah?
no, nothing else on the Batman.
We wanted to like it, but there was something in the way.
Fuck off.
Jordan, now would be the time to try and get into my good books. Speaking of which,
Yeah.
Here is Jordan disappointing everyone for the next 40 minutes.
40.
Oh, so you've
ambitious.
thrown down the gauntlet.
Okay, let's just... There's no point beating around the bush. A new Sonic the Hedgehog film has come out.
Yeah.
It's called Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Yeah.
It's the second one.
Yeah.
After the first one.
Yeah.
We reviewed the first one on the podcast. Jordan reviewed the first one on the podcast. And Andy and I sort of sat there.
And took the piss out of Jordan by telling him how much we liked it more than he did.
And so, sequel time. Go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Eddie and I have no notes for this.
Yeah.
I chose the wrong time to stop drinking.
The schedule for recording this has been a bit So it was a long time ago that we saw Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
How much do you actually remember of it?
Oh, barely any of it.
Yeah, because I wouldn't say that it's a memorable film.
Jim Carrey as Eggman.
Yeah, but he was supposedly Eggman in the first one as well.
That's my memory. Jim Carrey as Eggman.
Okay.
I mean, I'll remember.
No, it's got Tails, it's got Knuckles, it's got Sonic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll remember it when you say it.
Yeah.
It's, you know.
Well, this is sort of like the main difference. I think I'm going to end up talking about the first and the second film fairly interchangeably because this is it's exactly the same thing.
We reviewed the first film already.
No, not as like a
You get me back on an episode and it's fucking Sonic.
No, it's not like, I'm going to talk about the first one.
I didn't want to be alone.
I see the tactic. Yeah, come on for the 60th episode. It'd be nice.
We'll delay it 3 months because we're like busy.
We're just going to make a film
Yeah.
and then, wait for Sonic. I see how it is.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I mean, like, if I'm making broader points, I'll probably, like, just sort of, like...
Just start talking about it.
I have started talking about it.
Talking about it.
Yeah, I'm setting it up.
Don't set it up. Just start talking about it.
I'm probably going to say, like, these films because is it fair to say... I'm even bringing you into the discussion
Thanks.
this early in the review.
Go on.
Is it fair to say that this film and the first film, they're just basically the same thing in terms of quality? They're both...
Oh, in terms of quality?
It's exactly the same thing. The jokes are just as unfunny. The film is just as boring. All of the mistakes the first film made, the second one makes them too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look
Quality,
at that. We're having a discussion, Sam, already.
Quality-wise, they're about the same, yes.
Yes.
They are just bland 2.5 stars out of 5
War
films.
crimes is what they are.
They're war crimes.
They're war crimes.
Okay.
And we're in peacetime, so that's quite an accomplishment.
Is it?
Yeah.
Go on then. How are they war crimes?
Well, it's just awful. They're just fucking awful.
Okay.
I just hate them so much.
They're not awful.
No, but this is the thing. Like, because I was thinking, like, before we started recording, I was like, look, I'm at the point now where, like, when the first one came out, I was angry, right? It upset me.
It wasn't that bad.
It was.
It's
It's
not great, but
It's
it was.
just a mediocre film. It's
it
not
was
even
like-
a bad one.
No, because it was like
it's just there.
yeah, it's just there. It's beige.
It's just there, but it's just I have to put up with it being there now.
Yes.
You know?
What do you mean you have to put
Well,
up
like
with
if
being
it
there?
ever, were it ever to come up in conversation with the person that, like, oh, you know, Jordan's a Sonic fan,
Right.
I'd be like, oh, so you've seen the films? It's like, oh, fuck, I don't want to talk about.
How often are you in that situation?
I know. I'm just saying, like, I'm making the point that, like, it's something that I have to put up with.
You don't, though.
But you could just go, they could go, oh, you've seen the films. You just go, yeah.
I could.
And just leave it at that. You could just leave it at that.
yeah,
I could.
don't like, yeah.
Oh
don't-
yeah,
don't like that.
conversation over. I guess I'll never see that person again.
That's how you do business, isn't it?
Yeah, but not intentionally.
Okay.
But that's when you do it intentionally.
Yeah.
Look, the point I was going to make is, like, yeah, the first film I was angry. With this film, like, they've announced they're doing a third one. They've announced they're doing a spin-off TV series.
Yes.
But they've also announced that, like, oh, we're also doing, like, Netflix are also doing their own Sonic show. You know, you've got, like, the new games coming out this year. It's reached the point now where I'm like, well, it's not like I can just write these films off. Like, this continuity, I can just, like, write it off. I shouldn't let it anger me. Because
It shouldn't anger you anyway.
Because it's its own thing. I don't have to worry about them. It's just like, oh, that exists over there, and it's not my problem. And then whenever I start thinking about the films, I just get angry again straight away.
How can you? Why do they make you angry?
Because they're so bad. They're not.
But
good.
why does that make you angry?
Because people seem to not know this.
What do you mean?
People seem to like them. They think they're
They
good
don't.
films.
Do you know what? Right. I was listening to Frankie Boyle the other day. Right. This will make sense in a second.
Okay.
And he was on a podcast, and it was a left wing a very left wing podcast. Frankie Boyle is rather left wing.
Yeah.
And they were talking about the conservative bias of the BBC. Now, it seems like whatever side you're on, you think the bias is on the other side.
Yeah.
I don't think that people think this is a good film.
But you're going on. Admittedly, we're basing that on different circles because you're looking at the general critical response and going, oh, it's like a 60 or whatever.
Well, the general critical response and just what people generally. Who is saying this is brilliant?
A lot of it is Sonic fans. Like, people within the fan community are saying, oh, like, these are really great
But that's not
films.
a fair sample, though.
I feel this is going to come across as rude, and I don't mean it to come across as rude.
Okay.
But are we saying Sonic fans that are our age, or are we saying Sonic fans who are kids? Because kids will like it.
Yeah, kids will like it.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. When you're talking about, like, the Sonic circles of, like, Sonic fans, are you meaning, like, people who are our age?
Well, the honest answer is I don't know. I don't know what the general demographic, because my sample pool is the Sonic subreddit and just, like, Sonic YouTubers, which are kind of, like, around our age, maybe slightly younger, but they're, like, in their 20s.
Yeah, I was really aware he was saying Sonic circles, and my question was going to sound like I was going, yeah, but kids like it, and that's who he was like, referring to.
It's fair that I'm principally probably operating on the critical.
Yeah,
what critics are saying about it. But I would say that mainstream audiences, it's going to be a mix of the adults aren't really going to like it, the kids might. 50-50 adult, like, yeah, it's fine, you know. No, it's not going to be anyone's favourite movie. I would say the Sonic fan community is a very biased sample. They are predisposed to like it because it's Sonic. It doesn't have to be good.
It can just as easily swing the other way.
It should do.
Yeah.
It should swing the other way. You should be harsher, as you are.
Yeah,
about
that's
it.
what's surprising me is that so many people are just... They're okay with these films.
But are they film people? Is it that, you know, they love Sonic, and the fact that Sonic is in a film, you know, and there are Sonic movies, that's good. That's a good thing. It doesn't really matter how good the films are.
It has to be that.
Yeah,
Right.
whereas you are both. You're a Sonic fanboy and a film fan. So it's got to be...
No, that's exactly... No, that is the
thing.
Sonic is in my house now. I've studied film. I've made films. I know what filmmaking is.
Sure.
I feel like I have a fairly decent understanding of, like, what makes a good film, what doesn't make a good film, how film can be improved, and what elements of a bad film make it worse. So when this film is, like, demonstrating at every possible opportunity that it's just failing to be a good film, and there are so many other people, like so many Sonic fans going, oh yeah, this is exactly what we want. I'm so happy this film exists. You don't need to improve Paramount. And Paramount is just, like, churning out, like, oh, the first film did great. We'll just make that again. We won't improve it anyway.
You can't blame... I don't think you can blame the studios just because why wouldn't they?
No, that's my point.
It made money the first time.
They
It's going to make money again.
Paramount have no incentive to improve. And they haven't improved.
No.
This is like...
No, they have done exactly the same thing.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. The one difference is that this is probably a better adaptation than the first film, because the first film you have like a fairly plausible facsimile of Sonic. Like, it's a slightly different Sonic that we see in the games, but it's still kind of like, yeah, that's that character, or like a decent version of that character. Robotnik is sort of his own thing. Like, he doesn't even look like the character, but it's like, oh, well, like, yeah, sure, Robotnik, like, that'll do. And then it was just like, it was all invention after that.
Yeah.
It was like, it was a fairly generic
hog out of water.
Hog out of water. Yeah, it was that. It was the CG live action hybrid where the CG character makes friends with James Marsden. It was that film again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas this film, they have brought more Sonic characters into it. They've brought in more Sonic iconography into it.
Yes.
It's a better adaptation. It even kind of does the premise to Sonic 3, where Knuckles is like tricked into thinking Sonic is the enemy.
Yes.
But in this instance, I don't remember everything I said in the review of the first one. I said a lot.
You did.
So apologies if I sound like I'm contradicting myself. That was pure stream of conscious. This time I am trying to like, no, this is what I think. These are the notes.
Yeah.
I think like in this instance, the fact that it's a more faithful adaptation is actually working to the film's detriment. This is one of the things that I'm sort of saying was like, oh, this is a bad film. Because it should be a case of like, oh, but Jordan, Tails is in it, and Knuckles is in it, and the Chaos Emeralds are in it. This is Sonic. You like this.
That would be my, I think, I can't remember how prevalent it was in the first review, but going into it, and my general concern is too heavy a word. But, you know, the thing that's on my mind is that whenever it comes to adaptations, is that it's a neutral dimension.
Yes.
How much
I agree with you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I would never say, "Oh, Jordan, it's got to be good. It's got Tails. It's got Knuckles." No, that's like the minimum.
Yeah, and it wasn't you that I was.
No, I know.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, as a general, I can see someone listening to the first review, and then saying, "But this is Sonic. This is closer to what Sonic is. Surely you should like this."
Yes. Yeah.
No, and the reason I don't like it is because it's like it is working to its detriment. The main thing is like the finale, because like the whole thing of this film is that Sonic is kind of. He has found his tribe, right? Like he's kind of on his own in the beginning of the film, and then at the end,
humans be doing human things.
Humans be doing human shit.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to all of it. I'm sure.
I'm sure as well.
But he's got like at the end of the film, he's got this surrogate family that are living with his other surrogate family from the first film. That we'll get into as well. But like the whole thing of that finale is that like. Tails, Knuckles, we're all going to team up to fight Eggman. We're all going to use our individual strengths simultaneously to overpower the main villain. But the film ends with Super Sonic, which is an element from the games that works with the Chaos Emeralds. It's like, oh, it's a better adaptation because Super Sonic is in this one. But as Super Sonic, Sonic is faster than his usual self. He has Knuckles' strength, and he can fly like Tails.
Right.
So even though the whole point of the finale is that, like...
All for one for all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's teamwork, it's friendship, that's what will save the day. And then Sonic just turns into an ultra-powerful being. That the film itself seems to imply that he can maintain that form for as long as he wants.
Yeah.
So he has no need for Tails or Knuckles anymore.
How does he... Remind me how... Because I'm thinking of, like, The Matrix, where once he self-actualizes...
Yeah.
Everyone else is basically redundant because he's fucking Neo now.
Yeah, he is.
But the whole point of the film is he doesn't realize, he doesn't understand that about himself, and then he does, and that's why there should be no sequels to the Matrix.
Yes,
because he's God now.
Yeah, he's literally unstoppable.
How does Sonic arrive at the I can now be supersonic? What does he have the emeralds? I can't remember.
Yeah, he has like the Master Emerald in his hand, and it kind of disintegrates, and the 7 Chaos Emeralds come out of it, and he doesn't know that like he can do that. What just happened, like the emeralds just disintegrate in front of him, and then he says to like Tom and Black Wife, I don't remember her name, but he's like, don't...
I think it's Black Wife Wachowski. What's his surname?
Wachowski, yeah. Black Wife Wachowski. And he just says to them, look, Robotnik is about to crush me beneath his giant foot. Run away, save yourselves. And they go, no, Sonic, we'll die with you.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah.
That's what films
like
do.
I love you guys.
Films are for. Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
I love both of you. I love you guys.
Oh, that's cute.
I feel like I feel like if you were like about to be crushed beneath a giant foot and you go save yourself,
Yeah, all right.
right?
Yeah, you would, but I don't know if you're the best. I mean, if there's literally nothing you can do to... If it's like, oh no, I'll stay and try and help you. If it's like, either I get crushed, definitely crushed, or we both get definitely crushed.
Yeah.
No, I would not expect you to stick around.
Yeah, car's on fire, I'm upside down, can't get the seatbelt off, all the thing. No, go before it explodes.
It's not even that. It's not even as if they're trapped. Like, he's drawn a little circle of fire around them.
Yeah.
As if that makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
But they could just run away.
I walked into a burning ring of fire.
Well, I just keep thinking, Blonsky beat. Run away, run away. Yeah. Can I go get a chicken ball?
Yeah. Right. You know the rules about eating on mic, though. Just be careful.
Yeah, I know. I just need water as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how fucking long this is going to go. Bear with.
Yeah. Will we not hear you chewing?
You won't hear me chewing.
No? Demonstrate. Or you expect me to continue the review with a straight face?
Alright, let me just try this down.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so that's how, that's what happens. He's just like, he gets crushed under the foot.
Yeah.
And Robotnik is like, ha! I've won!
Yeah.
And then he just like, supersonic like comes out of the foot. And then destroys the robot. Then fucking murders Robotnik?
My guy.
No one, I haven't seen this like mentioned by many people. Robotnik can't have survived the thing.
Well, he has, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He has.
Well, that's the thing. We don't currently know.
Well, we only don't know because
I'm not sure if you're aware, Eddie, but Jim Carrey has declared that he's like retiring from acting. So this may very well be Jim Carrey's final film. And Paramount have said that they don't want to recast Robotnik.
No.
So they're sort of putting themselves in a interesting situation.
Yeah, and he said he would be happy if this was like his last film.
Yeah.
Would he?
Yeah, that's what he said.
The guy's done the Truman Show. And
No, but he was saying like he's happy with like the cast. Like obviously, there are duds here and there, but he was like, yeah, if I end on this, alright.
Bruce Almighty.
I mean, like,
I don't mind Bruce Almighty.
He's alright, you know. Yeah,
no, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's in like a lot of dumb comedies and stuff like that. But like, he's done films like Man on the Moon and The Truman Show and Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. But he's happy with this being his final film.
Yeah.
Dumb and Dumber 2.
Yeah, 2. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if there was a reason why you were just trying that.
I was saying the only reason that we don't know is because Jim Carrey said he's retiring. But the implication with the coda. Is that he's not dead, because they wouldn't bother putting that in otherwise. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it sort of leaves the door open for Robotnik to like come back.
We can't find the body. Well, he's alive.
Yeah, exactly. I have to say I wouldn't mind him not being in the next one. Just like have a film without him.
I mean, it's hard. I just don't care. So it's hard to like...
I know, it's the problem. Like, there's so much stuff where like, even with like the current status quo that we've got in these films, like there's still I'm thinking of stuff all the time. It's like, oh, they could do this, that'd be kind of interesting. Like Shadow is in the next one.
Oh, that's gonna be... You think this is bad, Eddie? Wait for the third one. And Shadow's in it, because Shadow is Jordan's G.
Oh, is it?
Shadow is Jordan's thing.
I like
it's
Shadow.
The bedrock for all of his passwords and usernames.
Isn't there a username that's the ultimate Shadow?
64.
My YouTube, my YouTube channel.
Shout out the YouTube channel.
The ultimate Shadow 64.
By cutting together Shadow trailers.
Well,
like
just like Sonic cutscenes. I put them over like movie trailer audio, because that was like back in 2009.
Yeah,
that was the thing you did on YouTube. The 300 trailer. Everyone did a version of the 300 trailer.
Yeah. Okay, when Sonic 3 comes out, let me know. I'll go on holiday.
I will emigrate to space.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, that would be like interesting if they like Shadow's just the villain of that film.
Yeah.
Robotnik's not in it. It's not about Robotnik. It's Sonic versus Shadow. And I know this film is kind of like Sonic versus Knuckles. But that's a problem that these films have already. There's kind of redundancies. Because the first film, the Sonic 1, the whole like thrust of that was Sonic makes a new best friend. It's Sonic's first ever best friend. This Tom Wachowski.
I think
I think it's Wachowski. I'm not being straw manny. I am genuinely like, I don't know his
No,
wife's
no,
name.
I think it's Wachowski.
I think it's Wachowski.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Sonic makes a new best friend because that's what he was missing in his life, and he finds that in Tom. That's the function that Tom serves in the story.
It's a weird arc to kick off your Sonic franchise, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a friend.
Yes, but the problem is that now in the second film, and this is exactly what I said. I remember saying it in the first review. Now that Tails is in these films, Sonic's actual best friend, Tom's function in the story has completely changed, seemingly between films.
Yeah.
The end of the last film, he was Sonic's best friend. Now he's Sonic's dad?
Yes.
He's like the surrogate father to Sonic? Because you can't have two best friends, and Tails is the best friend, and we can't have him not be the best friend. But because we didn't fucking bother to set things up properly, we just have to shuffle the things that we've already done. So the first film is like completely redundant now.
Because like so much.
Yeah, no, genuinely. Like you could just have Robotnik just like turn up one day. It's not like they have this long charted history. They fought like once, and Robotnik lost, and he's just a bit bitter about it. But Robotnik's insane anyway, so he's just like, blue hedgehog, I want it.
Right.
The relationship that he has with Tom is completely different in the second film than it is the first.
How old is Sonic meant to be?
I don't know. I like in the games he's 15. In this, I get the impression he's supposed to be a bit younger, maybe like.
Oh, even younger. Okay.
I thought 12, but I don't think he's given an actual age. I think he's supposed to be like a kid.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's sort of a weird. You don't really know how old they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's odd.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
It's a blue hedgehog.
No, I know that, but like, he's voiced by a guy who's presumably in his 30s, maybe even 40s.
Yeah.
Who sounds in his 20s.
Yeah.
And was supposed to be a teenager.
Maybe even younger than a teenager.
And maybe even younger than that. It's just kind of how... And he kills,
He kills the guy.
It's like... it's what I always find that interesting with like kids' films. Like, it's thought more about now, the fact that Superman doesn't kill people. And, and should heroes be killing... But then you've got like The Incredibles, where, Syndrome dies.
Oh, yeah.
They don't like murder him strictly.
No, but like Syndrome kills a shit ton of people as well.
So it's and we think kids can't cope with it. They obviously can.
Yeah.
But it is weird when you think that Sonic is meant to be, like Harry Potter murders.
But then also we're more sensitive now than we were.
Yeah, I know.
When
that's
The Incredibles came out.
I sort of brought it up, didn't I, during the Cuphead review about 20 years ago when when that came up. But like. It's borrowing the aesthetic and the style and the tone, I guess, of like cartoons from the 30s, like Steamboat Willie and like early Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
But it's not willing to use that, like it's not willing to go as dark as them. I don't even mean dark as in like, they were like gritty and like, difficult to watch. But just like, they the devil in the games, Cuphead gambles away his soul to the devil in a casino. We can't show that, so he just loses at Skeetball.
Right. So, like Courage the Cowardly Dog kind of thing, where it's not graphic, but it's weird and dark and
yeah. But no, it's
dealing
like
with dark things.
We have to sanitize it for it is for the children.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sort of the opposite problem with Batman that we just discussed.
Yeah.
So we're like that is like, oh no, we can age that up, but maybe we should start aging things up for our older fans.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't mind. Like,
I don't mind
because people sugarcoat
What do you call me?
People sugarcoat so much, like particularly at the moment.
Yeah, it's not about sugarcoating it. It's just like say, should Batman? The fans have grown up, but Batman, it's not like Harry Potter. Batman has been around since the 40s. Superman's been around since the 30s. It's not like their original fans are dead. They're all dead. So it's it's not. I don't think it's about that. It's about, and it's not even that the Batman. It's the fact that it's a bit more mature. It's just there is now no Batman for kids. Even if it's just, this film is a bit older.
Yeah.
But you've got the Lego. Yeah,
I guess you got Lego Batman.
But they're not making new stuff. Is the point?
Okay.
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the only other thing in terms of like the first film is completely redundant now. Sonic's quill, if you remember, that was kind of Robotnik's entire motivation for the film was that he wants Sonic's power, and then he manages to get a quill from Sonic that has like infinite power in it, and it's in the mid-credit teaser, Robotnik has like a fully charged quill from Sonic again, and so at the beginning of this film, he uses the quill to like get the universe's attention, and that's how Knuckles shows up.
Yeah.
And then the quill is never mentioned again. I know that it's kind of like, oh, we've got the Chaos Emeralds this time around, so it's weird that he would have like a thing, a MacGuffin of ultimate power, while also searching for a MacGuffin of ultimate power. But again, this is like the problem of like, this is a more faithful adaptation, but you already had a facsimile for ultimate power with Sonic's quills, but now you're just ignoring it. Like when Knuckles shows up, he's clearly got the same abilities that Sonic does. He has that like weird electricity nonsense that they've done. It is nonsense. No, well, I'll get to it. But
I think we're just going to let you run now. Just go.
But yeah, Knuckles clearly has the same power that Sonic has. And Robotnik sees this and he doesn't think this creature that has the same power that Sonic has trusts me. I'm just going to use his energy instead. I don't even need Sonic anymore. I just need to make sure Knuckles continues to trust me. And I can just have all the power that I want. He just never thinks of it. It just never enters his head. He just like shows up at Sonic's house, has Knuckles beat him up. And then Knuckles, like one of them offhandedly mentions ultimate power, and Robotnik's like, ooh, I guess I have a motivation finally.
They even miss cheesy one-liner opportunities. It's like, what's that one when they have that first fight? I think Sonic says like, I'm unstoppable, or something like that. And he runs at them, and then he just like, he stops him.
Yeah.
Because of a cool like, stopped. Do you know what I mean? Just something like that.
Yeah, well, like in the trailer, that's that infamous, like, do I look like I need your power? But in the film, he doesn't even say anything. He's just kind of holding him. We have an anecdote to share with Eddie, don't we?
Do we?
We do.
Caught me off guard.
Yeah.
Mid-chicken
If
ball.
this stays in, I'm eating a chicken ball. Sorry.
We even alluded to it earlier in this episode, so we have to say it.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Not that long ago, then.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically.
Oh, we did. We did.
Yeah. Basically, Eddie, what happened is me and Sam watched this film illegally, because of course we did. We were not going to pay to watch Sonic the Hedgehog fucking 2.
There's no way you were getting me to pay for this film.
Yeah, and you exactly as well, yeah. So while we were watching it, it got to that scene where Sonic like runs at Knuckles, and Knuckles kind of like catches him like a baseball and then sort of like pulverizes him into the dirt. And what happened, the moment that like Sonic hits the ground and electricity like explodes, the copy we were watching just went black, and it just said this footage cannot be played. It just corrupted the footage.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was spot on.
It was spot on. I turned to you and I said, like, if we don't watch the rest of the film, if this is our experience of Sonic 2, I will be happy.
It's fine, yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with this being it.
And then you got the rest of the
Well,
film.
unfortunately, yeah, we had a duty to watch the whole thing. But that was my favourite part of the film.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
I did laugh at things. I genuinely, I can't remember it. I remember there's the dog with sunglasses.
Oh yeah, this film fights dirty.
Yeah. Yeah.
This
it has
film,
ideas above its station.
Yeah, this film did not earn a golden retriever in sunglasses.
No.
But there it is. Just like blatantly putting that in there. Like, you can't buy my
you
love
can't
Sonic
just do
2.
that. You can't, but they did it.
Yeah, but they just did it. How fucking dare they?
I like that, but I'd like it if it was in Schindler's List. I'd like it if it was, Like, oh, there's a dog. There's a dog with sunglasses. Yeah. Get out of the way, Jude.
There's a dog with sunglasses. Why is he pushing that button? No!
Why is there a swastika shaved into his fur? Golden retriever as well.
Oh,
Aryan,
God,
Aryan
yeah.
dog. Yeah.
It's just standing at the doors of Auschwitz, just growling at the train.
Growling at the Jews.
Yeah, it's just like rolling in. Christ. Anyway, Sonic.
Yes, yes.
Gnawing on a Semitic bone. Holocaust. It's not even a pun.
No, it's just
Holocaust. The Luftwaffe.
Surely it'd be like Holocaust.
Do that again.
No,
please do that again.
no, it's just like
that again.
I'm just demonstrating the dog is happy.
Please do it again.
No,
please.
No,
One more time.
no, you've had it.
Oh no, it was too good.
No,
One more.
it's been captured in audio form forever.
Yes, which you won't let him have.
No, it'll stay in. I'll keep this in.
Okay. Carry on then. do it again. All right.
Yeah. Do I give you a moment to sort of...
No, it's fine.
Okay.
No.
So, yeah, their dog with sunglasses.
Yeah, fighting dirty. But like Batman, I know we've slightly moved on from Batman, but it's weird that like
Slightly, yeah. Totally.
not the review. Like we kind of brought Batman up a moment ago,
right.
but they like make a couple of Batman jokes in this film.
Do they?
Yeah, remember when he's like, "I am Blue Justice." Right. Sonic is like pretending to be like a version of Batman.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
This does happen.
Yeah, I believe you.
Yeah, it happens like twice. I think they make 2 jokes about it, and both of those jokes are in the trailer.
Okay.
And I don't know whether this is just me imposing like cinematic language onto this thing. I thought that was going to be a bigger deal than it was.
What, Batman?
Just like that joke. That like, oh, Sonic is like trying to be Batman. Because it comes up twice in the trailer. Mm. Both jokes happen in fairly close proximity to each other in the film. Mm-hmm. And there's a poster for this film where it's Sonic standing behind like... standing in front of the moon, slightly silhouetted, and it's like #Blue Justice.
Right.
So it's like, oh, they're making a point of this. This is going to feed into it somehow. And it just never does. They just never bring it up again. I just thought that was really weird. I don't know what, like I said, I don't know whether that's just me. Like, oh, I thought like if you were like, this joke was going to be a thing in some capacity, but you've just dropped it.
No,
basically I'm saying like I don't know whether it's a flaw or whether I've just like picked up on something that isn't there.
I suspect the latter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just there's a Robert Pattinson cameo somewhere hidden in the background.
That's the thing, not like that. I was just like I think as well, like they did like a Batman-esque trailer that played before the Batman or something like that.
Maybe they knew they were releasing at similar times.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But
probably.
Yeah, it just felt weird. Like I don't know.
Like you thought there would be an ongoing thing and maybe like a payoff to it. Yeah.
Whether it's just like a running gag. Like they just like at the end of the film they just outright replicate like an iconic Batman image just offhandedly.
I think just kill off his adopted parents.
Just kill off. Yeah, they kill off Tom and thingy. Black wife. Yeah.
I think it's just it was for the social media and for Blue, so they could have Blue Justice. Just one off line where he says I'm Blue Justice.
Well, like
guys can make it posters now.
Keep calling himself Blue Justice. Then have like Knuckles mistake like think his name is actually Blue Justice. Like do something with it.
Right.
Like, even to the point where, it's like, I don't know, you could have, like... Because it's not a clean parallel, right? Sonic being Batman.
What do you mean it's not a clean parallel?
Well, like, Sonic
it's not remotely a parallel.
Other than the fact that, like, Sonic is an orphan.
Orphan?
Orphan.
He's an orphan?
He's an orphan.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah. Well, he's, like, is the only surrogate parent that we know he has.
I was criticising your pronunciation, not the word. You said orphan.
Well, fuck you.
Sure.
Yeah, other than the fact that he is without parents.
Sure. An orphan.
Yeah. Tails is like a much younger sidekick who's like, he kind of fits the role of Robin a little bit.
Yeah.
And the fact that this film is like overtly more superhero-y than the last one.
Yeah.
Like you've got sky beams and you've got like ultimate power and you've got...
it's got rings that have portals.
Stones.
You've got the Infinity Stones. You've got like not a villain character because he ends up like Knuckles ends up being like a hero, but like a character who's kind of equal in power to the hero of the film.
Yeah, they technically are superhero movies, I suppose.
The second one certainly. The first one I would say it's like a road trip comedy.
It's a road buddy movie.
Whereas this is like no, it's a superhero thing now. And Batman is like a weird parallel to draw. Like I think there's probably other superheroes out there that much better suit like Sonic,
Flash for one.
I mean, yeah, if you just want to go with abilities, in terms of attitude, maybe Spider-Man. Like, Batman's a weird one.
Well, actually, I don't know how Flash is depicted in the comic books, but the way Ezra Miller portrays him, that's a parallel, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, Spider-Man, like a kid.
Yeah, like a kid, and also he's, like, cocky and cheeky and, capable of great power, but he's still kind of finding himself, which is sort of the arc that Sonic is going through in the film, I guess.
I don't know.
It's weird. He's like... He needs to, like... take responsibility for himself, but also he needs to learn that he's still a kid and is too young to take responsibility for himself.
Yeah.
There's like two things happening.
It's not just about
he
him.
needs to know the line and the limits.
Yeah, but also he needs to know that he's too young to cross that line anyway.
Yeah.
Weird. It's just like, it's a weird film. It doesn't know what it is.
What's he say to him in the canoe at the beginning? Is it like, you need to... It's not just about you, it's about...
Yeah, it was like learning... Being a hero is learning not just to take care of yourself.
Yes, that's right.
Which, no. Surely heroes need self-care too.
Well, it was. I remember the way it's phrased. It's as though you shouldn't look after yourself. You should look after other people. It's like, no, a hero does both.
Yeah.
A hero does have to look after themselves as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like with the Batman thing, like.
Oh God, we're still on this.
No. The only point I was going to make is like there's something in the idea of maybe like because the first film. It's all like 90s references, right? Sonic watches Speed, and he uses like he has a specific like nicknaming system for people. He like names them after food,
right?
Like Donut Lord, Eggman, and like everything like that. Like he kind of they do a little thing where his kind of like understanding of the world is slightly filtered through his pop culture that he's consumed. Doing that with like Batman specifically in this film. Like, that's not a terrible idea. Because, like I said, you've got some things that work. Like, he doesn't have parents. He finds, like, a companion in Tails. Like, sidekick in Tails. But also just, like, I think that most kids who are, like, within the target demographic of this film were born, like, after the MCU started. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They've kind of... All they've known is, like, the quote-unquote golden age of superhero movies, which they're just coming out, like, every 2 minutes. There's a new superhero film. And they're probably using superhero... I'm not saying they didn't do this before, but they would probably use superhero films as their kind of like metric for understanding the world. As like as like a means of like understanding like, you know, oh, my relationship with morality is kind of similar to like... not like that.
All these 11-year-olds.
But like, oh no, this... You know, like Spider-Man wouldn't do this, so I don't want to do this. Like,
I don't think so.
No?
I do think
they use them as like learning tools.
Well, I mean, in the same, to an extent. I don't think kids. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm the exception here, but like,
and not every kid.
Not every kid, obviously. I think when adults think, oh, these superheroes need to be good role models. I don't believe it. I don't think that kids look at superheroes as role models. They just think they're cool.
Yeah.
I don't think they're like, oh, I'll model my behavior. Oh, would Iron Man do this? I don't think.
No, it's more. It would be more. I'm not saying that they're overtly doing this. Like I must think now what Captain America would do.
Yeah.
Would he take the candy? I don't know.
Right.
They're sort of like they are like you do. You just like take stuff from the culture, the pop culture that you consume, and you like incorporate it into yourself. And I think like seeing a character in a film around the age of like the audience members, seeing a character do that, like Sonic is using Batman to kind of like understand like, oh, Tails, you're like my Robin.
Right.
So I'm using my like the pop culture that I know to kind of filter my understanding of to kind of demonstrate to the audience that I am completing my character arc.
Right.
I know now I need to take responsibility because Batman takes responsibility for Robin.
Right, okay.
I just think that would make the character like more relatable to kids.
I think it's too weird.
I don't know if it is.
I don't
think I'm explaining. This is the thing. I don't know if I'm explaining it well.
Just have that much Batman in it. It's just weird.
Yeah, and I'm not making a point of like it should be like fully incorporated into the script or anything. Yeah. I guess ultimately my point is it's just weird that they lean so heavily into it and it has like no real bearing on the film.
Right.
And so I'm just throwing out like ideas of like, oh, that could have been something that you could have done with it. But the fact they didn't, it's like, oh, it's weird.
Right. Jordan has 7 pages of notes. I feel I should tell the audience.
Don't ruin it for them. You'll ruin the surprise.
We're on page 1.
What page are we on?
I'm jumping around. I'm not keeping track of it.
God, that's worse.
Yeah.
Secret page 11 you didn't know existed.
Ignoring 8 pages.
Yeah,
8, 9.
they're all going redacted.
Sonic is a fast character, is he not?
As in, he moves quickly.
Yeah, he has the speed. He's the fast character.
Yes, he is the Quicksilver and Flash of this universe.
Would you agree with this, Sam, that Sonic is a fast character?
Yeah.
Yes.
Get on with it.
Why?
Don't try and bring us in.
No, I am trying to bring...
It's rhetoric. Don't like... Is it not? Yeah. Crack on.
I want to bring you in. I want you to like try and like talk as well. That's just like, why does the film seem so like averse to doing anything with that?
Him being fast.
Yeah,
they don't use it a lot.
They barely use it. It's like,
that's a genuine criticism.
Yeah. These haven't been genuine.
No, I would agree. I would agree with that fundamental criticism.
I've been making genuine points.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I have.
Okay.
No, I have. Eddie, I've been making genuine points.
Yes, but you are the only one that remembers the film out of the three of us.
Yeah, but I have been making points.
Yeah,
That's the point.
No, yeah.
I am trying to not just make this like, oh, this, I hate this bit, I hate this bit, I hate this bit, I hate that bit.
Uh-huh.
I am trying. Give me some credit. This is hard. Like, not just being like, minute 1, this is what's wrong. Minute 2, this is what's wrong.
Why do I feel it'll still take us long?
No, but like Sonic Speed, like there's probably, I don't know, like 6, 7 action sequences in this film. Like 2 of them like have Sonic moving quickly. Yeah. It's crazy. Like the first 2 action sequences, he's driving a car.
Yes.
Like what is going on?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. I mean, it's odd that they don't use it more.
Mm-hmm. They genuinely, they pay more attention to these, like, electrical powers they've given him now.
Yeah.
Like, in the first film, like, he was able to, like, he could kind of power himself up whenever he wanted, and he could absorb electricity, and he could, like, expel it. Like, in the final fight with Robotnik, I think it ends with him, like, sucking all the electricity out of the machine and then destroying him. So it's like
I can't
they like scale up his power and pay it off when it comes to like the electrical stuff. But with the speed, that almost feels like inconsequential. To the point where they actually break his foot or something in the first film, so he has to drive in the car with Tom. Yeah. Like they actively have to slow him down. And now in this one, you've got that opening like bank thing. Oh my god, do you remember that? The duct tape.
Oh yeah.
No.
What the fuck was going on there? Like, this is how little respect the film has for itself, let alone for its audience. It, like, when Sonic is, like, he's in the car, right? He gets in, like, the driver's seat of the truck, and there's a hostage in the back.
Yeah.
And Sonic, he does, like, a one-liner, I don't remember exactly what it is. And then he reaches through the grate, and he, like, rips off the duct tape.
Okay.
But he's reaching through, like, wire mesh.
He's through solid. His hand's going through solid matter to do it. It is weird. Like, tiny little slits. And his hand just goes through it and rips the duct tape
off. As though there's not a metal fence between him and the guy. But he does. He just reaches through and pulls it off as though there's nothing there.
Well, okay. So this is why... Because this is going to go on for a while, isn't it? And I think it's why...
I mean, it's self-fulfilling prophecy at this point, Sam. You keep saying it's going to go on.
It is going to go on. Part of the reason that it feels... insert word. Is because...
No, you insert the word.
Okay, silly.
Okay.
Is because it's like the film it just doesn't deserve this level of analysis. And I know you'd say, oh no, but it's how it could be good and what it's doing wrong and everything. But the film doesn't have any self-respect. It's not striving for excellence. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's just do the same thing again. No one cares how good the film is.
Yeah.
That's what they're thinking. No one cares. It just needs to basically be the same thing, make money. It doesn't have to have thematic rigor or logical consistency, or anything good about it. So it's like, how much time should you give it when you are? Because they don't care.
I would say the writers have not given it this level.
Yeah, they don't care. So why do you sort of think?
No,
I know it's because you love Sonic.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
I do respect that, and I know that like this film is probably not a unique case in Hollywood. There's probably loads of films.
Most. That's the thing, isn't it?
That are as flawed as this.
We watch things that have been well reviewed or that have been really badly reviewed. Bird just tried to fly into my house. It hit the window. Anyway, so...
Stop talking about it!
But I was going to say...
We don't see mediocre films. And I think most films are like this. That's the thing I maintain with this one as well. It's not a terrible movie. It is just so not striving for excellence.
No, but I would put this in the same category as the Agatha Christie films. So Murder on the Orient Express, Death on the Nile.
Yeah,
I would put it, Don't Look Up. Like
Don't Look Up. They're fine.
They're there. They exist.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
They're filler. They're just cultural filler. Yeah. But go on. I felt I had to make that point.
No, absolutely. Yeah. No, I'm glad you did. I do agree with that. I do know that there are probably films out there that are as like
putrid.
No, but also as competent or just like as like the quality is equal to this, and we would just like none of us would have the energy to even bring them up.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
But also, it is, I think, one thing, certainly from my memory on this podcast, is when there is a film that is really good, that we absolutely love, we talk about it for 10 minutes.
It's easier to talk about things you hate. That's just the way people are.
Yeah. And there also seems to be more like utility in talking about things you hate.
Oh yeah, and also obviously because you're a fan of Sonic, you will have more criticism. It's like me having the issue I had with Scoob.
Yeah.
You know, I have certain this because that's my thing.
You're invested in it.
Yeah. And obviously this is your thing, so it's obviously the same.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we both have an intimate familiarity with the source material as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, I know that could have been fixed if they just did this one thing.
Yeah, it wasn't I didn't say anything to derail you. It was purely to contextualize that we know, like, we're not going mad by like giving Sonic all this time.
No, this one in particular is the most evil. Yeah, I know what you mean.
No, it's a mediocre. It's so middle of the road. It's so beige. It's offensive.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, I agree. It's it's Scoob for you and it's Sonic for you.
Yeah. But I just don't. It's moments like that, though. It's moments like when he pulls the duct tape off through the fence. It's like, no, that's not allowed. You can't do that. That is a mistake. That is an objective mistake.
Yeah, that's a mistake. It looks like something they forgot to sort out.
Yeah. Not only is it an objective mistake, but it's an easily solvable one using the character you've got.
Yeah.
I said to you while I was watching the film, I say to you now, Eddie, wouldn't it have just been better if Sonic saw that the guy had tape on him, ran around the back of the vehicle, tore it off, and then run back into the driver's seat in like a flash?
Yeah.
Yes.
And we're like, speak now. Because it's using the character's ability, but it's also like it's a visual gag as well. It's just better than what they did. There's also like at the when he's like on the cliff, like the snowboard chase. At the end of the snowboard chase, Sonic like drops the bag of rings off and they get buried in the snow. You know this bag of rings, like it's the entire like point of the journey in the first film. It's like Sonic he drops the rings through the portal. They end up on the building in San Francisco. He hurts his ankle. So Tom drives him to San Francisco. On the way, they become friends and blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
The only bag of rings that exists on this planet, right? Mm-hmm. Sonic drops all of the rings. They get lost in the snow. He has to call Tom to, like, use the last ring that we have to bring me to Hawaii to escape this avalanche.
Yes.
And in the finale, they use a portal ring to get from wherever they are to the final fight. Where the fuck did that come from? You made the whole no. The whole
I get what you're saying.
The whole threat, the whole peril of that scene was that we don't have any rings anymore. Use the last one that we have.
Yeah.
It's just like it's objectively bad filmmaking. It's objectively bad script writing, and it's just they're letting it happen. You know?
Is it not the same ring?
No, it's not the same ring.
Ah.
It could they could well be like, oh, you know, they can reuse the rings. But if they could reuse the rings, then why didn't Sonic just reuse the ring in the garage from the first film?
Good point.
Yeah.
They don't they don't set it up. If Tails because Tails gets to Earth using a ring, but he never uses rings at any point in the film. He. No, don't be like this now. Tell him to behave.
She.
I would have guessed Tails was a she from the film.
No, it's a he.
From the film, I would have guessed.
No, it's a female voice, but it's like
it's the same voice actor in the games. It's a she.
Yeah, no, it's the Bart Simpson thing where we use a woman to voice a young boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Except it just sounds like a woman.
Yeah, I would have guessed Tails was a girl, but fair enough.
That's frustrating as well because
he literally John's tearing in his hair.
We've had this discussion already. I'm not going to have the Tails discussion again. Why did they keep the Tails voice actor when everyone else got replaced? I'm not saying that she's a bad voice actor. I'm just saying that it's weird that they kept her.
It's weird.
Yeah, no, that's if you're going to replace everyone and then keep one person.
Yeah,
that is odd.
The reason it's weird is because would we say that she's not so good, better than the other usual Sonic and Knuckles voice actors, that it can only be her?
Yeah, I would say that the only voice actor that at this point feels irreplaceable is Eggman, but because Eggman is being played by a real human,
yes,
that you have to replace.
Yeah, okay.
It's like in Scooby-Doo, even when there was different iterations and stuff of that, quite often the same person was voicing Scooby-Doo. I can understand that.
Yeah,
Matthew Lillard as well. Big stink about the fact that Matthew Lillard wasn't even asked.
Yeah, Frank Welker, right? That's good.
Yeah, Frank Welker. Yeah,
but yeah, often no matter who else got recast, but I can understand that because it's the same. It's that character. But yeah, to keep Tails does seem a bit odd.
Yeah, but the reason it's odd is so we're benching the idea it's because she's so good, right? So it's not that. So the only real reason to do it would be because they used her at the end of the first film. Like, oh, well, we have to keep it consistent.
Yeah.
Implying a degree of care about
Yeah.
the franchise and consistency that is otherwise absent.
Not only
Which Marvel didn't bother to do with Thanos.
Right.
with Thanos or War Machine or like how many people have ever played Hulk?
Yeah. Hulk's 3 different people.
Yeah. But yeah, not only does the first film suggest that they don't give a shit about, like, they're not going to take they don't care enough that, like, oh, we have to keep the same voice actor. In this film, they re-show Tails appearing on Earth.
Yes.
And, like, the animation is the same and the general, like, pacing of the scene is the same and the dialogue is the same. I think they even just use the same take that they did at the end of the last film.
Probably.
But Tails has different shoes, his design is different, he's wearing different... He's got, like, a backpack on now, and the place where he flies out to looks completely different than it did in the last film. So if they cared about consistency, why have they changed it?
Yeah, so we're discarding that they care about consistency.
Yeah.
So what is it then? Is it purely as an olive branch to fans? Like, look, we're kind of honouring, we're nodding to the games.
But
I just can't think of what other reason there would be.
Yeah.
Because it's weird as well, on the poster, you're going to have Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, Eggman.
Yeah.
And it's going to say Ben Schwartz, Idris Elba, and Jim Carrey.
She is on the poster, though.
Oh, she's on the poster.
That's what's weird.
They've used the name of a nobody on the poster. Weird.
Well, as I say, yeah, because Jim Carrey, fine, Eggman, real life. Sonic, you're going to recast the voice because he's the main thing. It's a Hollywood film.
Yeah. You need a famous
You're going to
person.
do that. Chances are you're going to get the same for Knuckles because you want someone.
Yeah.
Well, he's the big new character.
Yeah.
Tails is kind of sidelined in this. Like, Knuckles is the big new character in
But
this film.
is that then the point? That because Tails is the sideline, they can get away with using the person that did the games?
Well, I think it's one of those things where it probably matters to no one other than us, or people like us. Where it's just like a weird aberration and you go, that's just peculiar.
Yeah.
Kids, it's just going to be another voice. They're not going to know
No.
Idris Elba or Ben Schwartz or anything like that. So, but no, it is strange. It is really strange.
Yeah, especially when they so, like, blatantly just change the scene anyway.
Budget? She's cheaper?
It can't be budget.
I mean, she will be cheap in comparison.
Should be cheaper than...
She will be cheaper, but I don't know.
No idea. I think it's just laziness. I think it's just, we'll have her as a cameo at the end of the first film. Yeah, use the existing voice actor. And then just not bothering to... Oh, why would you bother?
Unless she, like, dug her heels in and went, look, if you have me for the cameo, I'm doing the sequel.
Yeah, maybe she'd have
Does the voice actor have that much power over a Hollywood studio?
If you want something if someone to sign a contract.
Yeah.
But surely in that instance you just go, we'll just hire someone else then, you bitch, you know?
No, but maybe, like, that was the whole point, like, the cameo in the first film. It's, right, we need a cameo of some kind. That's a good cameo. We'll get Tails in at the end, use the voice actress.
Yeah.
And then she went, right, well, if you're doing the sequel, I'm the person.
I mean, she has voiced Tails for, I think, 2014. She's been voicing Tails since. So she's a staple at this point. But Tails has probably had the most voice actors out of any other character. It's not like Eggman, where he's had 2... and the one that he's got now is like the only consistent. Like, all of the times they changed the cast, he always remains.
What's Occam's razor here? I think Occam's razor is that they brought her in for a cameo at the end of the first film. Like, not knowing if it'd be a sequel or, you know.
Yeah.
And then there was, and they thought, well, why bother recasting? We've got Idris Elba and Jim Carrey and Ben Schwartz. There's no need to recast it with an A-lister. It will be cheaper, and we'll just... We don't need, like, big names to pull in our core demographic.
I could so easily see them casting Tom Holland as Tails, though.
But it's a girl.
No, it's a boy. Don't be like this. No, that's the thing. It fixes that. Yeah. It fixes, like, dicks like you.
Right.
Who go, Tails is a girl.
And Knuckles is a dog.
But it also, like, Tom Holland still sounds like he sounds young.
Yeah.
Like, he could sound like a young kid.
But he's Spider-Man everywhere now, and I reckon his...
And yet they cast him as Nathan Drake.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do think his voice is enough. He is one of those voices I reckon kids recognise.
Yes, they will.
I reckon, because Spider-Man is such a behemoth at the moment...
But do they think that matters? Do you think they think a kid will watch this and go... No, that's Spider-Man. That's not Tails.
I don't know, but it's one of
we would say that. That feels like something we'd say, not a Hollywood studio.
Because it is such a behemoth at the moment. I think it would be weird for them to do it with him, because he's doing that, and then he's doing things like Nathan Drake. He's doing the weird indie shit he's doing.
Has every iteration of Tails been voiced by a woman?
No.
So who else has voiced it?
For the first, like, 4 or 5 instances, he was voiced by a young kid, like an 8-year-old boy.
An actual kid. And they thought, well, that's not...
It wasn't
gonna last.
sustainable, exactly. Yeah. Like they had to replace him basically every game because they were always hitting puberty. So they just went, well, we'll do the Simpsons thing.
Here's the thing with Tails, right? Tails is a boy.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
No, don't compromise. It's a fact.
I'm not. Yeah, fine. Tails is a boy.
Yeah,
is a boy. However, this is the thing. Voiced by a woman, and it doesn't sound like a young boy. It sounds like a woman.
Yeah.
It's not Bart Simpson. There's something to it where like, it could be a little boy. Not Tails. It's yellow. So, like a unisex colour. So it's not like it's blue, and you're like, oh, well, blue is a boy. Anyone would think it's a girl. You would have to tell someone that it's a boy.
I'm not convinced.
100%. 100%. It sounds like a girl.
But Tails is smart, and women aren't smart.
Well. Sure, you're saying something on the podcast now.
Those views reflect Jordan and not my own.
Well, everyone has like stopped listening at this point anyway. It's literally just us at this point. No, I don't know. I'm genuinely willing to say that I don't know in this situation whether Tails would be seen more as a girl.
Yeah.
I get it. I suppose I do get it.
Well, I saw her as a girl before I even heard her.
Him.
Just shows that I wasn't even doing a thing there. I thought he was a girl before the cover of Sonic Heroes, when it's Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails, like, 2 boys and a girl.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing is, it would be like if they like got older, like
The boy's got a big dick.
no, but like,
oh, that's what the other tail was.
Sonic, you know, gets like a darker shade of blue or something. You know, that's the whole point I'm making is you'd have to make Knuckles like an orangey, like red color. Knuckles. Tails an orangey, like red thing for me to go, yeah, okay, that's a boy.
Yeah.
If it just stayed even more yellow, I'd be like, okay, that no.
Well, as soon as Tails' voice breaks and he starts sounding like, you know, then, it's a boy. Till then, I think at the very best, ambivalent.
Okay.
Ambiguous, rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a girl. Carry on, though.
Okay. I don't even know at this point. I feel like that was like 3 tangents in. Oh yeah,
that's the title of this podcast.
3 tangents in.
3 tangents in. Should be the title of the podcast.
3 tangents in, yeah.
Rebrand.
Yeah, let me try sort of backtracking to where we were. So yeah, Tails doesn't have. If Tails has ring technology, what?
Just the phrase ring technology made me giggle. Made me think of butt plugs.
Oh, that's definitely a company.
Yeah.
That's definitely a company.
Would you like to see my ring technology?
Yeah.
I have all the colours.
Bend over, Tails. You've got a cock.
This is not what I brought you along for. Different ideas.
Oh God, Knuckles. Tail. Piece of tail.
Oh, there you go.
Knuckles. There's something going on there. Sonic a gay allegory.
Sonic is the awkward third wheel.
Yeah,
like they're all out for dinner together. They're having a flirt, and Sonic's just like, yeah, I'm just going to run around.
All the gays and the villain's Eggman. Don't know.
What the hell's the egg thing?
That was like women, eggs.
Oh, right. Yeah, so he uses a ring to get to the planet, but he doesn't use them anymore during the film. So if he used the ring to get to the battle, it's like, well, I'm guessing that, because he didn't set that up. Knuckles appears through the ring to, like, Robotnik in the beginning, but those weird, like, bird Jedi thing came through first.
Yeah.
So they could have been the ones that use it. We don't even know if Knuckles has access to this. It's just like, it's more example of, like, well, you just didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And then I think that takes us back to the action sequences. Yeah, the first one is like the truck, where Sonic has to like stop the truck, but he can't. So he like drills it and like dismantles it.
Yeah.
And you pointed out, like, the point of that the gag there is that it stops like just before the thing it's about to hit.
Yes.
And it just stops like a safe distance
Way
away.
before,
Yeah. You've got that. The second one is like Knuckles is chasing them while they're driving away in the police car. A police car that Tails hit him with. And Knuckles should have like, based purely on the abilities we've seen from this character in this scene alone, Knuckles should have like punched that car in two. But no, he just like knocks him flying. He's just like, I'm dazed and confused for a moment. But yeah, they're just like driving away in the car. Then it's a dance-off
Yes.
out of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
Then there's a snowboard.
Which they missed a trick because Idris Elba's in this film and he has a song with Macklemore called Dance Off.
No, does he?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Another instance where the film just didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
It could have done something with that. Like a cool little in-joke. It's like, oh, I know what that's going. I know what that is.
But that's where you kind of go, like that dance off, go, right, that makes, even in the universe, makes no fucking
That
sense.
is like,
So it's like, right, okay.
there's multiple instances of like pet peeves. I think I mentioned during the Doctor Who, like when we briefly brought up the Legend of the Sea Devils, that like water displacement and how like they so frequently get it wrong. That's an annoyance for me.
Yeah.
There's like a couple in this film, but that's one of them that like Tails. The threat of the dance off is that they can't dance in sync.
Yes.
And then Sonic puts on Uptown Funk and they dance like in perfect unison to this choreography that they never practiced.
It would be stretching credulity if they were mates, and you could kind of go, oh, maybe they've like
they just know each other.
they've learned to they've learned to dance together.
Oh
or
yeah.
Whatever, but they've never met.
No.
Yeah.
This is like within the first like couple of hours they've known each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Tails is like introducing this technology where he's like duplicating himself.
Yeah.
And like he's adding all of these flourishes to the dance. It's like, but you don't even know what the choreography is.
It's like the film's almost non-diegetic, isn't it? It's like that it gives that little of a shit.
Yeah.
That you just, okay, I'm not really watching something with an internal logic.
No.
It's just stuff.
And I feel like this is the point where, not gag reflex, what's the one? Where the soda.
Soda, right.
Suspension of disbelief apologists. I feel like this is the moment where people go, well, it's a blue hedgehog and a yellow fox. And you think it's ridiculous they know the choreography. Yes.
Yeah, like on its own
Yes, it is ridiculous that they know the choreography.
on its own terms.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a blue hedgehog that goes fast. Cool.
Yeah.
That's the premise. This says nothing about him being able to like synchronize with
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you've got that dance off. Then you've got a snowboard chase, which admittedly, like, they move fast.
In the first one, is there a dance off?
No, he goes to a bar.
Yeah.
And they do the Quicksilver scene where he like embarrasses everyone.
So they've decided that. I mean, obviously, this is going by the number. This is paint by numbers.
Oh yeah.
And they've decided that him being in a bar in an awkward situation is a staple of the franchise.
There has to be one in every film. Yeah. Yeah, the snowboard chase, where admittedly they're moving quickly, but it's not dependent on his speed.
No, gravity's doing all the work.
As a matter of fact, again, like the threat at the end is that he's trying to snowboard away from the avalanche.
Yeah.
And he's desperately ringing Tom, going like, get the fucking ring, like, bring me to Hawaii.
Yeah.
But if Sonic just like ran, he'd outrun the avalanche in an instant. It's like, oh my god. Then I think it's just like a fight between Sonic and Knuckles, which is like, okay, they're kind of. It's more about like the combat, but they are moving quickly, I guess. And then you've got the final fight with Robotnik, which again, all of the characters are kind of moving quickly, but the big like, it's like Tails using the duplication technology to confuse Eggman, and it's Knuckles punching the emerald out of Eggman. It's not Sonic using his speed creatively. He's just like,
no,
the robot's just chasing Sonic. And this is the thing, like, considering that he's a fast character, there's only like 3 ways that they know how to depict Sonic's speed in these films. He's like running down a corridor, like maybe slightly serpentining, maybe moving in a completely straight line, but he's just like moving around the corridor as we're kind of like following alongside him. And he's just like, stuff's happening around him and it's whatever. He becomes like this streak of blue light that just orbits around something that's in the center of the frame.
Yeah.
Like the couch or like the truck that he dismantles. Or it's the Quicksilver scene from X-Men.
Yes.
Where nothing's moving and he's just moving at high speed.
Yeah.
That's all they can do. That's all it is. Just it's those 3 things over and over again. And in this film, they barely even do that.
They haven't.
They haven't embraced the fact that they've got a fast character.
They haven't put it at the core of the brainstorm.
No.
It's not the central object. It's we're going to do a film. It's a mainstream kind of like action movie, superhero movie for kids that involves these characters from Sega.
Yeah.
Him being fast is almost incidental. Whereas what they should do is that goes in the center and you go, right, what are all the interesting ways we can display and use that? And
this might be one of those like instances where starting with the action sequences is a perfectly legitimate way of doing it.
He's fast.
Yeah.
Sonic is fast. Everyone who knows about Sonic knows he's a fast hedgehog.
Yeah.
There's a lore, there's mythology, which you can obviously explore. Fast is the central thing. It's the key thing.
Yeah.
You know, I want to see well-directed, clever sequences where it's being used intelligently.
Like he's using the wind displacement
Yeah.
to sort of like blow things over or to attack his enemies. He's doing parkour over like buildings and like to weave through like dangerous situations. Like they don't use momentum in any way. Like in these films, he can just like turn, like he can basically take 90-degree turns instantly.
Yeah.
There's no point where he's like struggling to stop or he's like struggling to take a turn.
He's like Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like remember Cars? Remember how Cars is just like, that's just about a fast character trying to turn a corner.
Yes.
That's like his whole like thing. I know there's more to it.
What,
than
Cars?
That. Cars.
I haven't seen Cars.
You haven't seen Cars?
No.
You haven't seen Cars?
You ain't seen Cars?
You ain't
No, I haven't
seen Cars?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't seen Cars.
Okay.
It's on my list, but
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
So,
Yeah. Well, that's his arc, is he? Yeah. Literally. You say he has to go around corners. Arc.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in an arc.
No, but that's
that's the thing, is that he doesn't know how to drift.
Well, that's sort of the way that they show that he's like developed as a character.
Okay.
The way they show that visually. It's all about him like slowing down and taking in the scenery and like actually caring for the people around him and showing respect for the people around him. But like the fact that he can't drift around a corner, that's the thing that he's working on.
Okay. It's like Spider-Man jumping across the roof. Or,
yeah, exactly.
Sure.
That's just like the metaphor that they're using.
Okay.
But yeah, something like that. Just like, oh, he's like, he can't control his momentum. So rather than taking the turn that he's supposed to, he's ending up like going down this road and like Robotnik can chase him, but he's got
to improvise on the fly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like the ring, like when I was saying like, oh, I don't know if Tails or Knuckles have the rings. Like that could have been a fun scene where like Tails and Knuckles are creating rings.
Yeah.
And following each other through the rings. Because I think the idea is that the rings, you have to think of a place and then you cast the ring and it takes you there. So you could have it like Tails like creates the like they're going through the rings, but not because Knuckles can see where they're going. He's thinking of that place, so he just thinks of that place and he goes through his own rings.
Yeah.
So he's like chasing them across the world, and then like Tails goes, "Oh, Sonic, you've spent a lot of time on this planet. Think of a place that looks like another place, so we can trick Knuckles." So like Sonic was like, "All right, we'll go to Las Vegas." They go to Las Vegas and Knuckles sees the Eiffel Tower and he goes, the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
And he casts the ring and he ends up in Paris.
Right.
It's showing that, like, it sets up the dynamic between Sonic and Tails, but it also shows, like, the advantage Sonic will have to have over Knuckles because he's matched in abilities.
Yeah.
Just, like, fucking something. Not just, here's, like, a shot of Sonic running in a straight line.
But they're not going to do that idea.
No, they're not, because they don't have to, because everyone's just happy with what they have.
Yes.
It seems.
That's the thing. They don't care. They're making money out of it. They're not going to come up with some clever plot. Like
no, but they
should.
This is such like a gift in terms of like, just like a fun action film, like the opportunity for like a creative action film, just like a Mad Max Fury Road, where it's just like non-stop.
Yeah.
And there's all of these like fun things that you can do, and it's just pure visual spectacle.
It's the thing we usually say is Lord and Miller is the people you want doing something like this, where they're going to use it. They're going to use all the stuff.
Because that's like they're one of the only filmmakers I know that do that. It's like if they're telling a story involving a character, they tend to look at like the context that character exists within and build the story around that.
Yeah.
Like with Lego, it's like, we won't just feature a Lego character. Let's make the film about the relationship that people have with Lego. Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all about answering the question, who is Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Is Spider-Man Peter Parker? Is he Miles Morales? Is he anyone that dons the mask? It's like dealing with the mythos of Spider-Man, the kind of what do you call it? Like his place in the culture.
Yeah, like the
not the zeitgeist.
What, him in the culture? The iconography?
Yeah, just like Spider-Man's place within the culture.
Right. I'll think about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be like going in the wrong direction with it. But yeah, it's not about the character Spider-Man. It's about Spider-Man, you know?
Yeah.
But no, these films are just, let's just make a knockoff Marvel film with a fast character who barely goes fast.
Yes. Well, it deviates so profoundly from like all the screenwriting wisdom of, like every film, it asks a question that it then has to answer. Or, who's it? Was it Robert McKee? One of the screenwriting gurus is like, in the first 10 pages, a character should say something, but it's sort of the ethos of your film. but you then explore. And like in Hot Fuzz, it's with all due respect, so you can't just make people disappear.
Yeah.
Then that becomes the the idea of the film. Imagine if they put 1% of it into these films. Like, what is the theme? What is the question? What's the point? It doesn't have to go deep.
No.
But just something.
No, but I imagine like things like the dance-off scene, for example, they probably just went, kids are like that.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what? It's the kind of film that's just storyboarded.
Yeah.
Obviously, every film has a script. But it's the kind of film where the executives go, right, well, do the same thing as the first one. We're going to need this many action sequences. These characters we want. Go. It's like, okay, there's a dance-off scene. Done. Okay, let's draw that out. There's a snowboarding scene. Okay, done, draw that out. It feels like the kind of film that was just sort of put together through executives' ideas and then the visual effects team. Scriptwriters didn't get their foot in the door.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Who did write it? Is it the same people that wrote the first one?
Oh, I have no idea. It's like the same director and producers and everything,
Yeah,
I could only assume they brought the writers back.
Okay.
Writers as well, because this wasn't one guy.
Oh, never.
That's depressing, isn't it?
What's depressing with studio... they usually end up being terrible, and partly it's because there are so many fingers in the pie. But these things that, like, you can write a perfect script. I'm given to understand from writers that I've listened to interviews and stuff, where they say, even if it's a great script, they'll give it to the next guy, and you'll go, sorry, I could have amended it if you had problems. And they go, no, that's just the way it's done. It now goes to somebody else, and then it'll go to someone after that. So the fact you get some truly horrendous films, there's no excuse for it.
No.
It should be amazing,
Same writers, they brought in an extra one.
And who are the writers? What are their names?
Is Casey and Miller.
Never heard of them.
Yeah,
No.
Pat Casey and Josh Miller.
Josh Miller's vaguely familiar. Anyway.
And then John Whittington was the extra.
John Whittington. For all the Knuckles dialogue.
Dishonor.
Yeah, I can't remember it. That's the biggest
That's
thing
like the
on it.
one line of dialogue he has in the whole film.
Dishonor.
Whittington sorry, I just nosed it. Whittington contributed to Lego Batman and Ninjago.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Lego Batman had like 20 writers, and Ninjago was like the decline of that franchise.
Yeah.
All right, go on, Joel. What else you got to say?
Should we talk about the humans briefly?
Sure.
And how they're also just fucking horrible in this as well? I said to you tonight when we were watching it, it's always Tom Wachowski.
Yes.
All around good guy, honourable man with all family American. That love him.
Yeah.
It's never like Walter White. It's never like they never end up like with a bastard or like what's the Flatline, the Doctor Who episode Flatline, Eddie?
Yeah.
The guy, one of the guys that ends up surviving the whole episode is that really scummy like council man.
Yeah.
That even like when he's walking away, he's not grateful for it, and even Capaldi's like sometimes we just save the wrong people. It's never like that guy.
No.
Who like I see like how I could take advantage of like being friends with like an ultra powerful character like this. They're always just like selfless and like it's always like the first person they meet, and there's always some misunderstanding, and it all just works out.
Well,
they're all just fucking nice.
Well, it's because when I go and see Sonic the Hedgehog 2, I don't really want to be challenged. It's like I was listening to Steve Coogan and Armando Iannucci.
Yeah, Alan Partridge. It's never Alan Partridge, is it?
It's never Alan Partridge.
Because I know that I kind of deliberately went with not deliberately, but I ended up like picking characters where it's like, oh, that's like a horrible character. That is a character where we like Sonic, but we hate Walter White, so we have to reconcile with. But no, like Alan Partridge is just pathetic, and we like Alan Partridge.
Yeah. I know a character that's not just like a good-looking all-American.
Nothing wrong with him.
Yeah, well, it's the thing I hate about things like Friends, where they're all like, I'm really fat today.
Yeah,
and they're like minus size. Models.
They're Jennifer Aniston.
They're Jennifer Aniston, or like really attractive men and women that can't get a date because they're losers. Like shit like that winds me up. But it's Coogan and Iannucci and Cole Meany, who plays Pat Farrell in Alpha Papa.
Oh yeah,
who we saw yesterday in
Under Siege.
Incidentally, that bit where he has a photo of his wife and he says, like 5 months after that, the angels took her. And he gives it to Alan. He goes, "Who's this chap?"
Yeah,
and that's quite good actually. And
It's concerning, Eddie, how many times on this podcast recently, like Sam has done, like he's made a point or he's done an impression. He's gone, it's good, fair play. It's like the self-congratulation.
I think a bit better at
He's
impressions.
comfortable in his ego.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I'm good at and what I'm not. I think. No, I think I do,
One of them is Alan Partridge impressions.
I do a good
Damn it.
hyacinth. Richard.
Oh god.
That wasn't Hyacinth.
No, that was Marge.
That was Marge.
Richard. No, but yeah, that bit. And then he says, "Who's this chap?" And then he gives the Tim key. Goes 5 months after that, the angels took her, and he goes, "Must be a few of them." Right? And he said, Colmini said to them, "The script has no integrity. There's no integrity." And then Alan Partridge, Steve Coogan, who had just done Philomena, said, "No, okay, I'll tell you what then, we'll give your line integrity and lose a big laugh." He said, "I've just done a film with integrity. I want to do this."
Yeah.
And I like similarly with Sonic the Hedgehog, when I go and watch that, I don't really want a film with not integrity necessarily. It'd be nice if it had some integrity.
Yeah.
But if it didn't have, it doesn't need to challenge my preconceptions or play with the form. Like Tom Wachowski can just be James Marsden. It's fine. Do you know what I mean?
Wouldn't it be nice if he had like something?
Yeah, don't get me
something
wrong.
to do. even.
I'm not even talking about me really. I'm talking about your average cinema guy.
Yeah.
Like they don't care. They don't mind.
No, they're there for the blue hedgehog.
Blue Hedgehog and just let him be a nice man.
He
and-
can be an NPC.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, the weirdest thing in this film is that C plot
Yeah.
where they're at the wedding and it's like, what is this?
Yeah, like it really feels like they struggled to keep them in. And I know it does like feed back into the plot a bit because it turns out to be the reveal of Gunn.
They're all, yeah.
So it's like another thing they're bringing in from the games. So it's like, okay.
So isn't it like, right, so Tom's wife, is it his wife or girlfriend?
I'm assuming it's his wife. Do they have a kid? I think they have a kid.
Do they have a baby? Do you remember?
No.
No, not baby. I think it's like a child.
They don't have a child, do they?
Yeah,
Do they?
maybe.
I do not remember a kid.
Okay, I don't remember.
I can't
at
remember
all.
if it's their child or if it's the bride's child.
Okay. Well, and right, okay.
Because I think she gives Sonic his shoes in
If
the
they're
first film.
if they're just boyfriend and girlfriend, you bet your ass that the third film will end with their marriage or start with their marriage.
Yeah.
And the wedding will be attacked or something by Shadow. No, that'll be the inciting incident.
yeah, it will be.
It'll be the first time we see him.
Races cannot mix. Fuck Shadow. What the fuck?
What are you called Shadow? Miscegenation.
It'll be the first time we see him run at the full pelt. He'll
Yeah,
just be running around the wedding.
half-breed.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, so they go to this. It's him and his wife, and they go to her sister's wedding. Is it her sister?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the guy obviously that she's marrying.
Yeah.
Who's a bit of a douchebag,
Yeah.
and he's like an alpha male, and all his friends are alpha males.
Yeah.
And Tom isn't, even though he's a cop. I know not necessarily. There's a lot of fat cops and all that.
Yeah.
But it's it's a masculine job. And he's James. He has the body of James Marsden.
Yeah, there's like a moment where they're playing volleyball, I think. And
Yeah, beach, but netball. something
yeah,
like that,
and like
Volleyball, yeah.
the guy, I don't know his name, but like the guy that's introduced, the one that she's married.
Yeah. The jockey douchebag.
Yeah, he's like, look at my squad.
Yeah.
I'd be lost without him. And they're all like doing upside down push-ups
Yeah,
and
yeah.
stuff. And then he raises his arms and like shows off his muscles. And James Marsden, just to kind of placate him, goes, yeah, and he does like the same as well. To
But
show
he's
off his-
also ripped.
he's more ripped than the guy.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, things like that really wind me up.
Yeah.
But that whole thing is like, okay, so he's inadequate. This guy's a douchebag. Maybe we'll find out that he's up to no good. How is this going to feed into the plot? And it just feeds in because they end up at this wedding
Sonic like ends up at the wedding because through circumstances that they could not have predicted,
in any way, shape, or form.
he's like escaping an avalanche, and
Yeah.
he asks Tom to like use the ring
Yeah, open up a portal.
to open up the portal and bring me to the wedding.
Yeah.
And so they do that, and it's revealed that basically everyone at the wedding is an undercover agent that was specifically hunting Sonic.
Yeah, so they had a guy hook up with the sister,
Yeah.
get her to fall in love with him,
Yeah.
and then have a wedding,
At which-
so that he could get close to her sister's boyfriend's
Yeah.
pet. Yeah.
No, son. He's his son.
Now he is, yeah. Well,
He's
it was
a
his
pet.
friend in the first film,
Yeah.
his son in the next film. Do you think they'll go with pet or lovers?
Yeah, it'll be Sonic and Tom's marriage.
Maybe both. Kinky.
Oh, I love as well. Like, I know, I do genuinely not remember her name, and I've called her like Black Wife just to highlight that I don't remember her name. But there's a moment where, like, after it's revealed, like the head of Gun comes in and is like, "We're Gun, and we're the government now. We're secret government. We hunt Sonics. We have Sonic now. We take him in cage." And like he says to Black Wife, like, "You are responsible. Like, you've been harboring this creature for all this time." And so you are, like, in trouble as well. And they arrest James Marsden and they just leave her alone.
Yeah.
That's how little she matters. Is that even in the film, they're like,
Yeah.
Like, you're guilty of this crime too, but we don't need you.
The reason that because we were like, why this configuration? Why his girl?
This action scene we also forgot. So this is a whole action sequence.
Oh, yeah.
That Sonic, Tails and Knuckles aren't even in. It's just Black Wife and the bride.
It's another Yas Queen sequence, isn't it? Where she's like, and she's like, oh, but we like her. She's the comic breakout character.
Yeah.
No. Because then she ends up with him anyway, right? She's like, oh, no, I did actually fall in love with you. And you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because nothing bad, okay?
Yeah, all good.
All good.
Black people, there is no conflict with black people. Well,
this is the thing. We were speculating, like, why this configuration? Why his girlfriend? Why not, like, Tom's brother or Tom's sister?
Yeah.
Just make it a lot closer to, like, the guy you were supposed to be following.
Yeah, it's less, like, tangential.
Yeah. It's because it was a way of getting black characters in. I firmly believe that's what it is. You open up all of a sudden, we've got at least 3. She's marrying a black guy, the wife and the sister.
And look, they're not, like, just side characters. There's a whole action sequence in this action film dedicated to them.
A black woman gets an action sequence.
Yeah.
It is entirely for that reason, and I have no doubt about it.
And I know that might sound...
the one calculation they made when they were making the film.
Yeah, like the one time that they, were awake.
Thought about it,
When they were woke,
ironically.
Yeah. Or fittingly enough. But yeah, no, it's, like, that might sound, especially if you don't, like, align politically with that whole, like... It's like, you're just being cynical. You're just being like, they wanted to put black people because, all the films are being taken over by the black people.
I don't mean it like that.
No, but not even that. Like, there are mandates for this.
Yes.
You cannot be nominated for an Oscar if your cast is, like, less than 30% black.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they knew they were going to get an Oscar nod for this. I mean, the song, right? They've done another original song, so they probably want that to be nominated.
Was the one from the first film nominated?
No.
Okay.
This won't be nominated. This is worse than the original. Somehow, this original song is... Do you even remember the song, Eddie?
I don't remember the song in this film.
Nor do I.
No, that's what I mean. Because it was like... The first film, it was like 4 rappers.
Sure.
It was like... They had like a verse, then a chorus, and then it was just the 4 rappers taking their turn to go, yeah,
right.
Sonic, you fast.
Reminds me of Eurovision.
Yeah. And then in this film, it was one guy.
Right, okay.
So they're like, we're going to streamline it. We're just going to have, like, one guy. This one guy is, like, good enough for him to have, like, a song at the end of a Sonic film.
The only reason that I think it was to get more black people in, other than the mandates and the quotas and all that, is an obvious thing. Tom is the guy in that story that we ostensibly like and are following.
He's our surrogate.
Surely it would be his family member. It would be his brother or sister.
Yeah.
So why his girlfriend's sister? It's a weird, just like Kevin Bacon sort of thing.
Yeah.
6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Maybe it was their way. Maybe it was their way of just giving her more to do in this film.
Yeah, but you know,
but they didn't even do that because it ends up being the bride that gets like there's the hero of that sequence.
Shivved, yeah.
As well.
But like the fact that the guy, he's an agent of Gun, you said it's called, and so he's marrying this woman because her sister's with. It's so ridiculous. It's like, God, just make it simple. Like, Tom's sister is getting married to a guy that works for Gun.
Yeah,
because surely you would do that. That's what you would do.
Yeah.
Or like if that's what you wanted, try and get a guy to befriend Tom.
Yeah.
Or something like, or befriend the wife or whatever.
Tom, head of the Green Hills Police Department. We have a new recruit starting.
Exactly.
He's a bit inexperienced, but if you keep him by your side at all times and tell him all of your secrets.
Right. And then you have the irony of the guy who again seems inexperienced and like falls over his own feet and stuff like that. He turns out to be the secret agent that's incredibly skilled.
That they literally have in this film. They have a character. That is like, for me, that was the perfect, like, I don't know what the name of the character is, but it's like a cop that they like. Tails and Sonic go to this guy's house, and they're in his garage, and they open up the map that Sonic was using for the entirety of the first film. And all of a sudden, on this particular instance, the map like lights up and produces like that Star Wars like Help Me Obi-Wan Kenobi thing of the owl creature.
Yeah, the hologram.
And for no reason.
Yeah.
They don't have anything new. All they've done is they've learned new information. They haven't acquired like a new thing. But they're just like in his garage, and he's just like watching them as they're expositing. And that's the perfect like visual representation of what these humans are like in this film.
In a nutshell.
He's just fucking there.
Yeah.
And then there's like a D plot almost where he is like, he's captured Robotnik's like henchman.
Yes.
You know, the one who runs the coffee shop?
Yes.
He's like got him like tied to a chair, and he's like interrogating him. But he's just being incompetent.
That's another thing where you go, oh, we needed to bring that guy back, did we?
Apparently.
It's like, it's always interesting, isn't it, with sequels and with second seasons, is what did they think we liked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And apparently they thought we really wanted that guy to come back.
Yeah. And he has the hots for Robotnik.
Yes.
Because don't they all now?
Yeah.
So what you mentioned the song, so I had a nose while we've been doing this.
Yeah.
I thought I'd look up the song from the first film, and I feel like you'll get annoyed about this. So they turned the song, which is called Speed Me Up, into a TikTok challenge.
Right.
And it's got 1.8 billion views.
Well, that's just disgusting.
You've got 15 million streams for the song and 1.8 billion views.
What about the new one? Is there anything come of that?
Not yet.
Quick interjection. Eurovision was yesterday.
Yes.
Okay.
Timeline's all over the place.
Yeah.
But Eurovision was yesterday, and there was a group on there called Subwoofer.
Subwoofer, yeah.
Do you know what? Genuinely quite funny.
Well, we wanted them to win.
Yeah.
Was the song "Give That Wolf a Banana"?
Yeah. I'm gonna eat your grandma. Give that wolf a banana.
Yeah. Why would a banana sate his urge?
No.
It seems like it's just adding insult to injury, really.
Also, if it's supposed to be like...
It's like, let me eat that flesh, no, have a banana.
But if it's supposed to be like a euphemism, if it's supposed to be like dirty...
Is
like,
it?
Oh, I'm going to give your wolf a banana. What does it mean? Like,
What's calling it like a pussy a wolf? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
A vag a wolf.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
put my
think-
banana in your gaping maw.
I don't
something.
think it's got that connotation at
No.
all.
But that's my point, is that it doesn't. Like,
Yeah.
if it's supposed to be like
Well, I don't know,
cheeky and dirty, I don't know what it is.
A slang term for vag is moonbeam. So I can see how wolf would be in there as well.
Okay. Oh, maybe this song's actually more clever than we realise.
Well, hairy.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes when you put it in, it goes. Oh
God.
Once a month, because like the moon.
Yes, once a month.
The
Yeah.
moon
Well, that's
comes in
the
monthly
werewolves,
rotations.
Yeah. I'm sure
And
werewolves.
Once a month, it's like
The whole myth of werewolves was invented by a guy whose wife was having a bad period. It's like once a month when the cycles, the lunar cycle is such. Okay. Is there anything else you want to say? God forbid.
I think we'll be done with the humans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
We're done with the humans. They're pointless. Like, I feel like Tom did have... There was something in the first film, right? With him? Sonic,
like an arc.
Yeah, Sonic helped him make a decision that he didn't know what to do.
I can't remember.
It was like...
Did he propose to the woman?
No, he did propose to the woman. It was to do with his job, I think.
Were they dating in the first? Did he have the girlfriend in the first?
Yeah, she was there.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think it was... the reason he was like going to San Francisco was because
Are you falsifying that you're remembering?
No,
this?
I am like I'm piecing this together.
Right, okay.
Because
you have 7 pages of notes. So.
Yeah, but on the second film, not the first one.
okay.
The first one was like that's happened. That's like I'm past that.
Sure. Clearly.
Yes, his therapist has told him several times.
Look, I don't.
It's not real.
Look, I don't want to talk about the first one anymore, Jordan. You're cured. Just go away. Yeah, no, he has a job. He gets a job offer in San Francisco, and he has to decide whether he's going to leave the town or not.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, no, because this was like one of those things where it's like, did they realize the implication of this? Because like he was going to move to San Francisco and get a job in the big city and sort of move on with his career.
Yeah.
But then after befriending Sonic,
You want to stay in?
Yeah, I'm going to stay and protect the town. Green Hills.
Green Hills.
So it's like okay, don't be ambitious. Don't move on with your career. Just stay where you are. You know your fucking place.
Yeah.
That was his journey in the first film. In this film, he literally doesn't have a character. Literally nothing happens.
No, they were kind of done with him at the end of the first one. Now
Yeah.
he's just in it.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
Like, that's how good a character he is. That, like, once they decided that he was not going to, like, progress with his career, we're done. He's a finished character.
Yeah.
There's literally nothing left to do with him. In terms of, like, major points, there probably isn't much more.
Okay.
Because, like, at this point, it is just, like, you know, bullet point things. It's like, I don't need to go through every bullet point. I think I've made the point that I don't like the film.
I think it's come across.
Yeah, that is. If that is not clear to the viewers at this point, to the two people that are still listening at this point.
Yeah.
Not even. They're gone.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah. Like,
We're like 5 hours in, aren't we?
Bro, we're approaching 6.
if we're lucky, we're 5 hours in. Just because I think I mentioned before, like, about pet peeves. Yeah, like, the knowing the choreography instantly is one that, like, because is it How to Talk to Girls at Parties?
I haven't seen it.
Is that the film, though?
Where
like, there's an alien that comes to Earth.
Elle Fanning.
Yeah, Elle Fanning. There's an alien that comes to Earth, and I'm explaining it to Eddie now, but also to you, audience, I suppose. There's an alien that comes to Earth.
Nice.
What?
That'd be good, yeah.
Yeah.
You reconsider the audience.
I mean, I've not seen the film, so he's explaining it to me as well.
Yeah, there's an alien that comes to Earth, and she's like, she has no knowledge of, like, humans at all, so she can't even speak to people because she doesn't understand the process of communication or, like, human customs or what's expected of it. Like, no knowledge of anything whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's basically useless. They put her on stage in front of a microphone, and she sings this, like, perfect song. She's in tune and she knows all the lyrics, and it's like, what are you doing? This isn't the character that, like, was you set up, you know?
Yeah.
Like, my point is, like, it's happened before. It's not just, like, in this case.
No. Happens in a lot of films.
Yeah. And also, like, wind.
Say that off the back of my stomach rumbling. Also, wind. What is it?
What about the wind,
What
George?
about the wind? Have either of you ever stuck your car... No. Have either of you ever stuck your head out of a car while going down the motorway?
Yeah.
It's fucking noisy, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
You can't hear properly because it's so loud. Sonic is running 10, 15 times faster than that. He's just having a casual conversation with Tails and Knuckles, who are also moving that quickly. Like, the sound design in general...
If they're moving that quickly, maybe they can hear each other.
But, like, I mean, the sound design in these films in general, I think it does a really bad job of, like, selling the speed and the impact of these characters. Because if you consider the, like, Sonic, like, when he curls up into a ball and he, like, hits a thing, he's literally, like, shredding his way through that thing. Like, when he, like, in the highway sequence where he's, like, destroying the robots bit by bit, he's, like, blowing them apart from sheer, like, impact and momentum. And the sound effects of the company, like, when he's moving fast, it's just, like, a little... It's not, like...
More.
Like, the wind's, like, you know...
Yeah.
Screaming past his ears or anything like that. It's all just, like, these really feeble little sound effects.
Do the Holocaust thing again, Joe.
I'm not going to...
Go on, do it.
Whoa, out of context, that's like...
Do the Holocaust.
Do the Holocaust again.
Not a dance sequence.
Yeah.
Also, with the logic with the character speaking when they're going through into miles an hour, do we hear at any point an outsider perspective?
No, but that's a joke.
But the whole point... the point
Yeah.
No, but the point I'm making...
Genuinely, that is a joke that they could have made.
For the three of them, they're obviously talking to each other at that point. All you've got to do is cut back to someone and all you get to hear is... And then you're like, right, okay. So then it works in that logic.
Yeah.
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 That was the point I was making.
Or, like, when...
Yeah, no, it's just the...
If people don't stay for anything else, stay for the sound effects.
Stay for the...
Louis C.K.'s teacher would say, retarded.
But
Dora's fucking retarded.
Yes.
But, you know, that second action sequence where Tails is, like, driving Sonic away from Knuckles.
Yeah.
No, you laugh. That's just the thing that happened.
Yeah, it was funny until you added the away from Knuckles bit.
Okay. Well, Tails just driving Sonic.
Yeah.
Why is it funny?
Well, it sounds sexy.
Driving Sonic?
Yeah.
Where?
What do you mean where?
Well, where in your mind is he driving him that this is sexy?
No, not like ferrying him somewhere.
No,
Yeah.
as in driving.
Yeah.
Oh, like pile driving.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Carry on.
All right.
Right in Tails' vag.
It's fine. I knew where you were.
Yeah.
I knew where you were. It's fine.
But yeah, like you could have like because during that sequence, he's sort of like introducing himself. He's like, "I'm Tails. I've watched you all your life, or whatever."
Stalker.
Oh, that's a problem as well, isn't it? That like you know, because they didn't have Tails in the last film, they just kind of have to get all of like his character development out of the way quickly. So it's just like, "Hi, I'm Tails. I'm a fully formed character.
Yeah.
You're my best friend."
Yes.
And Sonic just kind of goes, "Oh, okay."
All right.
And then they
Well,
have
to be fair, that's how Eddie came into our lives.
It's always coming to most people.
yeah. But
Yeah.
like for a film, it's like, well, he's his best friend. It's like there's a history between them that you've just ignored and you've retconned out.
Yes.
Just give him something.
Yeah.
Don't just have Tails turn up. That's like an adaptation problem anyway. But just this sort of like these characters have like a predestined relationship.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Tails was always going to be Sonic's best friend, so he's just his best friend from the start.
Yeah, like Star Trek does it really well. The Spock and Kirk thing.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of the film knows, and you know what will become of those two characters.
Yeah.
But it doesn't treat it like it's an inevitability.
No.
It is like, yeah, they have to get over these things to.
Yeah. But like with Sonic, they don't even like because
Those will be my friend. Go on.
go on.
No, go on.
Okay. Oh, you were quoting from the
Yeah,
film.
yeah.
Yeah. Like with Knuckles, they kind of because he's an enemy at first, and then he kind of comes around to like, oh, he recognizes the honor and the dignity of Sonic or whatever it is that like convinces him to team up. But no, like with Tails, it's just like they don't even go through the pretense of like knowing it's going to be predestined. It's from the start.
Yeah.
He's just his friend. But I was going to say, just like have the moment where Tails is like, you know, I'm Tails, I'm your friend, and they're like running away, and again, it's the wind just going like really loud, and Sonic's just like, I can't hear you. Let's just get in this car, and like, so give him give him a reason to get in the car.
Yeah.
But no, like the sound design in general, is just, I hate in these films. It just feels so like underdeveloped and just feeble by comparison. And I guess speaking of sound design as well, in the credits, I asked you actually when we were watching the film whether this is just me being like overly picky.
Yes.
Or whether this is a problem. The end credits of the film, Eddie, as you know, because you sat through all of the credits like a good boy, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you did. They use like basically like high res versions of the sprites from the games
Sure.
to kind of retell the story and the events of the film.
Yeah.
So it's like Sonic running and it's like going through certain environments and stuff like that. But none of the sound effects that they use are accurate to the game. Even though the sprites are the same and the environments are the same and all the visuals line up pretty well, all of the sound effects are different. Is that just me?
Yes.
No, I don't think it is.
Have you called up Paramount? That is a travesty.
Well, well, why do it if you're not going to do it properly?
Because they don't care.
But why? But they've half done it.
The entire film's half baked. That's the point.
Yeah. But no,
They don't care.
that isn't just me. That is a problem because it's like, oh, we're gonna pay homage to the thing, but we're not gonna do it well. We're not gonna like half do it. And I suppose it's weird that this is the final point, but I guess final point. Oh, there's plenty more I could bring up, Sam. So don't.
Well, don't.
You know, be careful how you what you do.
Just don't.
But like just a perfect little like I think the first point that we made about this was that it's just the first film again.
Yeah.
It makes the same mistakes. It's just as unfunny. It's the same brand of like humor and like incompetence and just general apathy. This like encapsulates it perfectly. Robotnik flosses.
Yes.
Sonic flossed in the first film and it was heavily criticized. And Robotnik just flosses in this one.
Yeah.
Like that's
I
just
do remember that.
Right, yeah, the dance.
the dance, the
TikTok
Fortnite dance.
Yeah.
But TikTok or Fortnite?
Fortnite.
Okay. Yeah, TikTok kind of like
Took it.
adopted it, but
Yeah.
it was.
I didn't know that it came from Fortnite.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I saw people starting to do it. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's
Fortnite,
Fortnite then into TikTok.
Yeah. But yeah, that's like that. I think you just have to show someone that just to go like, this is how little they cared.
I love though that it's not even. It's almost like it's rebellion. It's spitting in the faces of like. It's like Sonic. He's flossing. What? All right, okay, fine. And then the second one will have Eggman flossing. Then there has to be flossing in a Sonic film. Okay?
Yeah.
There has to be an awkward bar scene, and there has to be flossing.
Yeah.
All right.
And Tom has to have a completely different relationship with Sonic than he did in the last one.
We often talk about that. You know, like, okay, you're making a James Bond movie. What are the essentials? What must they have? What must a Matrix film have? What, you know?
Yeah.
Apparently that's what Sonic must have. Must have flossing and an ever-evolving relationship.
It's part of the contractual agreement for the franchise.
Yeah. I did not enjoy it.
No.
Did you not? Should we all end, even if the audience don't get to enjoy it fully, should we all end by flossing?
I'm not going to do that.
I can't do that.
I don't know how, I don't even know what it is. It's like the weird fucking...
Yeah, you sort of like move in and out.
Yeah.
And like side to side. It's a weird
Okay,
thing.
alright. Should we just actually floss our teeth then?
I don't like doing that.
Okay.
I genuinely don't like the floss.
I've got chicken ball in my teeth.
Oh, so you just want to floss?
No, I don't actually. I don't even.
Okay.
I'm fine.
It's food for later, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Chicken balls in your teeth.
Yeah. Well, I shaved today, so I can't stash it.
Stash it.
Yeah.
No.
I haven't got much.
Yeah.
That is a shame. Like I will watch the third one, obviously, because Shadow's in it, and that depresses me. Mm-hmm. The Knuckles TV show, though, I only have to watch the pilot to know whether if I can write off the rest of the show.
Okay.
So that's
what if it's good?
Well, if it's good, I have to watch it, don't I?
Yeah.
But it won't be good. It'll just be this again.
Maybe I'll watch it.
if you want.
I'll let you know what they're doing. And highly detailed.
How they desecrating.
You'll sit there and Jordan will be like, right, so how was it? And you'll go, oh my god, it's the best show I've seen.
Do not underestimate the lengths I will go to
make Jordan do something
to make you just disappointed.
But yeah, like I am at a point now where I can write this continuity off.
Yeah.
Because Sonic Prime, they've shown a teaser for Sonic Prime now, so it's probably going to be on Netflix within the next few months. And even if that isn't very good, there's it's reaching the point now. Again, kind of like the weird Batman comparison. It's reaching the point now where Sonic. There's just all of these different versions of Sonic that are available. It's not like originally when the film was coming out. It's like, oh, you have the games and then you have the film. So it is kind of like you kind of group the two of them together. Now there are kind of so many individual continuities that if one is bad, you can just ignore it. Yeah. So I am sort of reached that point now with Paramount where like they do piss me off, but at the end of the day, it's like, well, it's not for me. I could just like think something else.
I think Eddie and I probably have the same opinion as we did last time, which is that it's mediocre flim flam that we wouldn't have watched if this podcast didn't exist. Yeah. So
why did you even watch it? Because you like
for this.
But I did all the talking. Like, you didn't even...
No, I still need to know how crazy you'll be.
Okay.
Yes, we need to know whether you need to go in the asylum or whether
I wanted to watch it with you, fundamentally.
Yeah.
Because we didn't watch the first one together.
No, that was nice as well for me, is that I was comfortably able to just wait.
Yeah.
Like, when the film was available online, I didn't feel the need to watch it. I was like, no, I want to watch it with Sam.
Yes, yeah.
I can just wait.
I think it was better doing it that way.
Yeah. Maybe we'll watch the third one.
All of us
together. Makes sense.
No,
it makes sense.
No.
We'll go to the cinema. We will go to the cinema.
No. But
no. I will be on holiday. I'll move to Mauritius. Like, I don't care.
No, the first film we will watch it individually. The second film, me and Sam watched it together. So there's two people. So the three of us watched the third one.
The truck on the way.
You don't want to see Sonic the Hedgehog 3 Rise of the Shadow or something?
So it'll be Speed versus Shadow or something. You know.
Yeah. The Shadow of Speed. Ooh. Well, that's so meaningless. It feels meaningful. All right. Should we cut and run?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for listening. Yes. Eddie, thanks for rejoining.
Yes, thank you, Eddie. Sorry to put you through all
I'd like to immediately resign again.
We'll hope to get you on more.
Yes. Yes, at some point.
Yes.
Yeah. Not straight away.
Not straight away. You need a rest.
I'll see you in November, boss.
On that note.
All right, then.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye.